Medieval Information Warfare, How One Voice Saved England from French Spies. A boring history for Sleep's Tale. Hey guys, tonight we begin with a story about a young man whose voice would carry the weight of kingdoms, though he never imagined it when he first opened his mouth to call the dawn. This is the tale of Thomas Bellwether, and it starts on the morning when death taught him the true power of sound. The mist hung over Millbrook village like a shroud that October morning in 1347, clinging to the thatched roofs and settling into the spaces between cobblestones with the persistence of grief itself. Thomas stood at the edge of his father's grave, 17 years old and hollow as a bell that had lost its clapper. The funeral had ended an hour ago, but he couldn't bring himself to leave. The other mourners had drifted away like smoke, their black-clad forms disappearing into the fog until only Thomas remained, staring down at the freshly turned earth that held all that was left of Edmund Bellwether, blacksmith and dreamer. His father had been a man of few words but deep thoughts, the kind who could shape iron with the same gentle precision he used to shape his son's character. Now the forge would grow cold, the anvil silent, and Thomas would have to find his own way in a world that suddenly seemed vast and uncertain as the mist itself. It was then, in that moment of perfect stillness, that something stirred within Thomas's chest. Not grief. That had been his companion for days, but something else, something that felt like his father's hands on his shoulders, urging him forward. Without thinking, without planning, Thomas opened his mouth and called out across the cemetery. Edmund Bellwether was here. His voice rang out clear and strong, cutting through the mist like a blade through silk. He was here, and he mattered, and his hammer sang true. The words seemed to hang in the air, visible almost, as if the fog itself had caught them and held them aloft. Thomas felt something shift inside him, a resonance he'd never experienced before. His voice hadn't just spoken. It had proclaimed, announced, declared. It had given weight to truth and made the invisible visible. From somewhere behind him came the sound of slow, deliberate clapping. Thomas turned to see an old man emerging from the mist like a figure from a dream. He was tall and lean, with silver hair that caught what little light filtered through the fog, and eyes the color of winter sky. His clothes marked him as someone of modest means but particular care. A brown woolen cloak over a tunic of deep blue, with leather boots that had seen many miles but were well maintained. Most striking of all was his voice when he spoke, rich and resonant as a church bell. Now that, the old man said, is a voice that could wake the dead, or at least give them reason to rest more peacefully. Thomas wiped his eyes, suddenly embarrassed. I'm sorry. I didn't know anyone was still here. I was just... You were doing exactly what you were meant to do, the old man interrupted gently. I'm Magnus Loudwater, and I've been the town crier of Millbrook for 37 years. I came to pay my respects to your father. He shod my horse more times than I can count. But I stayed because I heard something in your voice just now that I've been waiting my whole life to hear. Thomas stared at him. Magnus Loudwater was a legend in Millbrook, the man whose voice could reach every corner of the village and beyond, who announced births and deaths, market days and royal proclamations with equal gravity and grace. Children played games trying to imitate his famous call of "Oyez, oyez," but none could capture the particular music he brought to those ancient words. I don't understand, Thomas said. Magnus stepped closer, and Thomas caught the scent of parchment and ink that seemed to cling to him like incense. Tell me, boy, when you called out just now, what did you feel? Thomas considered the question seriously. I felt like my father could hear me. Like everyone who ever lived in this village could hear me. Like my voice was bigger than just me. Magnus nodded slowly, a smile creeping across his weathered features. Aye, that's it exactly. Most people speak to be heard. Some speak to be understood. But a very few, a precious few, speak to be remembered. Your voice carries that quality, Thomas Bellwether. It carries the weight of memory and the promise of permanence. The fog swirled around them as if responding to Magnus's words, and Thomas felt a chill that had nothing to do with the October air. What are you saying? I'm saying that your father's death has revealed your life's calling. I'm saying that Millbrook needs a new voice, and that voice is yours. Magnus extended a hand, gnarled with age but steady as stone. I'm offering to teach you the ancient art of the town crier, if you'll have it. Thomas looked down at his father's grave, then back at Magnus. The old man's eyes held the depths Thomas couldn't fathom. Secrets and stories accumulated over decades of carrying news from one end of the village to the other. There was something almost mystical about him, as if he were less a man than a conduit for something larger. What would I have to do? Thomas asked. Learn to remember everything perfectly. Learn to speak truth even when it hurts. Learn to run fast when the news you carry isn't welcome. Magnus's smile widened. And learn that oh yes, isn't just a way to get attention. It's a sacred trust passed down through generations of men and women who understood that in a world where most people can't read, the voice becomes the vessel of civilization itself. Thomas felt his father's presence again, that gentle pressure on his shoulders that seemed to say, "This is your path, son. Take it." "I'll learn," Thomas said. Magnus clasped his hand, and Thomas felt a jolt of something. Energy, purpose, destiny passed between them. Then we begin at dawn tomorrow. Meet me in the village square and bring your voice. We have much work to do. As Magnus disappeared back into the mist, Thomas remained by his father's grave a while longer. But now the silence felt different. Not empty, but full of potential. His voice had found its purpose, and tomorrow he would begin to learn how to use it. He didn't know yet about the ancient guild that Magnus served, or the mystical traditions that bound town criers across the kingdom in ways that transcended mere employment. He didn't know that his voice would soon carry secrets that could topple kings, or that the simple act of calling oh yes, connected him to a network of voices that stretched back to the very foundations of England itself. All he knew was that when he spoke his father's name into the mist, something had answered, and tomorrow he would begin to understand what that something was. The next morning arrived gray and cold, with frost painting the cobblestones silver and the air sharp enough to cut. Thomas made his way to the village square before the sun had fully risen, his breath forming small clouds that dissipated quickly in the still air. The square was empty except for Magnus, who stood in the exact center with his hands clasped behind his back, looking for all the world like a statue commemorating the art of patience. "You came," Magnus said without turning around. "You knew I would. I hoped you would. Hope and knowledge are different things, though they sometimes wear the same face." Magnus turned, and Thomas saw that he carried a leather satchel and what appeared to be a small brass bell. "Your first lesson begins with understanding what you are about to become. Tell me, Thomas, what do you think a town crier does?" Thomas considered the question. announces things: news, proclamations, market days. A common answer, and not entirely wrong, but incomplete. Magnus began to walk slowly around the square's perimeter, and Thomas fell into step beside him. A town crier is a keeper of the communal memory. In a world where most people cannot read, we are the living books. We are the threads that weave individual moments into the tapestry of shared experience. They paused before the old oak tree that had stood in the square for longer than anyone could remember. Its trunk was scarred with the decades of carved initials and messages, a wooden testament to human need to leave marks, to be remembered. Every announcement you make becomes part of the village's story, Magnus continued. When you call out that Mary Miller has given birth to a son, you're not just sharing news. You're adding a new chapter to the ongoing tale of Millbrook. When you announce that the harvest is good or poor, you're recording history. When you warn of danger or celebrate joy, you become the voice of the community itself. Thomas ran his hand over the oak's rough bark, feeling the raised edges of old carvings. That seems like a heavy responsibility. The heaviest, and that's why not everyone can do it. Magnus reached into his satchel and withdrew a scroll of parchment. This is today's announcement. Read it. Thomas unrolled the parchment and read aloud. By order of His Lordship, William of Ashford, all residents of Millbrook are hereby informed that the tax on grain will increase by 1 penny per bushel, effective immediately. All debts must be paid by the Feast of All Saints, or penalties will be imposed. Now, Magnus said, tell me how you would announce this. Thomas cleared his throat and called out in his strongest voice, by order of His Lordship William of Ashford, all residents of Millbrook are hereby informed that the tax on grain will increase by 1 penny per bushel, effective immediately. All debts must be paid by the Feast of All Saints, or penalties will be imposed. Magnus nodded approvingly. Accurate, clear, properly projected, and completely wrong. Wrong. But I read it exactly as written. You read the words, yes, but you didn't read the people. Magnus gestured toward the empty square, but Thomas could almost see it as it would be later, filled with merchants and farmers, mothers and children, all going about their daily business. Those words, delivered as you just delivered them, will cause panic. Grain is already expensive this year due to poor weather. An additional tax will push some families toward hunger. Fear will spread faster than fire. Thomas felt a chill of understanding. So, how should I announce it? Watch and learn. Magnus took the parchment and positioned himself in the center of the square. He raised the small brass bell and rang it 3 times, the clear notes carrying across the empty space with surprising authority. Then he called out, Oyez, oyez! Good people of Millbrook, gather round for news from His Lordship William of Ashford. Even though no one was there to hear it, Magnus's voice seemed to fill the square completely, reaching every corner and echoing off the surrounding buildings. But more than that, there was something in his tone. Not just authority, but compassion. Not just announcement, but invitation. His Lordship has decreed that the grain tax will increase by 1 penny per bushel, to take effect immediately. This increase will help fund repairs to the roads that bring goods to our market and ensure safe passage for all who travel them. All debts are to be settled by the Feast of All Saints. Those who find themselves in difficulty are encouraged to speak with Father Benedict, who will help arrange reasonable payment plans. Thomas stared at him. But that's not what the parchment says. It doesn't mention roads or Father Benedict or payment plans. No, Magnus agreed. It doesn't. But it also doesn't forbid mentioning them. And all of those things are true. The roads do need repair, Father Benedict does help with financial difficulties, and reasonable payment plans are always possible for those who ask properly. He rolled up the parchment and tucked it back into his satchel. The art of the town crier is not just in what you say, but in how you say it, and what truths you choose to emphasize. But isn't that changing the message? Is it? I announced the tax increase exactly as ordered. I announced the deadline exactly as specified. But I also provided context that helps people understand and cope. I turned a source of fear into a call for community cooperation. Magnus's eyes twinkled. The difference between a message that causes panic and one that promotes understanding often lies not in the words themselves, but in the wisdom of their delivery. They spent the next hour walking through the village as Magnus pointed out the acoustics of different locations, how the baker's corner created an echo that could carry announcements to the residential streets, how the market square's open space allowed for maximum projection, how the church steps provided both elevation and symbolic authority. Sound is a living thing, Magnus explained as they paused near the village well. It bounces, reflects, absorbs, transforms. A skilled crier learns to work with these qualities, not against them. Watch. He positioned himself beside the well and called out a practice announcement. His voice seemed to wrap around the circular stone structure and emerge amplified, carrying clearly to every nearby building. Then he moved just 3 steps to the left and repeated the same words. This time, the sound seemed flat and muffled, absorbed by the surrounding structures rather than enhanced by them. The difference between being heard and being understood often comes down to inches, Magnus said. Position matters. Timing matters. The direction of the wind matters. All of these things you'll learn through practice and attention. As the morning progressed, Thomas began to understand that becoming a town crier was about far more than having a loud voice. It was about reading people, understanding community dynamics, knowing when to emphasize hope and when to prepare people for hardship. It was about being a translator between the formal language of authority and the everyday concerns of ordinary people. Now, Magnus said as they returned to the square, let's talk about the deeper mysteries of our calling. He led Thomas to a small wooden bench beneath the oak tree and sat down heavily, suddenly looking every one of his many years. What I'm about to tell you is known only to those who have taken the oath of the Criers' Guild. Are you prepared to hear it? Thomas nodded, though he felt a flutter of nervousness in his stomach. Town criers across England, across all of Europe in fact, are connected by bonds deeper than mere profession. We are part of an ancient network, a guild that traces its origins back to the Druids and the Roman heralds before them. We are the keepers, not just of daily news, but of the deeper currents that flow beneath the surface of kingdoms. Magnus reached into his satchel again and withdrew what appeared to be a simple wooden medallion on a leather cord. But as Thomas looked closer, he could see that it was carved with intricate symbols, spirals and knots that seemed to shift and move in the changing light. This is the mark of our guild, Magnus said. When you wear it, you become a part of a network of voices that spans the known world. You become able to sense when other criers are in distress, to share memories and knowledge across vast distances, to tap into the collective wisdom of all who have carried news before you. Thomas stared at the medallion. That sounds like magic, does it? Or does it sound like what happens when human voices are raised in common purpose across generations? When the same words, oyes, oyes, are spoken by hundreds of throats in hundreds of villages, creating a web of sound and intention that transcends the physical? Magnus smiled. Perhaps there's no difference between magic and the deepest forms of human connection. He held out the medallion. This was worn by the crier who came before me, and by the one who came before him, stretching back through centuries. If you accept it, you accept not just the role of Millbrook's voice, but membership in something far greater. Thomas reached out and took the medallion. The moment his fingers touched the carved wood, he felt a jolt of something. Images flashed through his mind. Other squares, other voices, other young men and women standing where he stood now, accepting the same responsibility he was being offered. For just an instant, he could swear he heard the echo of countless voices calling, oyes, oyes, across time and distance. I accept, he said, and his voice came out stronger than he'd expected. Magnus smiled and helped him fasten the cord around his neck. The medallion settled against Thomas's chest with a weight that felt both physical and spiritual. Then you are no longer just Thomas Bellwether, Magnus said. You are Thomas Bellwether, voice of Millbrook, keeper of the common memory, member of the ancient guild of criers. May your voice carry truth, your memory hold fast, and your feet be swift when duty calls. As the words were spoken, Thomas felt something settle into place inside him, like a key turning in a lock he hadn't known existed. The village around him looked the same, but he saw it differently now. Not just as a collection of buildings and people, but as a living story that he was now responsible for telling. The rest of that first day was spent in practical instruction. Magnus taught him the proper stance for maximum projection, the breathing techniques that would allow him to speak clearly for extended periods, and the mental exercises that would help him memorize long and complex announcements without error. Memory is your most important tool, Magnus explained as they practiced in the empty square. In a world where few can read and fewer still can write, you become the living archive of everything that matters. You must be able to recall not just today's news, but last week's, last month's, even last year's when questions arise. They worked on what Magnus called the architecture of memory, building mental structures that could hold vast amounts of information in organized, accessible ways. Thomas learned to visualize the village as a great house, with different rooms for different types of announcements. Royal proclamations went in the great hall, local news in the kitchen, market information in the pantry, and personal announcements in the bedchambers. Your mind becomes a palace, Magnus said, and every piece of news finds its proper place within it. With practice, you'll be able to walk through this mental palace and retrieve any information you need, no matter how long ago you first heard it. As the sun began to set, painting the sky in shades of orange and purple, Magnus called an end to the day's lessons. Tomorrow we'll begin working with actual announcements, and you'll start to understand the true weight of what you've undertaken. But for tonight, rest. Let the medallion work its way into your dreams. You may find them educational. Thomas walked home through the gathering dusk, the wooden medallion warm against his chest. The village looked different now. Not just familiar streets and buildings, but a community whose stories he was now responsible for carrying. Every lighted window represented lives he would soon know intimately, joys and sorrows he would help share with the wider world. That night, as Magnus had predicted, Thomas's dreams were unlike any he'd ever experienced. He found himself standing in squares he'd never seen, calling out news in languages he didn't recognize but somehow understood. He saw criers from across the centuries, Roman heralds in bronze armor, medieval monks with scrolls of parchment, and others whose garb he couldn't identify, but whose purpose was unmistakable. In the deepest part of the night, he dreamed he stood again at his father's grave, but this time, when he called out Edmund Bellwether's name, voices answered from across the kingdom. Hundreds of criers, all speaking in unison, all carrying his father's memory forward into the eternal conversation that connects all human hearts across time and distance. When he woke at dawn, Thomas understood that his life had truly begun. Not the biological life that started 17 years ago, but the life of purpose that would define everything that came after. He was no longer just a blacksmith's son mourning his father's death. He was a voice waiting to be heard, a keeper of stories waiting to be told, a thread in the great tapestry of human connection that stretched from the ancient past into an unknowable future. The medallion lay warm against his chest, and somewhere in the distance, he could swear he heard the faint echo of other voices calling, Oye, Oyes, as the new day began. The first secret I kept. Years later, when Thomas had become master crier and was training apprentices of his own, he would tell them about the morning after his first lesson with Magnus, when he learned that carrying news meant carrying the weight of other people's secrets. He was walking to the square for his second day of training when he saw Sarah Miller crying behind the baker's shop. She was only 14, the daughter of the village's most prosperous grain merchant, and she was supposed to marry the blacksmith's apprentice in the spring. But there she stood, tears streaming down her face, one hand pressed to her stomach in a gesture that told Thomas everything he needed to know. She saw him watching, and panic filled her eyes. "Please," she whispered, "please don't tell anyone. Not yet. I need time to figure out what to do." Thomas felt the weight of the medallion against his chest and understood that this was his first real test. The news of Sarah's condition would spread through the village like wildfire once it became known. It always did. Unmarried pregnancy was a scandal that could destroy not just Sarah's reputation, but her entire family's standing in the community. "I won't tell," he promised, and meant it. But as he walked away, Thomas realized he had just learned something crucial about his new calling. A town crier didn't just announce the news that was given to him, he also chose what news to keep silent. The power to speak was also the power to remain quiet, and sometimes the latter required more courage than the former. Sarah's secret stayed safe until she was ready to reveal it herself. 3 weeks later, when she and the blacksmith's apprentice announced their intention to marry immediately rather than wait for spring. By then, Thomas had learned to see the spaces between words, the stories that lived in silence, and the responsibility that came with knowing when to speak and when to hold his tongue. It was the first secret he kept, but it would not be the last. The art of truth and lies. The morning of Thomas's first real announcement dawned clear and cold, with the kind of sharp autumn air that carried sound farther than usual. He stood in the village square at dawn, practicing his breathing exercises while Magnus watched with the patient attention of a master craftsman evaluating a promising apprentice. "Today," Magnus said, "you learn that the difference between truth and lies is not always as clear as young men believe it to be." Thomas felt a flutter of nervousness in his stomach. For 3 days now, He had been practicing with mock announcements, proclamations Magnus invented to test his memory and projection. But today would be different. Today he would carry real news to real people, and the weight of that responsibility pressed down on him like a physical thing. Magnus reached into his ever-present leather satchel and withdrew a scroll sealed with red wax. This comes from Lord William's steward. A grain shortage has been discovered in the stores meant to last through winter. The announcement must be made, but... He paused, studying Thomas's face. "Tell me, what do you think will happen when people hear this news?" Thomas considered the question carefully. Grain was the foundation of life in Millbrook. Bread, ale, feed for livestock. A shortage meant hunger, possibly starvation. "Panic," he said finally. "People will rush to buy what grain they can find, driving up prices. Some will hoard. Others will go without." Exactly. And what if I told you that the shortage is real, but not as severe as the official language suggests? What if I told you that Lord William's steward tends toward dramatic language because he believes fear motivates better than calm reason? Thomas frowned. "Are you saying the announcement is false?" "I'm saying that truth has many faces, and the face it wears depends on who is looking at it." Magnus broke the seal and unrolled the parchment. Listen to the official language. A severe shortage of grain has been discovered in the winter stores. Immediate rationing must be implemented to prevent starvation. All residents are commanded to reduce consumption by half until further notice. The words hit Thomas like a physical blow. Reduce consumption by half? That would mean genuine hunger for many families, malnutrition for children and the elderly. "Now," Magnus continued, "let me tell you what I learned from speaking with the granary keeper yesterday evening. The shortage amounts to approximately 20% of expected stores. Significant, yes, but not catastrophic. With careful management and some supplementation from neighboring villages, no one need go hungry. The steward's language reflects his tendency toward caution, not the reality of the situation." Thomas stared at the parchment. "So, what do I announce?" "That," Magnus said with a slight smile, "is the art you must master. How do you tell the truth without causing unnecessary panic? How do you convey the seriousness of the situation without creating the very crisis you're trying to prevent?" They spent the next hour crafting the announcement together. Magnus showed Thomas how to take the essential facts: the shortage, the need for conservation, the temporary nature of the situation, and present them in language that informed without terrifying. "The key," Magnus explained, "is to give people agency rather than helplessness. Instead of commanding them to reduce consumption by half, we ask them to help solve a temporary challenge. Instead of warning of starvation, we emphasize the community's ability to work together through difficulty." When they finished, Thomas's version read, "Good people of Millbrook, Lord William's steward has discovered that our winter grain stores are lower than expected. While there is sufficient grain to see us through to spring with careful management, we ask each household to reduce their consumption modestly and to share resources with neighbors who may have greater need. Father Benedict will coordinate efforts to supplement our stores from neighboring villages. Together, we shall weather this challenge as we have weathered others." "But is that true?" Thomas asked. "Are we really certain there's sufficient grain? Are neighboring villages really willing to help?" Magnus's eyes twinkled. "Father Benedict and I spoke last evening. 3 villages within a day's travel have surplus grain and are willing to trade. The priest has already begun organizing a system for identifying families with the greatest need. And yes, with modest conservation, our stores will last until spring. Every word I've had you write is true. But it's not the same truth as the official announcement. No, it's not. It's a deeper truth, one that takes into account not just the facts of the situation, but the human reality of how people respond to those facts. Magnus rolled up both parchments. The steward's version would have caused panic buying, hoarding, and genuine hardship for the poorest families. Our version will result in voluntary conservation, community cooperation, and shared solutions. Which serves the people better? Thomas felt something shift in his understanding. You're saying that how we tell the truth is as important as the truth itself. I'm saying that truth without wisdom is often indistinguishable from cruelty. A town crier who simply repeats official language without considering its impact is not serving his community. He's serving only his own desire to avoid responsibility. As the morning progressed and people began to gather in the square for market day, Thomas felt his nervousness transform into something else. A deep sense of purpose mixed with the weight of genuine responsibility. These were his neighbors, people he had known all his life. Mrs. Aldrich, who had given him honey cakes when he was small. Young Peter, the carpenter's apprentice, who had been his closest friend before taking up his trade. Old Willem, the storyteller, who gathered children around him every market day to spin tales of distant lands and ancient heroes. All of them would hear his words and make decisions based on what he told them. Their actions would ripple outward, affecting their families, their businesses, their plans for the future. For the first time, Thomas truly understood what Magnus meant about being the keeper of the communal memory. He wasn't just announcing news, he was helping to shape the story of how Millbrook would respond to challenge. At the appointed hour, Magnus nodded. Thomas took his position in the center of the square, raised the brass bell, and rang it 3 times. The clear notes cut through the morning bustle, and conversations gradually died away as people turned their attention toward him. Oyez! Oyez! Thomas called, and was pleased to hear his voice carry clearly to every corner of the square. Good people of Millbrook, gather round for important news regarding our winter provisions. He could see the immediate tension that crossed people's faces. News about winter provisions was never casual. But he also saw them drawing closer, forming the circle of community that had gathered around criers for centuries. Thomas took a deep breath and began his carefully crafted announcement. As he spoke, he watched the crowd's reaction, adjusting his tone and emphasis based on what he saw. When he mentioned the shortage, he saw worry flicker across faces, but when he emphasized the community's ability to work together, he saw that worry transform into something more like determination. When he finished, there was a moment of silence. Then Mrs. Aldrich stepped forward. "How much should each household reduce consumption?" she asked. Thomas felt a moment of panic. This wasn't covered in his prepared announcement. But then he remembered Magnus's teaching about reading the people, and he looked at Mrs. Aldrich's face. She wasn't asking out of fear, but out of a genuine desire to do her part. Father Benedict will meet with each household individually to discuss their specific situation, Thomas replied. But as a general guideline, if each family can reduce their grain consumption by 1 day's worth per week, and if we can supplement our stores as planned, we should weather the winter comfortably. 1 day per week. That was far less than the half consumption demanded in the official announcement, but it was also realistic and achievable. Thomas saw relief replace worry on many faces. Old Willem raised his hand. And what of the families who already struggle to put bread on the table? Those families will be supported by the community, Thomas said firmly. No one in Millbrook will go hungry while others have enough. The crowd began to disperse, but instead of the panicked rushing Thomas had feared, people moved with purpose and calm. He saw neighbors stopping to talk with each other, already beginning the conversations that would lead to shared solutions. Mrs. Aldrich approached the baker to discuss reducing the size of her weekly bread order. Peter, the carpenter's apprentice, offered to help transport grain from neighboring villages. Magnus appeared at Thomas's elbow. "Well done," he said quietly. "You ribbed the crowd perfectly, and your answers to their questions showed real wisdom. I was terrified I'd say the wrong thing. Good. The day you stop being terrified of saying the wrong thing is the day you should stop being a crier." Magnus watched the dispersing crowd with satisfaction. Fear keeps you honest. It reminds you that words have power, and power must be wielded with care. As they walked home together, Thomas reflected on what he had learned. The official announcement and his version had contained the same basic facts, but they would have produced entirely different outcomes. The steward's version would have created crisis. Thomas's version had created community response. "Is it always like this?" Thomas asked. "Always a choice between different ways of telling the truth?" "Always," Magnus confirmed. "And that's what makes our calling both an art and a burden. We stand at the place where official authority meets human need, where formal language encounters lived reality. Our job is to bridge that gap in ways that serve both truth and wisdom." That evening, as Thomas sat by his fire reflecting on the day, he realized that he had crossed another threshold in his journey toward becoming a true town crier. He had learned that accuracy was not enough, that a crier's responsibility extended beyond mere repetition of official words to encompass the welfare of the community itself. The medallion around his neck seemed to pulse with warmth, and for a moment Thomas could swear he felt the presence of other criers across the kingdom, all facing similar choices, all walking the delicate line between truth and wisdom, between authority and compassion. Outside his window, the village settled into evening quiet, but Thomas knew that in homes throughout Millbrook, families were having conversations sparked by his announcement, planning how to reduce consumption, organizing ways to help their neighbors, preparing to face the winter together rather than alone. He had spoken truth, but more than that, he had spoken truth in a way that strengthened rather than weakened the bonds that held the community together, and in doing so, he had taken another step toward understanding what it truly meant to be the voice of Millbrook. The next morning brought unexpected validation of Thomas's approach. Father Benedict arrived at the square with news that 3 families had already volunteered to organize grain collection from neighboring villages, and that 2 of the village's wealthier merchants had offered to purchase supplemental supplies at their own expense. "Your announcement yesterday," the priest told Thomas, "created exactly the response we hoped for. People are working together instead of hoarding individually. That's the mark of a message well delivered." But the true test came 3 days later, when a merchant from a neighboring village arrived with disturbing news. In his village, a similar grain shortage had been announced using the steward's original language. Severe shortage, immediate rationing, reduce consumption by half. The result had been panic buying, hoarding, and genuine hardship for the poorest families. 2 elderly residents had already fallen ill from malnutrition, and the village was on the verge of genuine crisis. They're calling it the hunger panic of Westbrook, the merchant told Thomas and Magnus, all because their crier read the steward's announcement exactly as written, without considering how people would react. Thomas felt a chill of understanding, the same basic situation, the same essential facts, but two completely different outcomes based on how the truth was told. In Westbrook, accuracy without wisdom had created the very crisis the announcement was meant to prevent. In Millbrook, truth tempered with understanding had strengthened the community's ability to respond. "This is why we exist," Magnus said quietly as they watched the merchant continue on his way, not just to carry news, but to carry it in ways that served life rather than death, hope rather than despair, community rather than chaos. That night, Thomas lay awake thinking about the merchant's words. Somewhere not far away, people were going hungry because their crier had chosen accuracy over wisdom, official language over human understanding. The weight of that knowledge settled into his bones like winter cold. He understood now that every announcement was a choice, every delivery of news a moment when he could either strengthen or weaken the fabric that held his community together. The power to speak was also the power to shape reality, and that power came with a responsibility that would follow him for the rest of his life. The medallion around his neck seemed to pulse with the heartbeats of all the criers who had faced similar choices before him, and Thomas finally understood what Magnus meant when he said that some voices were born to carry more than sound. They were born to carry the weight of human consequence, the responsibility of shaping how communities responded to the inevitable challenges of existence. As sleep finally claimed him, Thomas dreamed of two villages, one where people worked together in the face of hardship, and another where fear had torn the social fabric apart. In his dream, he stood at a crossroads between them, and his voice was the force that determined which path his own community would take. When he woke at dawn, the lesson had settled deep into his understanding. Truth was not just about facts, but about the wisdom to present those facts in ways that served life. And that wisdom, he was beginning to realize, was what separated a mere announcer from a true keeper of the communal memory. Nature reflection. Crows circling the empty square. In those early days of learning, Thomas often arrived at the square before dawn, when the world was still quiet, and he could practice without an audience. It was during one of these solitary morning sessions that he first noticed the crows. They came every morning just as the sun touched the tops of the surrounding buildings. A parliament of black wings that settled on the oak tree's bare branches like living fruit. At first, Thomas thought nothing of it. Crows were common enough in any village. But as days passed, he began to notice their behavior. The crows seemed to listen. When Thomas practiced his announcements, projecting his voice across the empty square, the birds would cock their heads and fix him with bright, intelligent eyes. When he finished, they would caw among themselves in what sounded almost like discussion. And strangest of all, when Thomas made mistakes, stumbled over words or lost his projection, the crows would fall silent, as if they knew the difference between a voice that carried authority and one that faltered. Magnus noticed Thomas watching them one morning and smiled. "Ah, you've met the critics." "Critics? Crows are the most honest audience you'll ever have," Magnus explained. "They can't be fooled by fancy words or impressive gestures. They respond only to authentic authority, the kind that comes from deep conviction rather than mere volume." Thomas looked up at the birds, who regarded him with what he could swear was skeptical attention. "You're saying they're judging my performance?" I'm saying they're teaching you something important about the nature of true communication. Watch. Magnus positioned himself in the center of the square and called out a practice announcement. His voice carried the same authority and conviction it always did, and the crows leaned forward on their branches, listening intently. When he finished, they burst into what sounded like approval, a chorus of caws that echoed across the square. "Now you try," Magnus said. Thomas took his position and delivered the same announcement, but he was nervous, aware of being watched and judged, and his voice carried that uncertainty. The crows remained silent, unimpressed. "Again," Magnus said, "but this time, forget about the birds. Speak to the square itself, to the stones and the air and the memory of all the voices that have stood here before you." Thomas closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and let his voice carry not just words but intention. The genuine desire to serve his community, to be worthy of the trust being placed in him. When he opened his eyes, the crows were cawing their approval. "They know," Magnus said simply. "Animals always know when a voice carries truth and when it carries only noise. Learn to satisfy the crows, and you'll never have trouble satisfying the people." From that day forward, Thomas thought of the crows as his first audience, his daily reminder that authentic authority could not be faked or forced. It had to be earned through genuine commitment to the responsibility he carried, and on mornings when his voice felt uncertain or his purpose unclear, he would look up at those black-winged judges and remember that the most honest critics were often the ones who could not be swayed by anything but truth itself. The Memory Palace. Winter's grip tightened on Millbrook as Thomas entered his 4th week of training, and with it came the true test of a town crier's most essential skill. The morning frost painted intricate patterns on the square's cobblestones, and Thomas's breath formed small clouds as he waited for Magnus to arrive with the day's lesson. When the old crier appeared, he carried not his usual single scroll, but an entire leather portfolio bulging with parchments. Thomas felt his stomach drop. "Today," Magnus announced, settling the heavy portfolio on the wooden bench beneath the oak tree. "You learn why memory is the foundation upon which all else is built. In a world where most people cannot read, you become the living library of everything that matters." He opened the portfolio and began laying out scroll after scroll on the bench. Thomas counted them. 12 separate announcements, each several paragraphs long. Royal proclamations, local ordinances, market regulations, church notices, and personal announcements all mixed together in a daunting array of parchment and ink. "All of these must be delivered today," Magnus said calmly, "in the correct order, with perfect accuracy, and with the appropriate tone for each type of announcement. You have 1 hour to memorize them all." Thomas stared at the scrolls in dismay. "That's impossible. No one could memorize all of that in an hour. No one using ordinary methods, perhaps. But you're not going to use ordinary methods." Magnus's eyes held that familiar twinkle that suggested Thomas was about to learn something that would change his understanding of what was possible. "You're going to build a memory palace." "A what?" "An ancient technique, passed down through generations of those who must hold vast amounts of information in their minds. Scholars use it, as do merchants who must remember complex trade agreements, and storytellers who carry epic tales from village to village." Magnus gestured toward the scrolls. "And town criers, who must be able to recall not just today's news, but weeks or months of accumulated announcements when questions arise." Magnus led Thomas to the center of the square and had him close his eyes. Picture this square in your mind. See it as clearly as if your eyes were open. Every cobblestone, every building, every detail. Thomas concentrated, and gradually the image formed behind his closed eyelids. The square as he knew it intimately, the oak tree with its carved trunk, the well with its worn stone rim, the baker's shop with its painted sign, the church steps rising toward the heavy wooden doors. Good. Now, we're going to transform this familiar space into something extraordinary. In your mind, expand the square. Make it larger, grander, more elaborate. Add rooms and corridors, halls and chambers. Create a palace that exists only in your memory, but which you can navigate as easily as you navigate the real square. Under Magnus's guidance, Thomas began to construct his mental palace. The oak tree became the central pillar of a great hall, its branches spreading to support a vaulted ceiling painted with stars. The well transformed into a circular chamber with doors leading off in all directions. The surrounding buildings grew taller and more elaborate, sprouting towers and balconies, courtyards and galleries. Each type of announcement gets its own room, Magnus explained. Royal proclamations go in the throne room. Make it grand and imposing, with tapestries and banners. Local ordinances belong in the council chamber, practical and orderly, with wooden tables and careful records. Market announcements fit in the merchant's hall, busy and colorful, filled with goods and scales and the bustle of commerce. Thomas found himself walking through his imagined palace, placing each category of news in its appropriate space. Personal announcements went in the family quarters, warm and intimate, with comfortable chairs and family portraits. Church notices belonged in the chapel, solemn and sacred, with stained glass windows and the scent of incense. Now, Magnus said, we populate each room with the specific announcements you must remember. But we don't just place them randomly. We create vivid, memorable scenes that will stick in your mind. They started with the royal proclamation about new hunting regulations. In Thomas's mental throne room, he imagined King Edward himself sitting on a golden throne, holding a magnificent stag by the antlers, while proclaiming that no one below the rank of knight could hunt deer in the royal forests. The image was so vivid and absurd that Thomas knew he would never forget it. The local ordinance about waste disposal became a scene in the council chamber where the village aldermen were literally buried under piles of refuse, frantically trying to dig their way out while shouting the new regulations about where such waste should properly be deposited. A market announcement about the price of wool transformed into a flock of sheep wearing tiny crowns, dancing around the merchant's hall while bleating the new rates in perfect unison. The more ridiculous and memorable the image, the better, Magnus explained. Your mind will hold on to the absurd far longer than it will retain the mundane. Make each announcement into a story, a scene, a moment of drama that could never be forgotten. As they worked through all 12 announcements, Thomas felt something extraordinary happening. The information wasn't just being crammed into his head, it was being woven into the very architecture of his mental palace, becoming part of a structure he could navigate and explore at will. When the hour was up, Magnus closed the portfolio. Now, let's see what you've built. Tell me the third announcement. Thomas closed his eyes and walked through his palace to the merchant's hall, where he found the dancing sheep with their crowns. By order of the Wool Guild, the price of raw wool is set at 4 pence per pound for the finest grade, 3 pence per pound for medium grade, and 2 pence per pound for coarse grade. These prices are effective immediately and will remain in force until the Feast of St. Michael. Perfect. Now, the 7th. Thomas navigated to the chapel, where he found Father Benedict standing at the altar with a pair of enormous wedding rings floating above his head like halos. The banns of marriage are announced for the 3rd time between William Cooper, son of Thomas Cooper the barrel-maker, and Mary Thatcher, daughter of Robert Thatcher the roof-mender. If any person knows of lawful impediment why these two should not be joined in holy matrimony, let them speak now or forever hold their peace. Excellent. The 11th? Back to the council chamber, where Thomas found the aldermen still digging out from under their pile of refuse. All residents are reminded that wastewater must not be thrown into the streets, but should be disposed of in the designated areas behind each dwelling. Failure to comply will result in a fine of 2 pence for the first offense and 4 pence for subsequent offenses. Magnus smiled with genuine pleasure. Remarkable. You have memorized 12 complex announcements in perfect detail, and you can access any of them instantly. That, Thomas, is the power of the Memory Palace. But as they prepared to deliver the announcements to the gathering crowd, Thomas experienced something unexpected. As he walked through his mental palace, he began to sense something else. Other rooms, other corridors, spaces that he hadn't built but which seemed to exist nonetheless. Magnus, he said quietly, there are parts of my palace that I didn't create. Rooms I've never been in, but which feel familiar somehow. The old prior's expression grew serious. Ah, it's beginning already. What's beginning? The connection. The Memory Palace isn't just a technique, Thomas. It's a doorway. When you build it properly, with genuine intention and deep focus, it begins to connect with the palaces of other criers. You start to share not just the method, but the memories themselves. Thomas felt a chill that had nothing to do with the winter air. You mean I can access other people's memories? In a sense, yes. The Guild's collective memory, accumulated over centuries. The important events, the crucial announcements, the moments that shaped kingdoms. All of it preserved in the connected palaces of those who came before us. Magnus placed a hand on Thomas's shoulder. It's a great gift, but also a great responsibility. You become not just the keeper of Millbrook's memory, but a guardian of the larger story of which our village is only a small part. As the morning progressed, and Thomas delivered his announcements to the gathered crowd, he found himself moving through his palace with increasing confidence. Each announcement flowed naturally from its designated room, complete and accurate, delivered with the appropriate tone and emphasis. But between announcements, he found himself drawn to those mysterious other rooms. In one, he glimpsed what seemed to be a great battle, with criers calling out across a field of war. In another, he saw a crier standing before a king, delivering news that made the monarch weep. And in a third, he witnessed what appeared to be a gathering of criers from across the kingdom, all speaking in unison, their voices combining into something that transcended mere sound. "What am I seeing?" he asked Magnus when the morning's work was done. "History," Magnus replied simply. "The great moments when criers shaped the course of events. The Battle of Crécy, where English criers coordinated the movements of scattered forces. The announcement of the Black Prince's victory at Poitiers. The gathering of the Guild during the Great Plague, when we worked together to coordinate relief efforts across the kingdom." Thomas felt overwhelmed by the implications. So every crier has access to all of this? Every crier who builds their palace with sufficient depth and commitment. It's why our training takes so long, why the medallion chooses its wearers carefully. Not everyone can handle the weight of so much accumulated memory and responsibility. That evening, as Thomas sat by his fire practicing navigation through his mental palace, he began to understand the true scope of what he had undertaken. He wasn't just learning to be Millbrook's voice. He was becoming part of a network of memory that stretched across space and time, connecting him to criers past and present in ways that transcended the physical world. The medallion around his neck pulsed with warmth, and Thomas realized it wasn't just a symbol of his office. It was somehow a key to the deeper connections that bound the guild together. Through it, his memory palace connected to others, creating a web of shared knowledge and experience that made each individual crier stronger and wiser than they could ever be alone. As he drifted toward sleep, Thomas found himself walking through corridors he had never built, past rooms filled with memories that were not his own, but which felt as real and immediate as his own experiences. He saw criers from centuries past, all building their own palaces, all contributing to the great archive of human experience that the guild preserved and protected. And in the deepest chamber of that collective palace, he glimpsed something that took his breath away. A room where all the voices of all the criers throughout history seemed to speak in unison, creating a sound that was less like speech than like the fundamental vibration that held the world together. When he woke the next morning, Thomas understood that his memory palace was no longer just his own. It had become part of something infinitely larger and more significant, a living repository of human experience that would outlast any individual crier, any single village, any particular kingdom. He was no longer just Thomas Bellwether, learning to be the voice of Millbrook. He was Thomas Bellwether, guardian of the eternal memory, keeper of the stories that connected all human hearts across the vast expanse of time. The weight of that responsibility should have been crushing. Instead, Thomas found it oddly comforting. He was not alone in his calling. He was part of an unbroken chain of voices stretching back to the very beginning of human civilization, and forward into an unknowable future. And somewhere in the depths of his memory palace, he could swear he heard the echo of his father's voice, telling him that some responsibilities are too important to bear alone, but that when they are shared among those who understand their true significance, they become not burdens but blessings. Nature reflection. Wind across stone walls. On particularly quiet mornings, when the wind moved just right across the ancient stone walls that surrounded Millbrook, Thomas discovered he could hear something extraordinary. It started as a whisper, barely distinguishable from the natural sounds of air moving over stone and through bare winter branches. But as Thomas learned to listen more carefully, he began to recognize patterns in the sound, rhythms that seemed almost like speech, cadences that reminded him of the formal language of proclamations. Magnus noticed him standing still one morning, head cocked toward the wind, and smiled knowingly. "You hear them, too," the old crier said. "Hear what?" "The voices of the stones. This village is old, Thomas. Older than the current buildings, older than the church, older than written records. People have been making announcements in this square for centuries, their voices soaking into the very stones like water into earth." Thomas listened more carefully, and gradually he began to distinguish what sounded like fragments of ancient proclamations carried on the wind, announcements of harvests and famines, wars and peace treaties, births and deaths stretching back through generations of voices that had stood where he now stood. "Is it real?" Thomas asked. Or am I imagining it? Does it matter? Magnus replied. Real or imagined, those voices remind us that we are part of something larger than ourselves. Every announcement we make joins the eternal conversation that has been taking place in this square since humans first gathered here to share news and make meaning from the chaos of existence. From that day forward, Thomas made it a practice to arrive early at the square and listen to the wind across the stones. In those quiet moments before the village woke, he felt connected not just to the Guild of Criers, but to every voice that had ever stood in that place and tried to make sense of the world through the simple act of speaking truth to their neighbors. The wind became his reminder that voices, once raised in service of community, never truly fade. They become part of the eternal echo that connects all human hearts across the vast expanse of time. When news grows wings. 3 weeks into December, Thomas learned that news was a living thing with a will of its own. It began with what should have been a simple announcement about a minor adjustment to the market tax, 1 penny per transaction, to fund repairs to the village well. Straightforward, practical, hardly the sort of thing to cause excitement. But by the time Thomas had delivered the announcement and returned home for his midday meal, the news had already begun its transformation. He first noticed something was amiss when he passed the baker's shop and heard Mrs. Aldrich speaking in hushed, urgent tones to the miller's wife. Heard it myself from the crier's own mouth. A new tax on every market transaction. They say it's just the beginning. Next, they'll be taxing the air we breathe. Thomas paused, frowning. That wasn't what he had announced at all. He had specifically said the tax was temporary, to fund well repairs, and would last only until the work was completed. But before he could correct the misunderstanding, the women had moved on, carrying their distorted version of the news with them. By evening, the story had grown even more elaborate. Thomas overheard young Peter the carpenter's apprentice telling a group of friends that the new market tax was part of a broader plan to squeeze money from the common people to fund the king's wars in France. Mark my words, Peter said with the confidence of youth. This is just the first step. Soon they'll be taxing our tools, our homes, even our children. Thomas felt a growing sense of unease. How had a simple announcement about well repairs transformed into a tale of royal oppression? He sought out Magnus, finding the old crier in his cottage, carefully copying announcements by candlelight. The news is changing, Thomas said without preamble. What I announced this morning isn't what people are saying this evening. Magnus set down his quill and looked up with interest rather than concern. Ah, you've discovered that news has wings. Tell me what you've observed. Thomas recounted the various versions of the story he had heard throughout the day, watching Magnus's expression grow more thoughtful with each iteration. This is one of the most important lessons you'll learn, Magnus said finally. News doesn't simply travel from mouth to mouth. It evolves, adapts, grows. Each person who hears it adds their own fears, hopes, and interpretations. By the time it reaches the third or fourth telling, it may bear little resemblance to what was originally announced. But that's dangerous. People are making decisions based on false information. Indeed they are. And that's why a skilled crier must learn not just to deliver news, but to track its progress through the community, and, when necessary, guide its evolution in helpful directions. Magnus stood and reached for his cloak. Come, let's follow your announcement and see where it leads. They made their way through the village as darkness fell, moving quietly from gathering place to gathering place. The tavern, the baker's shop, the area near the church steps where young people often congregated. At each location, they heard a different version of the morning's news. At the Gilded Swan Tavern, a traveling merchant was holding forth to a captivated audience about how the new tax was part of a kingdom-wide effort to fund a massive army for the conquest of Scotland. "I've seen it in 3 villages already," he declared with authority that came from nowhere but his own imagination. "They're bleeding the common folk dry to pay for the king's ambitions." Near the church, an elderly woman was explaining to her neighbors that the tax was actually a punishment for the village's failure to contribute adequately to the church's roof repairs. "Father Benedict is too kind to say so directly," she whispered. "But this is the Lord's way of ensuring we meet our obligations." And in the shadows behind the blacksmith's shop, Thomas was horrified to hear a group of young men discussing whether the new tax was grounds for resistance. "If they can tax our market transactions today, what's to stop them from taxing everything tomorrow?" one of them asked. "Perhaps it's time to show them that Millbrook folk won't be pushed around." "This is how rebellions start," Thomas whispered to Magnus. "Over misunderstandings and fear." "Exactly. And this is why our calling is so crucial. We stand at the center of the web of communication, the one point where accurate information can be maintained and, when necessary, corrected." Magnus studied the group of agitated young men. But correction must be done carefully. Direct contradiction often makes people more convinced of their false beliefs, not less. They spent the next hour observing and listening, mapping the various paths the news had taken and the different forms it had assumed. Magnus showed Thomas how to identify the key influencers, the people whose opinions carried particular weight, and who could either amplify distortions or help correct them. "Mrs. Aldrich is respected for her practical wisdom," Magnus observed. "If we can help her understand the true nature of the tax, she'll naturally share that understanding with others. Young Peter has the ear of many apprentices and laborers. His opinion shapes theirs. And that merchant in the tavern, well, he's a problem. Travelers who spread false news can cause damage across multiple villages. So, what do? We plant seeds of truth and let them grow naturally. Watch and learn." Magnus approached Mrs. Aldrich as she was closing her shop for the evening. "Good evening, Margaret. I couldn't help but notice you seemed concerned about today's announcement." "Oh, Magnus. Yes, this new tax has everyone worried. People are saying it's just the beginning of new burdens on the common folk." "I can understand that concern. These are difficult times, and any new expense feels heavy. But I wonder if you've considered how badly we need those well repairs. My old bones feel every loose stone when I walk across the square, and I've seen children stumble on the uneven ground near the wellhead." Mrs. Aldrich's expression shifted slightly. "Well, yes, the repairs are needed. But still, a tax is a tax." "True enough. Though I have to say, when I spoke with the stonemason yesterday, he estimated the repairs would cost about 12 shillings total. With the market tax bringing in perhaps 2 pence per week, it should be finished, and the tax lifted within a few months. Hardly the permanent burden some folks seem to fear." Thomas watched Mrs. Aldrich's face as she processed this information. The specific details, 12 shillings total cost, 2 pence per week income, a few months duration, transformed the abstract fear of endless taxation into a concrete, manageable reality. "I hadn't thought of it that way," she admitted. "When you put it in those terms, it seems quite reasonable. I find that most things do when we have all the facts," Magnus said gently. "Though I suppose it's natural for people to worry when they only hear part of the story." They moved on to Peter next, finding him still discussing the tax with his friends. Magnus's approach was different here. Rather than providing information directly, he asked questions that led the young men to think more carefully about what they had heard. "Peter, my boy, you mentioned this tax might be connected to the king's wars. That's an interesting thought. Tell me, have you heard of similar taxes being imposed in other villages for military purposes?" Peter looked uncertain. "Well, no, not exactly, but it stands to reason." "It does indeed, though I wonder, if the crown needed money for military purposes, wouldn't they be more likely to impose taxes on larger towns and cities where the income would be substantial? A penny per transaction in a village like Millbrook would barely fund a single soldier for a week." One of Peter's friends spoke up. "So, you think it really is just for the well repairs?" "I think," Magnus said carefully, "that the simplest explanation is usually the correct one. We need well repairs, the tax will fund them, and when the repairs are complete, the tax will end. Sometimes a well repair is just a well repair." The group's mood shifted perceptibly as they considered this perspective. The dramatic narrative of royal oppression lost its appeal when weighed against the mundane reality of village maintenance. The merchant in the tavern proved more challenging. When Magnus attempted to engage him in conversation, the man doubled down on his claims, insisting that he had seen identical taxes imposed across the region for military purposes. This fellow is either deliberately spreading false information or genuinely confused about what he's observed. Magnus murmured to Thomas as they withdrew from the tavern. Either way, direct confrontation will only make him more entrenched in his position. "So, we just let him spread lies?" "We let truth compete with falsehood in the marketplace of ideas. We've planted accurate information with trusted community members. By tomorrow, Mrs. Aldrich and Peter will be sharing the real story with their friends and neighbors. Truth has a way of outcompeting lies when given a fair chance." Indeed, over the next few days, Thomas watched the false narratives gradually lose ground to more accurate versions of the story. Mrs. Aldrich's practical explanation of the tax's purpose and duration spread through the community of shopkeepers and housewives. Peter's revised understanding influenced the younger workers. Even the merchant's dramatic claims began to seem less credible when weighed against the testimony of trusted locals. But the experience taught Thomas something crucial about the nature of his calling. Delivering news was only the beginning of his responsibility. He also had to shepherd that news as it moved through the community, gently guiding its evolution when necessary to prevent harmful distortions. "News is like water," Magnus explained as they walked through the village square one morning, observing the normal bustle of market day. "It flows naturally along the easiest paths, picking up sediment and debris as it goes. Our job is not to stop that flow. That's impossible. But to ensure that the source remains clean and that we clear away the worst obstructions before they can cause real damage." Thomas was beginning to understand that being a town crier required skills far beyond memorization and projection. He had to be part psychologist, part detective, part diplomat, reading the community's moods and fears, tracking the movement of information, and intervening when necessary to prevent misunderstanding from hardening into dangerous conviction. The medallion around his neck seemed to pulse with approval as this understanding settled into his bones. Through it, he could sense the approval of other criers across the kingdom, all of whom had learned the same difficult lesson about the responsibility that came with being the source from which all other information flowed. But even as Thomas grew more confident in his ability to track and guide the evolution of news, he remained troubled by a nagging question. What if someone was deliberately distorting his announcements? The merchant's false claims had seemed too specific, too detailed to be mere confusion. And there had been something in his manner, a calculation, a purpose, that suggested deliberate deception rather than honest mistake. When Thomas shared this concern with Magnus, the old crier's expression grew serious. "You're learning to read between the lines," Magnus said. "Yes, there are those who would twist news for their own purposes. Political agitators, foreign agents, merchants seeking to manipulate markets, nobles pursuing private vendettas. Part of our training involves learning to recognize such manipulation and counter it. How do we counter it? The same way we counter any falsehood, with persistent, patient truth-telling, but also with vigilance. A crier must be aware of who benefits from which version of events, who has reason to spread confusion or fear, who might use distorted news to advance their own agenda." Magnus paused in their walk and turned to face Thomas directly. "What I'm about to tell you must never leave this conversation. There are forces at work in the kingdom, political factions, foreign interests, ambitious nobles, who understand the power of controlling information. They seek to influence criers, to use our voices for their own purposes. The Guild exists partly to protect us from such influence, but we must also protect ourselves through wisdom and vigilance." Thomas felt a chill of understanding. "You think someone is deliberately targeting my announcements?" "I think," Magnus said carefully, "that a new crier in a strategic location like Millbrook, close to major trade routes with connections to several important noble houses, might attract the attention of those who profit from confusion and conflict. We must be watchful." That evening, as Thomas sat by his fire reviewing the day's events, he realized that his education as a town crier was far from complete. He had learned to memorize and deliver announcements, to read crowds and guide the evolution of news. But now he was beginning to understand that his calling also required him to be a guardian against those who would weaponize information for their own ends. The medallion around his neck felt heavier than usual, weighted with the knowledge that his voice carried not just news, but the responsibility to protect his community from those who would use false information to manipulate and control. Outside his window, the wind moved through the bare branches of the village trees, carrying with it the faint echo of other voices, other criers across the kingdom who faced the same challenges and bore the same responsibilities. Thomas drew comfort from that connection, knowing that he was not alone in his vigilance. But he also understood that the game he was learning to play was far more complex and dangerous than he had ever imagined. News was indeed a living thing with wings, and sometimes those wings carried it into very dark places indeed. The day I was misquoted. Years later, when Thomas had become a master of tracking news through its various transformations, he would tell his apprentices about the morning when he learned that even the most careful words could be twisted beyond recognition. It was the announcement about the grain shortage, his first major test as a crier. Thomas had worked with Magnus to craft language that would inform without causing panic, emphasizing community cooperation over individual fear. He had delivered it perfectly, watching the crowd's faces to ensure his message was being received as intended. But by evening, Thomas discovered that someone had been spreading a very different version of his words. According to this distorted account, Thomas had announced that the grain shortage was so severe that families should prepare for starvation, that neighboring villages had refused to help, and that only the wealthiest residents would survive the winter. The source of this false version was Harold Blackwood, a man known throughout the village for his bitter tongue and his resentment of anyone in authority. Harold had taken Thomas's carefully crafted message of hope and community cooperation and transformed it into a tale of despair and abandonment. But that's not what I said. Thomas protested to Magnus. I specifically emphasized that we had solutions, that the community would work together. And that, Magnus replied, is exactly why Harold twisted your words. Some people profit from despair. It gives them power over others' fears. Harold has spent years convincing people that authority cannot be trusted, that a cooperation is impossible, that we are all ultimately alone. Your message of hope threatened his entire worldview. Thomas learned that day that no matter how carefully he crafted his announcements, there would always be those who would distort them to serve their own psychological or political needs. The best defense was not perfect words. No such thing existed, but persistent, patient repetition of truth until it outweighed the lies. But he also learned something else, that being misquoted was not a failure of his craft, but an inevitable part of it. In a world where information was power, there would always be those who sought to steal and corrupt that power for their own ends. The key was not to prevent all distortion, that was impossible, but to ensure that truth had enough voices speaking for it that lies could never completely drown it out. The runner's burden. The message arrived on the coldest morning of winter, carried by a royal messenger whose horse steamed with sweat despite the freezing air. Thomas watched from his window as the man dismounted in the village square, his movements urgent and his face grim beneath the hood of his traveling cloak. Even before Magnus emerged from his cottage to receive the sealed parchment, Thomas knew that this news would be different from anything he had yet been asked to deliver. By the time Thomas reached the square, Magnus had already broken the royal seal and was reading the message with an expression that grew more troubled with each line. The old crier's hands, usually steady as stone, trembled slightly as he held the parchment. "What is it?" Thomas asked, though part of him already knew. There had been rumors for weeks, whispered stories from travelers, fragments of news from distant villages, reports that no one wanted to believe, but which carried the unmistakable weight of truth. "The Black Death," Magnus said quietly. "It has reached the port cities, London, Bristol, Dover, all reporting cases. The king has ordered that all villages be warned to prepare for its arrival." Thomas felt the blood drain from his face. The plague was no longer a distant horror affecting foreign lands. It was coming to England, and with it would come death on a scale that no living person had ever witnessed. "How do we announce something like this?" Thomas asked. "How do we tell people that death itself is traveling toward them?" Magnus was quiet for a long moment, studying the official language of the royal proclamation. When he finally spoke, his voice carried a weight Thomas had never heard before. "Very carefully," Magnus said, "and with more courage than either of us has ever needed before." The royal messenger had already departed, carrying the same terrible news to the next village on his route. Thomas and Magnus stood alone in the square, the parchment between them like a bridge spanning the gap between the world they had known and the world they were about to enter. "Read it," Magnus said, handing Thomas the proclamation. Thomas unrolled the parchment and read the official language aloud. "By royal decree of His Majesty, King Edward III, all subjects are hereby warned that the great mortality, known in foreign lands as the Black Death, has reached the shores of England. This pestilence brings swift death to all it touches, sparing neither young nor old, rich nor poor, noble nor common. All villages are commanded to prepare for its arrival through prayer, preparation, and the maintenance of order. Any person showing signs of the sickness, fever, swelling, or blackening of the skin, must be isolated immediately. The dead must be buried quickly and at a distance from the living. May God preserve England in this dark hour. The words seemed to hang in the cold air like a curse. Thomas looked up to find Magnus watching him with eyes that held depths of sorrow he was only beginning to understand. This is why they call it the runner's burden, Magnus said softly. There are times when a crier must carry news that no one wants to hear, deliver messages that will change everything, speak words that cannot be unsaid. This is one of those times. Thomas felt the weight of the medallion against his chest, suddenly heavy as lead. How do we tell people they're going to die? We don't. We tell them how to live. Magnus took the parchment back and studied it again. The royal language is designed to inform and command, but it offers no hope, no guidance beyond fear and isolation. Our job is to take these facts and present them in a way that helps people respond with wisdom rather than panic. They spent the next hour crafting an announcement that would convey the essential information while providing practical guidance and maintaining community cohesion. It was the most difficult piece of communication Thomas had ever attempted. How do you warn of approaching death while encouraging continued life? The key, Magnus explained, is to give people agency. Instead of telling them they are helpless victims of an approaching plague, we tell them what they can do to protect themselves and their families. Instead of emphasizing the certainty of death, we emphasize the possibility of survival through preparation and cooperation. When they finished, Thomas's version read, "People of Millbrook, we have received word from His Majesty that a great sickness is traveling across the land toward England. This pestilence is severe and spreads quickly, but there are measures we can take to protect ourselves and our loved ones. Father Benedict will lead the special prayers for protection and healing. All households should prepare stores of food and clean water. We must watch for signs of sickness, fever, swelling, difficulty breathing, and care for the afflicted while protecting the healthy. Most importantly, we must stand together as a community, for it is in unity that we find our greatest strength against any threat." "But is that honest?" Thomas asked. "Are we giving people false hope?" "We're giving them the only hope that exists, the hope that comes from taking action rather than surrendering to despair." Magnus rolled up both parchments. Some will die. That's the terrible truth we cannot change. But some will also live, and those who live will do so partly because they were prepared, partly because they maintained their humanity in the face of horror, and partly because they had a community that supported them through the darkness. As the morning progressed and people began to gather in the square for market day, Thomas felt a different kind of nervousness than he had ever experienced before. This wasn't about memorization or projection, or even about guiding the evolution of news. This was about helping his community face the unthinkable with whatever courage and wisdom they could muster. When the appointed hour arrived, Thomas took his position in the center of the square and rang the brass bell. The clear notes seemed to carry farther than usual in the cold air, and people gathered more quickly than normal, perhaps sensing from his expression that this was no ordinary announcement. "Oh yea, oh yes," Thomas called, and his voice carried clearly to every corner of the square. "People of Millbrook, Gather round for urgent news from His Majesty the King." The crowd pressed closer, and Thomas could see the immediate tension that crossed their faces. Urgent news from the king was rarely good news. Thomas took a deep breath and began his carefully crafted announcement. As he spoke, he watched the crowd's reaction, adjusting his tone and emphasis based on what he saw. When he mentioned the plague, he saw fear flicker across faces, but when he emphasized the community's ability to prepare and protect itself, he saw that fear transform into something more like determination. When he finished, there was a moment of profound silence. Then Mrs. Aldrich stepped forward. "How long do we have?" she asked, her voice steady despite the gravity of the question. Thomas felt a moment of panic. This wasn't covered in his prepared announcement, but then he remembered Magnus's teaching about reading the people, and he looked at Mrs. Aldrich's face. She wasn't asking out of fear, but out of a practical desire to prepare. "The reports suggest it moves slowly in winter," Thomas replied, drawing on fragments of information he had gleaned from travelers over recent weeks. "We likely have weeks, possibly months, to prepare. Time enough to organize ourselves properly." Old Willem the storyteller raised his hand. "What signs should we watch for?" Thomas described the symptoms mentioned in the royal proclamation, but he also emphasized the importance of not panicking at every minor illness. Fever and swelling together are the signs to watch for most carefully. But we must remember that people fall ill from many causes, especially in winter. We must be vigilant without becoming fearful of every cough or sneeze. Young Peter the carpenter's apprentice called out, "What can we do to protect ourselves?" "Keep yourselves and your homes clean. Avoid large gatherings when the sickness arrives in our area. Care for the sick while protecting the healthy. And most importantly, support each other. Fear and isolation make any sickness worse, while hope and community make us stronger." As the crowd began to disperse, Thomas was struck by their response. Instead of the panic he had feared, he saw people moving with purpose and determination. Mrs. Aldrich was already organizing a group of women to discuss food storage and preparation. Peter was talking with other young men about ways to help elderly residents prepare their homes. Father Benedict was announcing special prayer services and offering to counsel anyone who needed spiritual support. Magnus appeared at Thomas's elbow. "Well done," he said quietly. "You gave them truth without despair, warning without panic. That's the mark of a true crier." But as they walked home together, Thomas felt the weight of what he had just done settling into his bones. He had announced the approach of death itself, and somehow convinced people to respond with life. The responsibility of that felt almost crushing. "Magnus," he said quietly, "what if I'm wrong? What if the preparations don't help? What if people die because they trusted my words?" The old crier was quiet for a long moment. "Then they will die as human beings rather than as animals," he said finally. "They will die having maintained their dignity, their community, their hope, and some will live who might otherwise have died, because they were prepared and organized and supported by their neighbors." That evening, as Thomas sat by his fire reflecting on the day, he realized he had crossed another threshold in his journey toward becoming a true town crier. He had learned that sometimes the most important news was also the most terrible, and that delivering such news required not just accuracy and wisdom, but genuine courage. The medallion around his neck seemed to pulse with the heartbeats of other criers across the kingdom, all of whom were delivering similar announcements, all of whom were helping their communities face the approaching darkness with whatever light they could provide. But there was something else. Something Magnus hadn't mentioned, but which Thomas was beginning to sense. Hidden within the official proclamation were patterns, subtle variations in language that seemed almost like a code. Certain phrases were emphasized in ways that didn't quite match the rest of the text. Specific words were chosen that could have multiple meanings. Thomas pulled out the original parchment and studied it more carefully by candlelight. The more he looked, the more convinced he became that there was a message within the message. Information intended only for those who knew how to read between the lines. The next morning, he brought his suspicions to Magnus. "You're learning to see with a crier's eyes," Magnus said with approval. Yes, there are often hidden messages in royal proclamations. Instructions for local authorities, coded information about military movements, warnings about political situations that cannot be announced publicly. Magnus showed Thomas how to decode the hidden message, pointing out the subtle linguistic markers that indicated which words and phrases carried double meanings. When decoded, the hidden text revealed additional information about the plague's progression, suggested defensive measures that went beyond the public announcement, and included instructions for coordinating with other villages in the region. This is why criers must be more than mere announcers, Magnus explained. We are part of the kingdom's information network, trusted with knowledge that goes beyond what the general population needs to know. The guild trains us not just to deliver news, but to understand the deeper currents of information that flow beneath the surface of public announcements. Thomas felt a thrill of understanding mixed with trepidation. He was being initiated into secrets that went far beyond village news, becoming part of a network that connected him to the very centers of power in the kingdom. But with that knowledge came additional responsibility. The hidden message included instructions for identifying and reporting any signs of foreign agents or political agitators who might try to use the plague crisis to advance their own agendas. Thomas was being asked to become not just a voice, but eyes and ears for forces he was only beginning to understand. Is this what you meant when you said the criers were part of an ancient guild with mystical traditions? Thomas asked. Partly. The guild's traditions go back to the Druids and the Roman heralds, but they also extend forward into the present political reality of England. We serve the crown, but we also serve something larger. The idea that information should flow in ways that strengthen rather than weaken the bonds that hold society together. As the days passed, and news of the plague's approach spread through the village, Thomas watched his community respond exactly as he had hoped. People prepared without panicking, organized without fragmenting, supported each other without losing their individual strength. But he also began to notice things that troubled him. Certain travelers seemed unusually interested in the village's preparations. Questions were asked that seemed designed to probe for weakness rather than offer help, and there were whispers, subtle attempts to spread fear and discord, to convince people that their leaders were lying to them, that preparation was useless, that they should flee rather than stand together. Thomas realized that the plague was not the only threat approaching Millbrook. There were human predators as well, people who would use the crisis to advance their own agendas, to profit from fear and chaos, to tear apart the very community bonds that offered the best hope of survival. The medallion around his neck seemed to pulse with urgency, and Thomas understood that his education as a crier was entering a new and more dangerous phase. He was no longer just learning to deliver news. He was learning to protect his community from those who would weaponize information in service of destruction rather than preservation. The runner's burden, he realized, was not just about carrying difficult news. It was about carrying that news in ways that strengthened rather than weakened the human spirit, that built up rather than tore down, that served life even in the face of approaching death. And sometimes it meant running not just to deliver truth, but to outpace the lies that followed close behind. Nature reflection. Footprints disappearing in frost. On the morning after announcing the plague's approach, Thomas walked to the square before dawn and found something that would stay with him for the rest of his life. The frost had fallen heavy during the night, coating everything in a crystalline shell that turned the familiar village into something ethereal and strange. But what caught Thomas's attention were the footprints, dozens of them, crisscrossing the square in patterns that told the story of the previous day's gathering. There were Mrs. Aldrich's practical steps, moving from group to group as she organized the women's response. Peter's longer stride, carrying him quickly between conversations as he coordinated the young men's efforts. Father Benedict's measured pace as he moved among his parishioners, offering comfort and guidance. But even as Thomas watched, the rising sun began to melt the frost, and the footprints started to fade. Within an hour, they would be gone completely, leaving no trace of the community gathering that had taken place, no record of the courage and determination that had been displayed. Yet Thomas understood that while the physical footprints would disappear, the paths they represented, the connections between people, the networks of support and cooperation they had created, would endure. The real footprints were not in the frost, but in the human hearts that had been touched by hope rather than despair. Standing in that disappearing maze of footprints, Thomas realized that his role as a crier was similar. His words would fade from memory. His voice would eventually fall silent. But the connections he helped create, the courage he helped inspire, the community bonds he helped strengthen, these would outlast any individual announcement. The frost melted, the footprints vanished, but the village that had gathered in response to his words was stronger than it had been the day before. And that, Thomas understood, was the true measure of a crier's success. Not the perfection of his words, but the strength of the community that responded to them. End of Part 1. The Calling. And so Thomas Bellwether completed his first lessons in the ancient art of the town crier, learning that to carry news was to carry the very weight of human connection itself. But his education was far from over. In the taverns and alehouses of Millbrook, he would discover that information flowed through channels far more complex and mysterious than any royal proclamation could ever reach. Sleep well, dear listeners, and dream of voices that carry truth across the vast distances of time and space, connecting all human hearts in the eternal conversation that makes us more than the sum of our individual fears and hopes. Part 2. The Tavern Chronicles. The Gilded Swan's Secrets. The first snow of the new year was falling when Thomas discovered that the real news of Millbrook flowed not through official proclamations, but through the warm, ale-scented corridors of the Gilded Swan Tavern. It was Magnus who suggested he spend his evenings there, ostensibly to observe how news traveled through informal channels. But Thomas soon realized there was far more to learn than simple observation could teach. The Gilded Swan sat at the corner of Market Street and Church Lane, a 3-story building of timber and stone that had served travelers and locals for over a century. Its common room was always filled with a mixture of merchants, craftsmen, farmers, and the occasional noble's servant, all drawn together by the warmth of the great hearth and the quality of the ale that flowed from barrels in the cellar. But it was the woman who ran the establishment that truly made the Gilded Swan the beating heart of Millbrook's information network. Rosalind Fairweather was perhaps 30 years old, with auburn hair that caught the firelight and green eyes that seemed to notice everything while revealing nothing. She moved through the common room with the practiced grace of someone who had learned to navigate between drunk merchants and homesick travelers, serving ale and collecting conversations with equal skill. What Thomas didn't realize at first was that Rosalind was also collecting something else: information. "You're the new crier," she said on his first evening there, setting a pewter mug of ale before him without being asked. "Magnus said you'd be coming around to learn how real news travels." Thomas looked up at her, surprised by the directness of her approach. "Real news?" "The kind that doesn't wait for official announcements. The kind that flows between people who trust each other, who share their fears and hopes over a good drink and a warm fire." She gestured toward the crowded common room. "Half the important decisions in this village are made right here, not in the Lord's Hall or the church vestry." As the evening progressed, Thomas began to understand what she meant. He watched a grain merchant quietly negotiate the sale of surplus wheat to 3 different buyers, ensuring that no family would go hungry during the lean months ahead. He observed 2 craftsmen working out a complex trade agreement: shoes for horseshoes, leather goods for metalwork, that would benefit both their businesses. He saw a young woman receiving advice from older women about her upcoming marriage, guidance that would shape not just her wedding, but her entire future relationship. But most fascinating of all was Rosalind herself. She seemed to be everywhere at once, refilling mugs, clearing tables, and somehow managing to catch fragments of every conversation in the room. Thomas noticed that she had an extraordinary memory for details: who had said what to whom, which merchant was traveling where, what news each traveler had brought from distant villages. "How do you keep track of it all?" Thomas asked during a brief lull in the evening's activity. Rosalind smiled, but there was something guarded in her expression. "Practice and necessity. Information is valuable, and a tavern keeper who doesn't understand what's really happening in her community won't stay in business long." It was then that Thomas noticed the small leather journal she kept tucked beneath the bar, and the way she occasionally made quick notations in it when she thought no one was looking. His curiosity was piqued, but before he could ask about it, a commotion near the fireplace drew their attention. A traveling merchant named Willem van der Berg was holding forth to a captivated audience about conditions in the port cities. Thomas had heard Willem speak before. He was the man who had spread false information about the grain tax, and his tendency toward dramatic exaggeration was well known. But tonight, his news carried a weight that silenced even the most skeptical listeners. "I've just come from London," Willem was saying, his voice low and urgent. "The plague ships have arrived, 3 vessels from Calais, all carrying the Black Death. The port authorities tried to turn them away, but it was too late. The sickness had already spread to the docks." The common room fell silent except for the crackling of the fire. Thomas felt his stomach clench with fear and responsibility. If this news was true, he would need to announce it to the village, and soon. "How many dead?" asked Peter, the carpenter's apprentice, his young face pale in the firelight. "Hundreds already, and more dying every day. The bodies are piled in the streets like cordwood. The king has fled London for his castle in Windsor, and half the nobles have followed him." Willem's eyes gleamed with the satisfaction of being the bearer of momentous news. "They say it will reach every village in England before spring, Thomas felt the familiar weight of the medallion against his chest and knew he needed to verify this information before acting on it. But how could he check the accuracy of news from London when he was trapped in Millbrook? It was then that he noticed Rosalind watching Willem with an expression of intense concentration. As the merchant continued his tale, growing more dramatic with each detail, she made several quick notations in her journal. When Willem finally finished, and the crowd began to disperse into smaller groups, she approached Thomas. "Walk with me," she said quietly. They stepped outside into the falling snow, where their conversation couldn't be overheard. The cold air was sharp after the warmth of the tavern, and their breath formed small clouds that dissipated quickly in the darkness. "That merchant is lying," Rosalind said without preamble. Thomas stared at her. "How can you be sure?" "Because I received a message from London just 3 days ago, and the situation there is serious but not catastrophic. Yes, plague ships have arrived, and yes, there are cases in the city. But the bodies aren't piled in the streets, the king hasn't fled, and the death toll is in the dozens, not hundreds." "A message from London? How?" Rosalind studied his face in the dim light that spilled from the tavern windows. "Magnus said I could trust you. I hope he's right." She paused, seeming to weigh her words carefully. "I maintain correspondence with tavern keepers in major cities throughout England. We share information about trade conditions, political developments, and threats to our communities. It's an informal network, but it's often more accurate than official sources." Thomas felt a thrill of understanding. "You're part of an information network." "I'm part of several information networks. The tavern keepers, yes, but also merchants, clergy, and—" She hesitated. "Others who prefer to remain unnamed. Information is power, Thomas, and power must be carefully managed." She led him around to the back of the tavern, where a small stable housed horses belonging to overnight guests. In the dim light of a single lantern, she showed him a collection of message tubes and carrier pigeons that he had never noticed before. "This is how real news travels," she said. "Not through royal messengers who carry official proclamations, but through networks of people who trust each other enough to share the truth, even when that truth is inconvenient or dangerous." Thomas stared at the pigeons, understanding dawning. "You're a spy." "I'm a patriot," Rosalind corrected firmly. "I serve England by ensuring that accurate information reaches the people who need it, when they need it. Sometimes that means contradicting official sources. Sometimes it means revealing truths that powerful people would prefer to keep hidden." "And Magnus knows about this?" "Magnus is part of it. The Guild of Town Criers has always been more than just a professional organization. It's been a network for preserving and protecting the flow of information that keeps communities strong and kingdoms stable." She fixed him with a direct stare. "The question is, are you ready to become part of something larger than just announcing market days and wedding bands?" Thomas felt the weight of decision settling on his shoulders. Everything he had learned about being a town crier, the memory palace, the hidden messages in royal proclamations, the responsibility to guide news as it evolved through the community, suddenly made sense as part of a larger pattern. He wasn't just learning to be Millbrook's voice. He was being recruited into a network that spanned the kingdom. "What would I have to do?" he asked. "Learn to distinguish truth from lies with absolute accuracy. Develop sources of information beyond official channels. And, when necessary, use your position as town crier to counter false information that could harm the community." She gestured back toward the tavern. Willem's lies about London, for example. If people believe his version, they'll panic. Families will flee, abandoning their homes and livelihoods. The community will fragment just when it needs to be strongest. So, what do we do about Willem? We let truth compete with falsehood in the marketplace of ideas. But we make sure truth has every advantage we can give it. Rosalind smiled, and for the first time that evening, it reached her eyes. Come back tomorrow night. I'll show you how information really flows through a community, and how a skilled tavern keeper can guide that flow in helpful directions. They returned to the common room, where Willem was still entertaining listeners with increasingly elaborate tales of plague and panic. But Thomas noticed that several people had drifted away from the merchant's circle, and that conversations at other tables were taking on a more skeptical tone. Rosalind, he realized, was already at work. As the evening wound down and the last customers made their way home through the snow, Thomas helped Rosalind clean the common room and secure the tavern for the night. It was during this quiet time that she revealed the true scope of her operations. Every conversation you heard tonight was recorded, she said, showing him the detailed notes in her journal. Who said what to whom? What information was shared? What plans were made? All of it goes into reports that travel to other nodes in the network. Why? What's the purpose? Knowledge is power, but only if it's organized and accessible. By tracking the flow of information through communities like Millbrook, we can identify patterns, predict problems, and intervene when necessary to prevent conflicts or disasters. She closed the journal and locked it in a strongbox beneath the bar. For example, I've been tracking growing tensions between the grain merchants and the wool traders. Left unchecked, those tensions could explode into open conflict that would damage both industries and hurt the entire community. Thomas was beginning to understand the true complexity of what he had stumbled into. The Gilded Swan wasn't just a tavern. It was a listening post, a data collection center, a hub in a network that stretched across England and possibly beyond. Who do you report to? He asked. That's not a question you're ready to have answered, Rosalind said gently but firmly. Trust is earned gradually in this business. For now, it's enough that you understand the network exists and that you're being invited to join it. As Thomas walked home through the snow-covered streets, his mind raced with the implications of what he had learned. The Guild of Town Criers was far more than a professional organization. It was part of an intelligence network that operated in the shadows of official authority, gathering and distributing information that kept communities stable and kingdoms secure. But with that knowledge came new questions and new fears. If he joined this network, what would be expected of him? What secrets would he be asked to keep? What lies would he be asked to tell? Or what truths would he be forbidden to speak? The medallion around his neck seemed heavier than ever, weighted with responsibilities he was only beginning to understand. Through it, he could sense the presence of other criers across the kingdom, and he wondered how many of them were part of this shadow network. How many tavern keepers like Rosalind were collecting information and shaping the flow of news through their communities. When he reached his cottage, Thomas found Magnus waiting by his fire, a knowing smile on the old crier's weathered face. So, Magnus said, Rosalind has begun your real education. Why didn't you tell me about this before? Because you weren't ready. Learning to be a town crier is one thing. Learning to be part of an intelligence network is quite another. It requires not just skill and wisdom, but absolute trustworthiness and unshakable loyalty to the greater good. Magnus studied Thomas's face in the firelight. The question is, do you have those qualities? Thomas thought about everything he had experienced over the past months. The weight of carrying news that could cause panic or prevent it. The responsibility of guiding information as it evolved through the community. The burden of knowing that his words could strengthen or weaken the bonds that held society together. "I want to serve my community," he said finally. "I want to use whatever gifts I have to protect the people I care about. If this network can help me do that more effectively, then yes, I want to be part of it." Magnus nodded with satisfaction. "Then your real training begins tomorrow. But be warned, once you cross this threshold, there's no going back. You'll carry secrets that could cost lives if revealed, and you'll be asked to make choices that will test every principle you hold dear." That night, Thomas lay awake listening to the wind howl around his cottage and thinking about the path that had led him to this moment. 6 months ago, he had been a simple blacksmith's son mourning his father's death. Now he was being recruited into a network of spies and information brokers that operated in the shadows of the kingdom. But as he drifted toward sleep, Thomas realized that this felt right somehow. His voice had always been meant for more than just announcing market days and wedding bands. It was meant to serve something larger, the preservation of truth in a world where lies could kill, the protection of communities in a time of growing danger, the maintenance of the bonds that held a civilization together when everything else threatened to fall apart. The medallion pulsed warm against his chest, and Thomas understood that he was no longer just Thomas Bellwether, town crier of Millbrook. He was becoming something else, a guardian of information, a keeper of secrets, a voice in the darkness that would speak truth even when truth was dangerous. Outside his window, the snow continued to fall, covering the village in a blanket of white that made everything look clean and new. But Thomas knew that beneath that pristine surface, the real work of his life was just beginning. Character deepening. Rosalind's obsession with truth. Later, when Thomas had earned enough trust to hear the deeper stories, Rosalind would tell him about the brother she had lost to a lie, and why she had dedicated her life to ensuring that truth always had a fighting chance against falsehood. His name had been Marcus, and he had been 2 years younger than Rosalind. A gentle soul who believed the best of everyone, and trusted too easily in the words of those who claimed authority. When the false reports came of a French invasion fleet approaching the southern coast, Marcus had been among the first to volunteer for the hastily assembled militia that marched south to defend England. The reports were lies, spread by political enemies of the local lord who wanted to discredit his military leadership. There was no invasion fleet, no French army, no threat to the realm. But Marcus and 300 other young men marched through a brutal winter storm based on those false reports, and fewer than half of them returned alive. Marcus died of fever in a field hospital, far from home, believing he was giving his life to protect his country from an enemy that existed only in the imagination of men who valued political advantage over human life. That's when I understood that information isn't just power, Rosalind told Thomas. It's life and death. A lie told convincingly enough can kill as surely as any sword or plague. And truth, no matter how inconvenient, is always worth fighting for. She had used her inheritance from her parents' farm to buy the Gilded Swan, transforming it from a simple tavern into a hub for accurate information. Every network she joined, every contact she cultivated, every risk she took was motivated by the memory of her brother's unnecessary death. "I can't bring Marcus back," she said, But I can make sure that other young men don't die for lies. I can make sure that truth has a voice, even when that voice has to whisper in the shadows." It was this personal mission that made Rosalind so effective at her work, and so demanding of those who joined her network. She had learned that the cost of false information was measured not in coins or political advantage, but in human lives. And she was determined that such a price would never be paid again if she could prevent it. The most dangerous whisper I heard. Years later, when Thomas had become a master of reading the currents that flowed beneath the surface of public discourse, he would remember the night when he learned that some whispers carried more danger than any shout. It was deep winter, and the common room of the Gilded Swan was crowded with travelers seeking shelter from a fierce storm. Among them was a man who claimed to be a cloth merchant from Flanders, but whose hands were too soft for trade work and whose eyes held the calculating look of someone accustomed to dealing in more than mere goods. The man spoke quietly to a small group of listeners, his voice barely audible above the wind that rattled the windows. But Thomas, who had learned to position himself where he could overhear multiple conversations simultaneously, caught fragments of what he was saying. "The king's health is failing, succession crisis inevitable. Wise men are already choosing sides." The words sent a chill through Thomas that had nothing to do with the winter storm. Talk of the king's death and succession disputes was not just treasonous. It was the kind of whisper that could spark civil wars, that could tear the kingdom apart and leave it vulnerable to foreign enemies. Thomas caught Rosalind's eye across the room and saw that she had heard it too. The false merchant was spreading the most dangerous kind of lie, the kind that sounded plausible enough to be believed, that played on people's fears and ambitions, that could transform loyal subjects into rebels and peaceful communities into battlegrounds. That night, Thomas learned that some information was too dangerous to be allowed to spread, and that sometimes the greatest service a crier could perform was not to amplify a message, but to ensure it died before it could do harm. The false merchant disappeared during the storm, but his whispers were countered by carefully planted truths about the king's robust health and the stability of the succession. The dangerous seeds he had tried to plant found no fertile ground in Millbrook, withering before they could take root. But Thomas never forgot the lesson, that in the world of information warfare, the most dangerous weapons were often the quietest ones, and that vigilance was the price of preventing whispers from becoming screams. The Merchant's Tales. The morning after Thomas's initiation into Rosalind's network brought an unexpected test of his new understanding. Willem van der Berg, the traveling merchant whose lies about London had been so expertly countered the night before, appeared in the village square just as Thomas was preparing to deliver the day's official announcements. Willem approached with the confident stride of a man accustomed to being the center of attention, his travel-stained cloak swirling dramatically around him as he positioned himself near the oak tree where crowds naturally gathered. "Good people of Millbrook," Willem called out, his voice carrying easily across the square. "Before your crier delivers whatever official nonsense he's been given, let me share the real news from the wider world." Thomas felt a surge of anger at the deliberate slight, but Magnus's training held firm. Never let personal feelings interfere with professional duty. He continued his preparations, checking his scrolls and positioning himself for optimal projection, while keeping one ear tuned to Willem's performance. "I bring word from the great cities," Willem continued, his audience growing as people delayed their morning business to listen. "London burns with plague fires. The king has abandoned his capital. French ships mass in Calais harbor, preparing to invade while England writhes in sickness. Each claim was more dramatic than the last, and Thomas could see the fear spreading across the faces of his neighbors. Mrs. Aldrich clutched her market basket tighter. Peter, the carpenter's apprentice, looked ready to abandon his tools and flee. Even Father Benedict, emerging from the church for morning prayers, paused to listen with growing concern. Thomas knew from Rosalind's intelligence that every word was false or wildly exaggerated. London was dealing with plague cases, but the city functioned normally. The king remained in residence, managing the crisis with his usual competence. And French naval activity in Calais was routine, not preparation for invasion. But how could he counter Willem's lies without revealing his source of information? How could he maintain his credibility while protecting Rosalind's network? The answer came from an unexpected direction. As Willem reached the crescendo of his performance, describing French soldiers already landing on English beaches, a new voice cut through the morning air. "Fascinating tales, friend merchant. Tell me, which beaches exactly?" The speaker was a man Thomas had never seen before. Tall and lean, with graying hair and the bearing of someone accustomed to authority. His clothes marked him as neither noble nor common, but something in between. Perhaps a royal clerk or minor official. Most importantly, his voice carried the unmistakable accent of London. Willem faltered slightly. "Well, the reports were, that is to say, the exact locations, because I've just come from Dover myself," the stranger continued conversationally. "Rode through yesterday evening, in fact. Curious thing, the harbor was quite peaceful. Fishing boats coming and going as usual. No sign of French soldiers or burning buildings or piles of plague victims." He smiled pleasantly. Perhaps the invasion is scheduled for later in the week. The crowd's attention shifted from Willem to this new speaker, and Thomas could see doubt beginning to replace a fear on their faces. Willem's dramatic claims suddenly seemed less credible when challenged by someone who had actually been to the places he described. "Who are you to question what I've seen with my own eyes?" Willem demanded, but his voice lacked its earlier confidence. "Oh, I'm nobody important," the stranger replied. "Just a clerk in the royal administration, traveling on routine business. But I do have the advantage of having actually been to London recently, rather than simply repeating tavern gossip and calling it first-hand knowledge." Thomas seized the moment. He rang his bell 3 times, the clear notes cutting through the tension in the square. "Oh yes, oh yes. Good people of Millbrook, gather round for official news from His Majesty's government." The crowd turned toward him, and Thomas could see that the stranger's intervention had created exactly the opening he needed. Willem's credibility was damaged, and people were ready to hear more reliable information. Thomas delivered his prepared announcements, routine matters of market regulations and church notices, but then added something that wasn't in his official scrolls. "I have also received word from reliable sources that conditions in London, while serious due to the ongoing plague concerns, remain stable. His Majesty continues to govern from Westminster, and there are no reports of foreign invasion fleets approaching our shores. Citizens are advised to remain calm and continue their normal activities while taking reasonable precautions against sickness." It was a careful balance, acknowledging the real threat of plague while countering Willem's more dramatic fabrications. Thomas watched the crowd's reaction and saw relief replace a fear as people absorbed this more measured assessment. Willem made one last attempt to regain control of the narrative. "And how would a village crier know more about conditions in London than a merchant who travels the kingdom. Before Thomas could respond, the stranger spoke again. An excellent question. Perhaps because village criers are part of an official network that receives regular reports from royal messengers, while traveling merchants often rely on tavern gossip and their own imagination. The crowd murmured agreement, and Willems' face flushed with anger and embarrassment. He gathered his cloak around him and stalked away, muttering about ungrateful villagers and ignorant officials. As the crowd dispersed, the stranger approached Thomas. "Well handled, young crier. You managed to counter false information without creating a direct confrontation. That shows wisdom." "Thank you, sir. Might I ask your name?" "Geoffrey Whitmore, senior clerk in the Royal Chancery. And you're Thomas Bellwether, if I'm not mistaken. Your reputation has reached London. Magnus speaks highly of your potential." Thomas felt a thrill of surprise and pride. His work was known in the capital. Magnus had been reporting on his progress to officials in London. "I'm honored, sir, but I have to ask, was your arrival here this morning coincidental?" Geoffrey smiled. "In my experience, very little is truly coincidental. Let's say I happened to be traveling through the area and thought I might observe how our newest crier handles challenges to his authority." His expression grew more serious. "Willem van der Berg is not just a lying merchant, Thomas. He's a foreign agent, spreading false information to destabilize English communities. Your network identified him weeks ago." "My network?" "Don't look so surprised. Did you think Rosalind's intelligence operation existed in isolation? She's part of a much larger system, and that system has been watching your development with great interest." Geoffrey glanced around the now empty square. "Walk with me. There are things you need to understand about the game you've joined." They strolled through the village as Geoffrey explained the broader context of the information war that raged beneath the surface of normal life. French agents like Willem spread false news to create panic and discord. Scottish sympathizers tried to undermine English morale by exaggerating military defeats. Political factions within England itself used false information to advance their own agendas at the expense of royal authority. "The kingdom faces threats from without and within," Geoffrey said. "Foreign enemies seek to weaken us through confusion and fear. Domestic rivals seek to profit from chaos and conflict. Against all of these threats, we maintain networks of loyal citizens who work to preserve accurate information and counter dangerous lies." "And town criers are part of this network?" "Town criers are crucial to this network. You stand at the center of your community's information flow. You have the authority to speak truth and the credibility to be believed. Most importantly, you have the opportunity to observe and report on activities that might threaten the realm's security." They had reached the edge of the village, where the road led away toward distant cities and unknown dangers. Geoffrey paused and turned to face Thomas directly. "I'm here to offer you a choice, Thomas. You can continue as you are, a village crier who occasionally assists Rosalind's local intelligence gathering. Or you can accept a larger role, with greater responsibilities and greater dangers. The choice is yours, but it must be made now." Thomas felt the weight of decision settling on his shoulders once again. Every step of his journey as a town crier had led to this moment, from his father's funeral to Magnus's training, from his first announcement to his initiation into Rosalind's network. Now he was being asked to take the final step, to commit himself fully to the shadow war that raged in the spaces between official proclamations. What would be expected of me? Vigilance, accuracy, loyalty, and, when necessary, courage. Geoffrey's eyes held depths that spoke of secrets Thomas could barely imagine. You would report not just to Magnus and Rosalind, but to handlers in London who coordinate intelligence across the kingdom. You would receive training in codes and ciphers, in reading people's true intentions, in distinguishing truth from lies, even when both are presented convincingly. And the dangers? Foreign agents like Willem are not always content with spreading lies. Some resort to violence when their operations are threatened. Domestic enemies of the crown have been known to eliminate those who interfere with their plans, and sometimes the greatest danger comes from the secrets themselves. Knowledge that could destroy lives if revealed, or destroy you if you fail to protect it. Thomas thought of his father, who had shaped iron with gentle precision and taught his son that some responsibilities were too important to avoid. He thought of his community, the people who trusted him to bring them truth in a world full of lies. He thought of the medallion around his neck and the voices of all the criers who had faced similar choices before him. "I accept," he said. Geoffrey nodded with satisfaction. "Then your real education begins now. But first, you need to understand something about Willem van der Berg. He didn't leave the village this morning. He's hiding somewhere nearby, waiting to see how his false information spreads. Your job is to find him and discover what his real mission is." Thomas felt a chill of excitement mixed with fear. His first assignment as a Royal Intelligence agent was to track down a foreign spy who might be dangerous if cornered. How do I find him? Use what Rosalind has taught you about reading people and tracking information. Use what Magnus has taught you about the connections between different parts of the community. And use your own instincts. They've served you well so far. Geoffrey prepared to leave, but paused for one final instruction. Remember, Thomas, in this work, things are rarely what they seem. Willem may be a French agent, but he may also be something else entirely. Keep your mind open to all possibilities, and trust no one completely except those who have proven their loyalty through actions, not words. As Geoffrey disappeared down the road toward London, Thomas stood alone at the edge of his village, contemplating the magnitude of what he had just undertaken. He was no longer just a town crier or even a member of Rosalind's local network. He was now an agent of the Crown, tasked with protecting England from enemies who used lies as weapons and information as ammunition. The medallion around his neck pulsed with warmth, and Thomas understood that it was more than just a symbol of the Criers' Guild. It was a badge of service to something larger than any individual community or personal ambition. He was now part of the eternal struggle between truth and falsehood, between those who would build up and those who would tear down, between the forces of order and the agents of chaos. His hunt for Willem van der Berg would be his first test in this new role. But Thomas suspected it would not be his last, and that the skills he was about to learn would be needed far more often than he hoped. The morning sun climbed higher, burning away the last of the mist that had clung to the village streets. But Thomas knew that beneath the clear light of day, shadows still moved, and it was in those shadows that his real work would be done. Nature reflection. Moss on the trade road. As Thomas began his hunt for Willem van der Berg, he found himself paying attention to details he had never noticed before, including the ancient moss that grew along the edges of the trade road that connected Millbrook to the wider world. The moss was old, older than the village itself, forming thick carpets of green that had witnessed centuries of travelers passing by. Merchants and pilgrims, soldiers, and scholars all had walked this road, and the moss had absorbed something of their passage, not just the physical impression of their feet, but something deeper. Thomas knelt beside a particularly thick patch and noticed that the moss grew differently in some places, forming patterns that seemed almost like writing. Magnus had once mentioned that the ancient Druids used natural signs to leave messages for those who knew how to read them, but Thomas had assumed it was merely folklore. Now, studying the moss more carefully, he began to see what might be deliberate arrangements. Stones placed in specific patterns, branches bent in particular ways, even the moss itself shaped by careful hands into forms that could carry meaning. Following these subtle signs, Thomas found himself led away from the main road onto a smaller path that wound through the forest toward an abandoned shepherd's hut. And there, hidden among the trees where no casual traveler would think to look, he found Willem van der Berg's horse. The moss had guided him to his quarry, but it had also taught him something more important, that the landscape itself could be a source of intelligence for those who learned to read its signs. The natural world held secrets that went beyond human speech, messages that could be left and found by those who understood the ancient languages that existed before words were ever spoken. From that day forward, Thomas made it a practice to study the natural signs along the roads and paths around Millbrook, learning to read the messages that travelers left in bent branches and arranged stones, in the patterns of moss growth, and the placement of seemingly random objects. The land itself, he realized, was part of the intelligence network, a vast, patient archive that recorded the passage of all who moved through it, for those who knew how to listen to its whispered secrets. The verification game. Finding Willem van der Berg proved easier than Thomas had expected, thanks to the moss-guided trail that led to the abandoned shepherd's hut. But understanding what the false merchant was really doing there would test every skill Thomas had learned about reading people, tracking information, and distinguishing truth from elaborate deception. The hut sat in a clearing deep enough in the forest to be invisible from the main road, but positioned to offer a clear view of anyone approaching from multiple directions. Willem had chosen his hiding place well, close enough to the village to monitor the effects of his false information, remote enough to avoid casual discovery. Thomas approached carefully, using skills Magnus had taught him about moving quietly through underbrush and positioning himself where he could observe without being seen. What he found was not what he had expected. Willem was not alone. 3 other men sat with him around a small fire, their voices low but intense as they discussed what appeared to be a complex plan involving multiple villages, coordinated timing, and careful attention to the responses of local authorities. But as Thomas listened more carefully, he realized that the conversation was not about spreading false information or destabilizing English communities. Instead, Willem and his companions were discussing how to counter false information that was already spreading, how to identify and neutralize other agents who were working to undermine English morale and security. The reports from Westbrook are particularly concerning, one of Willem's companions was saying. Someone there is spreading stories about French invasion fleets that are far more detailed and convincing than anything we've seen before. The local crier has been completely taken in, and the panic is spreading to neighboring villages. Willem nodded grimly. That's the work of professional agents, not amateur troublemakers. The level of detail, the coordination between different sources, it suggests a sophisticated operation backed by significant resources. Thomas felt his understanding of the situation shift dramatically. Willem was not a French agent spreading lies. He was an English agent whose job was to spread false information in order to test how communities would respond to such attacks, and to identify the channels through which real enemy propaganda might flow. The test in Millbrook was particularly revealing. Willem continued. The new crier there, Thomas Bellwether, showed excellent instincts for countering false information. His response was measured, authoritative, and effective at calming rather than inflaming public sentiment. Jeffrey's assessment was correct. He has real potential for intelligence work. One of the other men looked up from the map they had been studying. What about the tavern keeper, Rosalind Fairweather? How did she perform? Brilliantly. She identified my false claims within hours and had already begun planting counter-information before I even finished my performance. Her network is more sophisticated than we initially realized. She had independent confirmation of conditions in London within 6 hours of my announcement. That level of intelligence capability in a village tavern is remarkable. Thomas felt a mixture of relief and embarrassment wash over him. Willem had been testing them all along, evaluating their responses to false information as part of some larger assessment. The dramatic claims about plague and invasion had been deliberate lies designed to see how effectively Millbrook's information network could counter enemy propaganda. But his relief was tempered by a growing realization of how complex the game really was. If Willem was an English agent testing their defenses, then who were the real enemies? And how could Thomas tell the difference between a test and a genuine attack? The concerning development, Willem continued, is that someone in the region appears to be running a parallel operation. We've identified at least 3 other traveling merchants spreading false information, but their stories are too coordinated to be coincidental. Someone is using our own methods against us. One of Wylam's companions, a thin man with the careful speech of an educated clerk, spread out a larger map marked with various symbols and notations. Based on the pattern of false reports, we believe the enemy operation is centered somewhere in this region. He indicated an area that included Millbrook and several neighboring villages. The question is whether they're trying to destabilize the area for military purposes, or whether they're using it as a testing ground for techniques they plan to employ elsewhere. Thomas studied the map from his hidden position and felt a chill of recognition. The marked locations included every place he had traveled with Magnus during his training, every village where he had observed other criers at work, every community that was part of the informal network Rosalind had described. Someone was targeting the very network he had just joined. Willem stood and began pacing around the small fire, his expression troubled. The timing is too convenient to be coincidental. Just as we're expanding the intelligence network to include more village-level assets, someone begins a systematic campaign to test and potentially compromise those same assets. Either we have a security breach at a high level, or we're facing an enemy with sophisticated knowledge of our operations. "What do you recommend?" asked the clerk. "We accelerate the recruitment and training of reliable agents while simultaneously running counterintelligence operations to identify the source of the leaks. Thomas Bellwether and Rosalind Fairweather have both proven themselves capable. They should be brought fully into the network immediately. But we also need to assume that everything they know may already be compromised." Thomas felt the weight of responsibility settling on his shoulders once again. Not only was he being recruited into a dangerous game of espionage and counter-espionage, but he was apparently already a target of enemy operations he didn't fully understand. The conversation continued for another hour, covering topics that ranged from code systems and communication protocols to the political situation in France and the reliability of various information sources. Thomas learned more about the scope and complexity of England's intelligence operations in that single afternoon than he had imagined existed in the entire kingdom. But the most crucial revelation came near the end of their meeting, when Willem received a message delivered by carrier pigeon. After reading it quickly, his expression grew grave. "We have a problem," he announced. "The false information I spread in Millbrook yesterday has been picked up and amplified by agents in 3 other villages. But the versions they are spreading are not the ones I originally told. They've been modified, enhanced, made more convincing and more dangerous." The clerk looked up sharply. "Modified how?" "My original lies were deliberately crude and easily disproven. That was the point of the test. But someone has taken those lies and refined them, added convincing details, created supporting evidence. The story about French invasion fleets now includes specific ship names, detailed descriptions of landing sites, and corroborating reports from multiple witnesses." Thomas felt his blood run cold. Someone had taken Willem's test lies and weaponized them, transforming a training exercise into a genuine threat to public order. "More concerning still," Willem continued, "is that the enhanced versions are being spread by people who couldn't possibly have heard my original announcement. The timing and geographic distribution suggest a coordinated network with advanced knowledge of our operations." One of the other men stood and began gathering his equipment. "Then we're compromised at the source level. Someone with access to our operational plans is feeding information to enemy agents." "Or," Willem said thoughtfully, "someone is running a much more sophisticated game than we initially realized. What if the real enemy operation isn't about spreading false information at all? What if it's about identifying and mapping our counterintelligence network?" The implications hit Thomas like a physical blow. If Willem was right, then every response to false information, every demonstration of intelligence capability, every revelation of network connections had been carefully observed and recorded by enemy agents. The very skills and resources that made them effective at countering propaganda also made them valuable targets for those who wanted to understand and ultimately destroy England's intelligence capabilities. "We need to assume the worst-case scenario," Willem concluded. "Our network has been penetrated, our methods have been studied, and our agents have been identified. From this point forward, we operate under the assumption that everything we do is being watched and analyzed by hostile forces." As the meeting broke up, and the men prepared to leave in different directions, Thomas realized that his education in intelligence work was about to become far more dangerous than anyone had anticipated. He was no longer just learning to distinguish truth from lies. He was learning to survive in a world where the very act of seeking truth made him a target. He waited until Willem and his companions had departed before emerging from his hiding place. The abandoned hut looked innocent enough in the afternoon sunlight, but Thomas now understood that it had been the site of planning sessions for operations that could affect the security of the entire kingdom. As he made his way back toward Millbrook, Thomas's mind raced with questions and concerns. How could he protect his community from false information when he couldn't be sure which information was genuine and which was part of some elaborate deception? How could he trust his sources when those same sources might be compromised by enemy agents? And, most importantly, how could he fulfill his responsibilities as a town crier when the very act of doing his job effectively might be providing intelligence to England's enemies? The medallion around his neck seemed heavier than ever, weighted with the knowledge that every word he spoke, every connection he made, Every skill he demonstrated was potentially being cataloged and analyzed by forces that sought to use that information against him and his country. But Thomas also felt a growing sense of determination. If enemy agents were targeting England's information networks, then those networks needed to be stronger, smarter, and more resilient than ever before. If his community was being used as a testing ground for techniques that might be employed against the entire kingdom, then he had a responsibility to help develop the defenses that could protect not just Millbrook, but every village and town that faced similar threats. When he reached the village square, Thomas found Magnus waiting for him with an expression that suggested the old crier already knew what he had discovered. "So," Magnus said, "you've learned that the game is more complex than it first appeared. Did you know? About Willem, about the test, about the enemy operations? I suspected. Geoffrey's arrival was too convenient. Willem's lies were too crude for a professional agent, and your responses were being evaluated too carefully for a simple training exercise." Magnus gestured toward the gilded swan, where evening light was beginning to glow in the windows. "But I also suspected that the test itself might be compromised. Come, Rosalind needs to hear what you've learned, and we need to decide how to proceed." As they walked toward the tavern, Thomas realized that his initiation into the world of intelligence work was far from over. In fact, it was just beginning, and the stakes were higher than he had ever imagined. The evening ahead would bring new revelations, new challenges, and new dangers, but it would also bring the opportunity to prove that a village crier could be more than just a voice carrying news. He could be a guardian of truth in a world where lies had become weapons of war. Character deepening. Willem's hidden scars. Later that evening, when the immediate crisis had passed and plans had been made, Willem van der Berg would reveal to Thomas the personal cost of a life spent in the shadows between truth and deception. They sat alone in a corner of the Gilded Swan's common room, the crowd having thinned to just a few late-night drinkers who paid no attention to their quiet conversation. Willem had shed his merchant's persona like a discarded cloak, revealing beneath it a man marked by years of careful deception and constant vigilance. "You're wondering how someone ends up in this work," Willem said, noting Thomas's curious gaze. "Whether it's a choice or a trap, whether it's service or simply survival." Thomas nodded. "The thought had occurred to me." Willem rolled up his left sleeve, revealing a network of thin scars that covered his forearm like a map of old pain. "French prison," he said simply. 3 years ago, when an operation went wrong and I was caught carrying messages between English agents in Calais. They wanted to know who had sent me, who I was reporting to, what other operations were planned. Did you tell them? I told them lies mixed with just enough truth to be believable. I gave them the names of agents who were already dead, described operations that had already been completed, revealed networks that had already been compromised by other means. Willem's voice was matter-of-fact, but Thomas could hear the weight of memory beneath it. The art of interrogation resistance is not about refusing to talk. It's about controlling what you say when talking becomes inevitable. Thomas stared at the scars, understanding for the first time the physical reality of the work he was entering. How did you escape? I didn't escape. I was traded, exchanged for a French agent we had captured in Dover. But by the time the exchange was arranged, I had been in prison long enough to learn things about French intelligence operations that made the information I had given them seem trivial by comparison. Willem smiled grimly. Sometimes the greatest intelligence victories come from apparent defeats. And you went back to this work? After that? What else was I going to do? I had skills that were useful to England, knowledge that could save other agents from the mistakes I had made, and a personal understanding of what our enemies were capable of. Willem pulled his sleeve back down, covering the scars, but not the memories they represented. Besides, someone has to do this work. Someone has to stand in the shadows so that people like your neighbors can live in the light. Thomas felt a chill of understanding. This was what his life might become. A series of deceptions and dangers, of false identities and hidden scars, of victories measured not in public recognition but in threats prevented and disasters avoided. "Do you ever regret it?" Thomas asked. Willem was quiet for a long moment, staring into the depths of his ale. "I regret the necessity of it," he said finally. "I regret living in a world where such work is needed. But I don't regret doing it, because I've seen what happens to communities when they have no protection against the lies and manipulations of their enemies." He looked up at Thomas with eyes that held depths of experience the young crier was only beginning to understand. The question you need to ask yourself is not whether this work is dangerous. It is. The question is whether you're willing to accept that danger in service of something larger than yourself. Thomas thought of his father, who had shaped iron with gentle precision and taught his son that some responsibilities were too important to avoid. He thought of his community, the people who trusted him to bring them truth in a world increasingly full of lies. "I'm willing," Thomas said. Willem nodded with satisfaction. "Then let's begin your real education. The night I learned to lie." Years later, when Thomas had mastered the delicate art of using deception in service of truth, he would remember the night when Willem first taught him that sometimes the greatest service to honesty required the most skillful dishonesty. It was their second meeting, a week after Thomas had discovered Willem's true identity and mission. They met in the forest clearing where the abandoned shepherd's hut provided cover for conversations that could not be overheard. "Tonight," Willem said, "you learn that truth and lies are not opposites, but tools that can be used together in service of a greater purpose." He had brought with him a collection of documents, some genuine, some cleverly forged, all designed to test Thomas's ability to distinguish between authentic and false information. But the real lesson was not about detection. It was about creation. "Your assignment," Willem explained, "is to craft a story that is completely false in its details, but completely true in its purpose. You must create a lie that will prevent greater lies from taking hold, a deception that will serve the cause of truth." Thomas struggled with the concept at first. How could a lie serve truth? How could deception strengthen rather than weaken the bonds of trust that held communities together? But as Willem guided him through the exercise, Thomas began to understand. The false story he crafted, about a merchant caravan bringing grain from the south, was designed to counter panic-inducing rumors about food shortages. The lie about the caravan was false, but the truth it served, that the community would not starve, was genuine. The art, Willem explained, is to ensure that your lies always serve a truth larger than themselves. The moment you begin lying for personal advantage, or to hide your own failures, or to gain power over others, you become the very thing we fight against. Thomas learned that night that the world of intelligence work was not divided into simple categories of truth and falsehood, but into complex gradations of purpose and consequence. The question was not whether information was literally accurate, but whether it served the greater good of the community and the kingdom. It was a lesson that would serve him well in the dangerous days ahead, when the ability to craft convincing lies in service of deeper truths would mean the difference between life and death for people he cared about. But it was also a lesson that would haunt him, because once he learned to lie convincingly in service of good purposes, he would always wonder whether he was still serving those good purposes, or whether he had begun to serve the lies themselves. The Code of Whispers. 3 days after his encounter with Willem in the forest, Thomas received his first coded message. It arrived not through official channels or dramatic midnight deliveries, but in the most mundane way possible, embedded in the weekly market report that Magnus routinely received from the regional trade coordinator. The message appeared to be nothing more than a standard accounting of grain prices and livestock sales. But Thomas had been taught to look for the subtle variations that indicated hidden meaning. Certain words were spelled slightly differently than usual. Some numbers didn't quite match the expected patterns, and there was an unusual emphasis on trade with specific villages that had no particular economic significance. Using the cipher key Willem had taught him, a system based on the positions of letters in the traditional crier's call of "Oye, oyes," Thomas decoded the hidden message. Enemy agents identified in Westbrook and Ashford. Coordinated operation planned for market day. Prepare countermeasures. Trust no one not verified through proper channels. Thomas felt his pulse quicken. Market day was tomorrow, and both Westbrook and Ashford were close enough to Millbrook that their market days often drew the same traveling merchants and customers. If enemy agents were planning some kind of coordinated operation, Millbrook could easily be caught in the middle. He found Magnus in the village square, ostensibly practicing his morning announcements, but actually positioned where he could observe the comings and goings of early travelers. The old crier's eyes held the alertness that suggested he had received similar intelligence. "We need to talk," Thomas said quietly. "Indeed we do, but not here and not now." Magnus glanced meaningfully toward the Gilded Swan. "This evening, when the usual crowd gathers, Rosalind will want to hear what you've learned." The day passed with agonizing slowness as Thomas went through the motions of his normal duties, while his mind raced with possibilities and concerns. What kind of coordinated operation were the enemy agents planning? How could they counter it without knowing the specific details? And, most troubling of all, how could they be sure that their own communications weren't being monitored by the very enemies they were trying to thwart? When evening finally arrived, Thomas made his way to the Gilded Swan with studied casualness, entering through the front door like any other customer seeking ale and conversation. But Rosalind's subtle gesture directed him toward a back room he had never seen before, a small chamber behind the kitchen that was clearly designed for private meetings. Willem was already there, along with 2 other men Thomas didn't recognize. One was the thin clerk who had been at the forest meeting, but the other was a stranger, a heavy-set man with the calloused hands of a craftsman and the watchful eyes of someone accustomed to danger. "Thomas," Willem said by way of greeting. "Meet Robert Ironwright, Master Blacksmith of Ashford and Coordinator of Intelligence Operations for this region." Thomas felt a shock of recognition mixed with understanding. A blacksmith, like his father had been. Someone who worked with his hands but possessed the intelligence and trustworthiness needed for sensitive operations. Someone who could travel between villages on legitimate business while carrying messages and gathering information. "Your father was known to us," Robert said, noting Thomas's expression. Edmund Bellwether was one of the most reliable members of our network, though he never knew the full scope of what he was part of. The horseshoes he made carried more than just iron. They carried messages, coded in the patterns of nail holes and the arrangement of wear marks. Thomas stared at him. My father was a spy? Your father was a patriot who used his skills and position to serve England in ways that went beyond his official trade. He passed information, verified the identities of travelers, and provided safe haven for agents who needed it. Robert's expression softened. He would be proud to see you following in his footsteps, though I suspect he hoped you would never need to. The revelation about his father's secret life was overwhelming, but Thomas forced himself to focus on the immediate crisis. What do we know about tomorrow's operation? Willem spread a map on the small table, marking it with symbols that indicated known enemy positions and suspected targets. Based on our intelligence, enemy agents in Westbrook and Ashford are planning to spread coordinated false information designed to cause panic and disruption across the entire region. The timing suggests they want to create chaos during market day, when the maximum number of people will be present to hear and spread their lies. The clerk, who had introduced himself as Geoffrey's assistant, Martin, pointed to specific locations on the map. The pattern suggests they're testing our response capabilities. They want to see how quickly accurate information can counter false reports, how effectively our network can coordinate across multiple villages, and whether they can identify our key assets by observing who responds most effectively to their provocations. So, it's another test, Thomas said, like Willem's performance here last week. Yes and no, Robert replied. It's a test, but not one designed to help us improve. It's a test designed to map our capabilities so they can be neutralized. Every effective response we make tomorrow will be cataloged and analyzed. Every network connection we reveal will be noted and potentially compromised. Thomas felt the familiar weight of impossible choices settling on his shoulders. So, what do we do? If we respond effectively, we reveal our capabilities. If we don't respond effectively, false information spreads and causes real harm to our communities. We respond, Willem said firmly, but we respond in ways that reveal false capabilities while concealing real ones. We give them something to observe and analyze, but we make sure it's not the information they actually need. Over the next hour, they crafted a complex plan that would counter the enemy's false information while simultaneously feeding them misleading intelligence about the network's true capabilities. Thomas would play a crucial role, using his position as town crier to deliver carefully crafted responses that would appear to reveal his sources and methods while actually concealing them. The key, Martin explained, is to make them think they understand how our network operates while actually showing them an elaborate fiction. They'll see what appears to be a sophisticated intelligence operation, but the operation they see will be designed to lead them away from our real assets and capabilities. It was a dangerous game of deception within deception, and Thomas realized that his education in intelligence work was becoming far more complex than he had ever imagined. He was not just learning to distinguish truth from lies. He was learning to create lies so sophisticated that they could fool enemy agents who were themselves experts in deception. What if something goes wrong? Thomas asked. What if they see through our deception? Or if our false responses cause real harm to innocent people? Robert's expression grew grave. Then people may die. That's the reality of this work, Thomas. Every choice we make carries the potential for both salvation and disaster. The only thing we can control is our commitment to serving the greater good, even when that service requires us to accept terrible risks. As the meeting broke up, and the participants prepared to leave through different exits at carefully timed intervals, Willem pulled Thomas aside for a final word of advice. Tomorrow we'll test everything you've learned about being a town crier, and everything you're learning about intelligence work. Remember that your primary loyalty is to your community and your kingdom, not to any individual operation or any particular deception. If you have to choose between protecting the network and protecting innocent lives, choose the lives. We can rebuild networks, but we cannot restore the dead. Thomas walked home through the dark streets of Millbrook, his mind churning with the complexity of what lay ahead. Tomorrow's market day would be unlike any other, a battlefield where the weapons were words, and the casualties would be measured not in blood, but in the trust and stability that held communities together. The medallion around his neck seemed to pulse with the heartbeats of all the criers who had faced similar challenges before him, and Thomas drew strength from that connection. He was not alone in this dangerous game. He was part of a network that stretched across England and back through centuries of service to the crown and the common good. But he was also acutely aware that tomorrow would test whether that network was strong enough to survive the sophisticated attacks being mounted against it. The enemy agents were not crude propagandists spreading obvious lies. They were skilled professionals who understood how information flowed through communities, and how that flow could be manipulated to serve their purposes. As Thomas prepared for sleep, he reviewed the plan one final time, memorizing not just his own role, but the roles of all the other participants. Success would depend on precise timing, careful coordination, and the ability to maintain their deceptions even under pressure. But most importantly, success would depend on his ability to serve truth through lies, to protect his community by deceiving its enemies, and to fulfill his oath as a town crier while playing a role in a drama that few of his neighbors would ever know existed. The morning would bring the greatest test of his young career as both crier and spy. Thomas could only hope that his father's legacy of service, Magnus's training in the crier's art, and Willem's instruction in the darker arts of intelligence work had prepared him for what was to come. Outside his window, the night was quiet except for the wind moving through the bare branches of winter trees. But Thomas knew that in the darkness, messages were being carried by riders and pigeons. Agents were moving into position, and the stage was being set for a confrontation that would determine whether England's intelligence networks could survive the sophisticated attacks being mounted against them. The Code of Whispers was about to be tested in ways that would reveal whether it was strong enough to protect the realm from enemies who understood that the most effective weapons were not swords or arrows, but carefully crafted lies that could destroy communities from within. The message that changed everything. Years later, when Thomas had become a master of the intelligence arts, he would remember the moment when he decoded his first message and realized that the game he had entered was far more dangerous and far-reaching than anyone had told him. It was hidden in a seemingly innocent letter from a wool merchant in York, buried beneath layers of commercial language about fleece quality and shipping schedules. But when Thomas applied the cipher techniques Willem had taught him, the hidden message emerged with crystalline clarity. French gold confirmed in Scottish hands. Invasion planned for spring. English agents in Edinburgh compromised. Network roll-up imminent. Prepare for total communication blackout. Thomas stared at the decoded text, his hands trembling slightly as the implications sank in. This wasn't about local propaganda operations or regional intelligence gathering. This was about war. Real war, with foreign armies and massive casualties, and the potential destruction of everything he cared about. He had entered the intelligence network thinking he would be helping to counter false information and protect his community from lies. Instead, he had stumbled into the middle of preparations for a conflict that could determine the fate of England itself. That night, Thomas lay awake, staring at the ceiling and wondering what he had gotten himself into. The simple life of a village blacksmith's son seemed impossibly distant, replaced by a reality where every message might contain news of approaching armies, and every stranger might be an enemy agent gathering intelligence for England's destruction. But with the fear came a deeper understanding of why the work was necessary. If French gold was indeed flowing to Scottish hands, if invasion plans were being made, if English agents were being compromised, then networks like the one he had joined were not just useful. They were essential for the kingdom's survival. The message that had terrified him also clarified his purpose. He was not just playing games with codes and deceptions. He was helping to defend England against enemies who would use every weapon at their disposal, including the most insidious weapon of all, the corruption of information itself. From that moment forward, Thomas understood that his work as a town crier and intelligence agent was not separate from his loyalty to his community and his kingdom, but the deepest expression of that loyalty. Every code he learned to break, every deception he learned to craft, every risk he accepted was in service of protecting the people and the way of life he held most dear. The message had changed everything, but it had also revealed what had been true all along, that in a world where information was power, those who served truth were the guardians of freedom itself. Dawn of Market Day. And so Thomas Bellwether stood at the threshold of his greatest test, carrying within him the skills of a town crier, the secrets of a spy, and the weight of his father's hidden legacy. The morning sun was rising on what would prove to be the most dangerous market day in Millbrook's history, and the young man who had once simply mourned his father's death was about to discover that some voices are destined to shape the fate of kingdoms. But that, dear listeners, is a tale for the next telling. Sleep well, and dream of codes hidden in wool merchants' letters and the courage required to serve truth in a world where lies have learned to wear the mask of authority itself. Part 3. The Market Day Conspiracy. Dawn of Deceptions. Market Day dawned gray and cold, with a bitter wind that seemed to carry whispers of approaching danger. Thomas stood at his cottage window, watching the first merchants arrive in the square below, their wagons creaking under loads of goods that might conceal more than mere trade items. Every face was potentially that of an enemy agent. Every conversation might be cover for the exchange of intelligence. Every seemingly innocent transaction could be part of a larger plot to destabilize the region. The plan Willem and the others had crafted was elegant in its complexity. Thomas would deliver his morning announcements as usual, but embedded within them would be carefully crafted responses to false information that hadn't been spread yet. Responses designed to make enemy agents think they understood how the intelligence network operated while actually revealing nothing of value. But first, he had to survive long enough to deliver those announcements. Thomas dressed with unusual care, checking that the small knife Willem had given him was properly concealed beneath his cloak, that the coded message he was supposed to accidentally drop was positioned where enemy agents would be likely to find it, and that the special medallion, identical to his real one but containing a hidden compartment, was ready to be switched at the crucial moment. As he made his way to the square, Thomas noticed details that would have escaped his attention just weeks before. The way certain merchants positioned their stalls to provide clear sight lines across the square. The manner in which some travelers seemed more interested in observing people than in examining goods. The subtle hand signals that passed between individuals who appeared to be strangers, but were clearly coordinating their activities. Magnus was already in position near the oak tree, ostensibly preparing for the day's announcements, but actually serving as Thomas's backup and observer. Rosalind moved through the growing crowd with her usual efficiency, serving early customers at her outdoor ale stand while keeping track of every conversation within earshot. And somewhere in the crowd, Thomas knew, Willem and his team were positioned to intervene if the enemy operation proved more dangerous than anticipated. The first test came earlier than expected. As Thomas approached the oak tree to begin his morning routine, a well-dressed merchant intercepted him with what appeared to be a routine question about market regulations. "Good morning, young crier. I'm new to your village and wondering about the procedures for announcing special sales. Is there a fee for such services?" The question seemed innocent enough, but Thomas noticed several things that set off the warnings Willem had taught him to watch for. The merchant's accent was slightly off, claiming to be from Chester, but with vowel sounds that suggested origins farther north. His clothes were expensive, but showed no signs of actual travel wear. And, most telling of all, his eyes kept flicking toward specific individuals in the crowd, as if checking their positions. "Certainly, sir," Thomas replied, playing his assigned role. "Special announcements can be arranged for a modest fee. Perhaps you'd like to discuss the details after I complete this morning's official business." Of course. I wouldn't want to interfere with your duties." The merchant smiled, but Thomas caught the subtle signal he made with his left hand, a gesture that was answered by a similar signal from a woman examining pottery at a nearby stall. Thomas proceeded with his morning announcements, delivering the routine news of market regulations and church notices, while watching for the signs that would indicate the enemy operation was beginning. The coded responses he had memorized were ready, but he needed to wait for the false information to appear before he could counter it. The attack came from an unexpected direction. Instead of spreading dramatic lies about invasion fleets or plague outbreaks, the enemy agents began circulating a much more subtle and dangerous form of false information. They started rumors about the reliability of the local grain supply, suggesting that merchants were hoarding wheat to drive up prices, that the quality of available flour was suspect, and that families should stockpile food immediately before shortages became severe. The genius of this approach was that it created a self-fulfilling prophecy. As people began buying extra grain based on the rumors, actual shortages developed, which seemed to confirm the original false reports. Within an hour, what had been a normal market day was transforming into a scene of growing panic and competition for increasingly scarce resources. Thomas realized that the enemy agents had learned from Willem's crude test the week before. Instead of spreading obvious lies that could be easily countered by authoritative announcements, they were spreading subtle fears that would be confirmed by the very responses they provoked. But the plan he and Willem had developed was designed for exactly this kind of sophisticated attack. Thomas rang his bell and called for attention, then delivered what appeared to be an impromptu response to the growing concerns about grain supplies. "People of Millbrook," he called out, his voice carrying clearly across the square. "I have just received word from my contacts in the regional trade network that additional grain shipments are expected within the week. The current supplies are adequate for normal needs, and there is no cause for concern about shortages or quality issues." It was a carefully crafted statement designed to serve multiple purposes. To the general population, it provided reassurance and helped calm the growing panic. But to the enemy agents, it appeared to reveal that Thomas had contacts in the regional trade network, information they would undoubtedly want to investigate further. The false merchant who had approached Thomas earlier was now watching him with obvious interest, and Thomas made sure to accidentally drop the coded message Willem had prepared. The paper fluttered to the ground near the merchant's feet, where it would appear to be a communication from Thomas's supposed network contacts. But even as Thomas played his assigned role in the deception, he was troubled by what he observed in the crowd. The enemy operation was more sophisticated than anyone had anticipated. The agents weren't just spreading false information, they were studying the community's response patterns, mapping the relationships between different individuals, and identifying the key influencers who shaped public opinion. Mrs. Aldrich, for example, was clearly being observed as she moved through the crowd offering practical advice about food storage and household management. Peter, the carpenter's apprentice, was being tracked as he spoke with other young men about the rumors they had heard. Even Father Benedict was being watched as he attempted to calm fears and encourage rational behavior. The enemy agents weren't just trying to cause immediate panic. They were gathering intelligence about how information flowed through the community so they could design more effective attacks in the future. Thomas realized that the network's counter-operation needed to be more complex than simply providing false information about their capabilities. They needed to actively misdirect the enemy's intelligence gathering while simultaneously protecting the real assets and relationships that made their community strong. As the morning progressed, Thomas found himself improvising beyond the original plan, using skills he didn't know he possessed to guide the enemy agents toward false conclusions, while protecting the people and relationships that mattered most to Millbrook's security. When the false merchant approached him again, ostensibly to discuss special announcements, but actually to probe for more information about his network contacts, Thomas was ready with responses that would seem revealing while actually being meaningless. "I'm afraid my contacts prefer to remain anonymous," Thomas said, with what he hoped was the right mixture of caution and pride. "But I can assure you that our information sources are quite reliable. We've been tracking grain movements across the region for months." The merchant's eyes gleamed with interest. "Months, you say? That suggests quite an extensive operation. I don't suppose you could arrange an introduction. I represent certain interests that might be willing to pay well for such information." Thomas felt a chill of understanding. The merchant wasn't just gathering intelligence. He was attempting to recruit him as a double agent. The enemy operation was even more ambitious than anyone had suspected. "I'm flattered by your interest," Thomas replied carefully. "But such arrangements would need to be discussed with my superiors. Perhaps we could meet this evening to explore the possibilities." It was a dangerous gambit, but Thomas realized that the only way to protect the real network was to draw the enemy agents deeper into a fictional one. By agreeing to meet with the merchant, he could feed them false information while learning more about their true objectives. The merchant smiled and agreed to the evening meeting, but Thomas noticed that his hand signals to the other agents had become more urgent. Something about Thomas's responses had either convinced them that he was a valuable target for recruitment or had raised suspicions that needed to be investigated more thoroughly. As the market day continued, Thomas watched the enemy operation unfold with growing admiration for its sophistication and growing concern for its implications. These weren't crude propagandists or amateur troublemakers. They were professional intelligence operatives with extensive training and significant resources. But he also began to see weaknesses in their approach. Their very sophistication made them predictable in some ways, and their focus on gathering intelligence made them vulnerable to the kind of misdirection Willem had taught him to employ. By midday, Thomas was confident that the community had weathered the immediate attack on its grain supplies, but he was increasingly worried about the longer-term implications of what he had observed. The enemy agents had gathered enough information about Millbrook's social networks and response patterns to design much more effective attacks in the future. Unless, of course, the information they had gathered was carefully crafted to lead them in the wrong directions entirely. As the afternoon wore on and preparations began for the evening's more dangerous phase of the operation, Thomas reflected on how much his life had changed since that morning months ago, when he had first put on his father's medallion and accepted the calling of a town crier. He had thought he was simply learning to be the voice of his community. Instead, he had become a guardian of truth in a war where information was the primary weapon, and deception was both a tool and a target. The evening would bring new challenges and new dangers, but Thomas was no longer the uncertain young man who had stumbled through his first announcements. He was becoming something else, a master of the ancient arts of communication and the modern sciences of intelligence work. A voice that could carry truth across great distances, and a mind that could navigate the treacherous currents of deception and counter-deception. The medallion around his neck pulsed with warmth, and Thomas understood that it connected him not just to other criers, but to all those throughout history who had stood between truth and lies, between order and chaos, between the forces that built communities and those that sought to tear them apart. The real test was yet to come, but Thomas was ready for it. He had found his voice, learned to use it wisely, and discovered that sometimes the greatest service to truth required the most skillful employment of deception. The game of shadows was about to enter its most dangerous phase, and Thomas Bellwether was no longer just a player. He was becoming a master of the game itself. Character deepening. The merchant's true face. That evening, as Thomas prepared for his dangerous meeting with the false merchant, he would discover that even the most skilled deceivers sometimes revealed more truth than they intended. The meeting was set for the abandoned mill on the outskirts of Millbrook, a location that provided privacy while allowing multiple escape routes if the encounter turned violent. Thomas arrived early, positioning himself where he could observe the merchant's approach while remaining hidden himself. When the man appeared, walking alone through the moonlit countryside, Thomas was struck by the change in his demeanor. Gone was the jovial merchant's persona, replaced by something harder and more focused. The man moved with the careful precision of someone accustomed to danger, checking his surroundings with the practiced eye of a professional operative. But it was when the merchant thought himself unobserved that Thomas saw something unexpected, a moment of genuine emotion that broke through the carefully maintained facade. The man paused beside a small stone marker that indicated the grave of a child, and for just an instant, his face showed a grief so profound that Thomas felt his own heart clench in sympathy. When they finally met face to face in the mill's shadowy interior, Thomas found himself looking at a man who was far more complex than the simple enemy agent he had expected. "You're wondering who I really am," the merchant said, noting Thomas's careful scrutiny. "Whether I'm French or Scottish, whether I serve gold or ideology, whether I'm a professional spy or simply a man caught up in forces beyond his control." "The thought had occurred to me," Thomas replied. "The truth is more complicated than any of those simple categories would suggest." The merchant, whose real name, Thomas learned, was Henri Dubois, had been born in England to French parents, raised speaking both languages, and educated in the complex loyalties that came with divided heritage. "When war comes," Henri said, "men like me are forced to choose sides in conflicts we never wanted. I serve France now because England made it clear that my French blood made me suspect, not because I bear any particular hatred for the land of my birth." Thomas realized that he was facing not a foreign enemy, but a fellow Englishman whose loyalty had been twisted by the very suspicions and prejudices that the intelligence networks were supposed to protect against. So, why are you here? Why target Millbrook? Because your village has become a testing ground for intelligence techniques that both sides want to understand. The networks you're part of represent new approaches to information warfare, and whoever masters those approaches first will have a significant advantage in the conflicts to come. Henri's mission, Thomas learned, was not to destroy the English intelligence networks, but to understand them well enough to replicate their methods for French operations. The sophisticated attacks on community information systems were designed to reveal how those systems worked, so they could be copied and improved upon. "You're not trying to defeat us," Thomas said with growing understanding. "You're trying to become us." Exactly, and that's why this meeting is so dangerous for both of us. If my handlers discover that I've revealed our true objectives, I'm a dead man. If your network discovers that you've been compromised by enemy contact, you'll be eliminated as a security risk. Thomas felt the weight of impossible choices settling on his shoulders once again. Henri was an enemy agent, but he was also a fellow Englishman caught in an impossible situation. He was a source of valuable intelligence, but also a potential trap that could destroy everything Thomas had worked to build. "What do you want from me?" Thomas asked. "Help me complete my mission in a way that serves both our interests. Give me enough information about your networks to satisfy my handlers, but make sure it's information that will lead them in the wrong directions. Help me survive this assignment, and I'll help you understand what you're really facing." It was a proposal that would test every principle Thomas had learned about loyalty, deception, and the greater good. But as he looked into Henri's eyes and saw the genuine desperation there, Thomas realized that sometimes the most important intelligence came from the most unlikely sources. The conversation that followed would change everything Thomas thought he knew about the war being fought in the shadows of official diplomacy, and about the true cost of the choices he had made in service of his country and his community. Say, the double game. The abandoned mill creaked in the winter wind as Thomas faced the most crucial decision of his brief career as an intelligence agent. Henri Dubois sat across from him in the moonlit darkness, his French accent barely detectable now that he had dropped his merchant's disguise, his eyes holding a mixture of desperation and calculation that spoke of a man walking a tightrope between competing loyalties. "Before I agree to anything," Thomas said carefully, "I need to understand exactly what you're proposing. You want me to provide false information that will satisfy your French handlers while actually serving English interests?" "More than that," Henri replied. "I want to become a double agent, officially serving France while actually working for England. But I need your help to make the transition without getting killed by either side." Thomas felt his pulse quicken. The opportunity to turn an enemy agent was exactly the kind of intelligence coup that could transform the entire regional situation. But it was also the kind of operation that could get them both executed if it went wrong. "Why should I trust you? How do I know this isn't an elaborate trap designed to compromise our entire network?" Henri reached into his coat and withdrew a small leather portfolio, which he placed on the wooden table between them. "Because I'm going to give you something that proves my sincerity. Complete intelligence on French operations in northern England, including the names of agents, their objectives, and their methods of communication." Thomas stared at the portfolio, understanding that it represented either the greatest intelligence breakthrough of his career or the most sophisticated trap he had ever encountered. The information it contained could save English lives and protect English communities. Or it could be carefully crafted lies designed to lead the English intelligence networks into a devastating ambush. What do you want in return? Safe passage to London, where I can surrender to English intelligence authorities and offer my services officially. Protection for my family in Calais, who will be killed if the French discover my betrayal, and a new identity that will allow me to disappear once this war is over. The scope of what Henry was proposing was staggering. He wasn't just offering to provide intelligence. He was offering to completely switch sides in a conflict that had already cost thousands of lives. But the very magnitude of his offer made Thomas more suspicious, not less. Why now? What's changed that makes you willing to betray everything you've been working for? Henry was quiet for a long moment, staring out through the mill's broken windows at the moonlit countryside beyond. When he finally spoke, his voice carried a weight of emotion that seemed too genuine to be fabricated. Because I've seen what this war is becoming. It's not about territory or trade anymore. It's about the systematic destruction of everything that makes life worth living. The French operations I've been part of aren't just gathering intelligence or disrupting English communications. They're designed to tear apart the social fabric that holds communities together, to make people so afraid and suspicious of each other that they lose the ability to cooperate for mutual benefit. He gestured toward the portfolio. Those documents contain plans for operations that would make what happened in Millbrook today look like a children's game. Systematic campaigns to destroy trust between neighbors, to turn communities against their leaders, to make people so desperate and frightened that they'll accept any authority that promises them safety. Thomas felt a chill of understanding. You're describing the deliberate destruction of civilization itself. Exactly. And I've realized that I can't be part of that, regardless of what flag I'm supposed to serve under. Some things are more important than national loyalty, like the basic human capacity to live together in peace and mutual support. The sincerity in Henri's voice was compelling, but Thomas knew that the best intelligence operatives were also the best actors. Everything Henri was saying could be true, or it could be an elaborate performance designed to manipulate Thomas's emotions and cloud his judgment. I need proof, Thomas said finally, something that demonstrates your sincerity beyond mere words. Henry nodded as if he had expected this demand. Tomorrow morning, French agents will attempt to assassinate the regional trade coordinator in Westbrook. They believe he's the key node in the English intelligence network for this area, which he isn't, but they don't know that. If you can warn him and prevent the assassination, you'll have the proof that my information is reliable. Thomas felt his blood run cold. An assassination attempt would escalate the shadow war into something far more deadly and visible. It would also provide exactly the kind of proof he needed to verify Henry's claims. If the warning proved accurate, Henry was likely telling the truth about wanting to switch sides. How do I know you're not just setting up an innocent man to be killed so you can claim credit for trying to save him? Because the trade coordinator, William Ashworth, is my cousin. His mother was my father's sister. If I wanted him dead, I wouldn't need to involve you in an elaborate deception. I could simply let the assassination proceed and claim ignorance. The personal connection added another layer of complexity to an already intricate situation. Henri wasn't just offering to betray his country. He was offering to save his family, even at the cost of his own mission and safety. Thomas made his decision. I'll verify your information about the assassination attempt. If it proves accurate, we'll discuss the terms of your defection. But I want something else in return. I want to know everything you've learned about our operations here in Millbrook." Henry smiled grimly. "You want to know how badly you've been compromised. The answer is, badly, but not fatally. We've identified most of your key personnel, mapped your communication methods, and analyzed your response patterns. But we've also been feeding you false intelligence about our own capabilities. So your countermeasures have been based on incomplete information." Over the next hour, Henri provided a detailed briefing on French intelligence operations in the region that was both enlightening and terrifying. The scope of enemy activities was far greater than anyone in the English network had suspected, but their objectives were also more limited than the worst-case scenarios had suggested. "The French aren't trying to conquer England through information warfare," Henry explained. "They're trying to weaken English resolve and unity, so that when the real military campaign begins, there will be less organized resistance. The intelligence operations are preparation for conventional warfare, not a substitute for it." Thomas realized that everything he had learned about the nature of the conflict had been based on incomplete understanding. The Shadow War wasn't the main event. It was the opening act for a much larger and more devastating confrontation. "When?" Thomas asked. "When does the military campaign begin?" "Spring. As soon as the weather permits large-scale troop movements and naval operations. The intelligence war is designed to soften English defenses before the real attack begins." The timeline was shorter than anyone had anticipated, which meant that the intelligence networks had only a few months to prepare for a conflict that would determine the fate of the kingdom. Every piece of information Henri could provide, every French operation that could be disrupted, every English capability that could be protected, might make the difference between victory and defeat. But first, Thomas had to verify Henry's claims about the assassination attempt. If William Ashworth died tomorrow despite Thomas's warning, it would prove that Henry was either lying or that the French operations were too sophisticated to be easily disrupted. If Ashworth survived because of the warning, it would suggest that Henry was genuinely committed to switching sides. "How do I contact you after tomorrow?" Thomas asked. "You don't. If the assassination is prevented, I'll contact you through channels you'll recognize. If it succeeds..." Henry shrugged. "Then I'll either be dead or fleeing for my life, and you'll know that everything I've told you tonight was an elaborate lie." They parted ways carefully, leaving the mill at different times and by different routes to avoid being seen together. Thomas made his way back to Millbrook through the moonlit countryside, his mind racing with the implications of what he had learned. If Henri was telling the truth, the English intelligence networks were facing a far more serious threat than anyone had realized. But they also had an unprecedented opportunity to turn that threat to their advantage by converting a high-level French agent into a double agent working for English interests. If Henri was lying, Thomas had just walked into a trap that could compromise the entire regional network and lead to the deaths of agents across northern England. The only way to know for certain was to test Henry's information about the assassination attempt. Thomas would have to find a way to warn William Ashworth without revealing his source or compromising his own position. A delicate operation that would require all the skills he had learned in his brief but intensive education as an intelligence agent. When Thomas reached his cottage, he found Magnus waiting by the cold fireplace, his expression grave in the candlelight. "How did it go?" the old crier asked. Thomas told him everything, watching Magnus's face grow more troubled with each revelation. When he finished, Magnus was quiet for a long time, staring into the darkness beyond the window. If this Henri is telling the truth, Magnus said finally, then we're facing a crisis that goes far beyond anything our local network can handle. We'll need to involve London directly, which means exposing our operations to scrutiny from authorities who may not understand the delicate balances we've maintained. And if he's lying, then we're walking into a trap that could destroy everything we've built and leave our communities defenseless against whatever comes next. Magnus turned to face Thomas directly. The question is, do you trust your instincts about this man? Thomas thought about Henri's eyes when he spoke of his cousin, the genuine emotion he had shown at the child's grave, the detailed intelligence he had provided that would be easy to verify or disprove. I think he's telling the truth, Thomas said. But I also think he's more desperate and more dangerous than he's admitting. He's a man with nothing left to lose, which makes him either the most valuable ally we could have or the most dangerous enemy we could face. Magnus nodded slowly. Then we proceed with extreme caution. We'll warn Ashworth about the assassination attempt, but we'll also prepare for the possibility that the warning itself is part of an elaborate trap. And we'll begin making preparations for a conflict that may be coming sooner than anyone expected. As Thomas finally prepared for sleep, he reflected on how much his understanding of his role had evolved since that first morning when he had simply wanted to honor his father's memory by serving his community. He was still serving that community, but the scope of the threats it faced had expanded far beyond anything he could have imagined. The medallion around his neck seemed heavier than ever, weighted with the knowledge that the choices he made in the coming days could affect not just Millbrook, but the entire kingdom. He was no longer just a town crier or even a local intelligence agent. He was becoming a key player in a conflict that would determine whether England remained free or fell under foreign domination. The double game he was about to play with Henri Dubois would test every skill he had learned and every principle he held dear. But it might also provide the intelligence breakthrough that could save his country from a war it was not yet prepared to fight. Outside his window, the wind continued to blow across the winter landscape, carrying with it the whispers of approaching conflict and the echoes of choices that could not be undone. Thomas closed his eyes and tried to rest, knowing that tomorrow would bring either validation of his judgment or the beginning of a catastrophe that could destroy everything he cared about. The game of shadows was entering its most dangerous phase, and Thomas Bellwether was no longer just a player. He was becoming one of the masters of the game itself, with all the power and responsibility that such mastery entailed. The weight of choosing sides. Years later, when Thomas had learned to live with the consequences of impossible choices, he would remember the moment when he first understood that sometimes there are no good options, only necessary ones. It was the hour before dawn, as Thomas prepared to ride to Westbrook with his warning about the assassination attempt. He stood in his cottage, looking at 2 letters he had written. One to be sent if Henri proved truthful, the other if Henri proved false. The first letter would set in motion a complex operation to extract Henri from French service and bring him safely to English intelligence authorities. It would also expose the Millbrook network to scrutiny from London and potentially compromise agents across the region. The second letter would order Henri's immediate elimination and the roll-up of all French operations his information had revealed. It would also mean the death of a man who might be genuinely trying to serve the greater good, and the loss of intelligence that could save thousands of English lives. Thomas realized that he was holding the power of life and death in his hands, not just Henri's life, but potentially the lives of everyone who would be affected by the choice he was about to make. The weight of that responsibility was almost crushing, but as he sealed both letters and prepared to ride out into the pre-dawn darkness, Thomas understood something that would guide him through all the difficult choices that lay ahead. The burden of decision was not his alone to bear. He was part of a network, a community, a kingdom of people who shared the responsibility for protecting what they valued most. The choice he made about Henri would be informed by his judgment, but it would be carried out by others who understood the stakes as well as he did. The weight of consequence would be distributed across many shoulders, making it bearable even when it remained heavy. Thomas mounted his horse and rode toward Westbrook, carrying with him both letters and the knowledge that by evening, one of them would determine the course of events that could shape the fate of nations. The burden was heavy, but it was shared. And that, Thomas realized, was what made it possible to bear. Blood and verification. The ride to Westbrook took Thomas through countryside that seemed deceptively peaceful in the early morning light. Frost sparkled on bare branches, and smoke rose from cottage chimneys in thin columns that spoke of warm hearths and normal lives continuing, despite the deadly games being played in the shadows around them. But Thomas's trained eye now caught details that would have escaped his notice months before. The positioning of certain travelers on the road suggested coordination rather than coincidence. The way some merchants arranged their goods provided clear sight lines for observation rather than optimal display for sales. And, most troubling of all, the number of strangers in the area was far higher than normal trade patterns would explain. Henri's intelligence about increased French activity in the region was already proving accurate, which lent credibility to his other claims. But it also meant that Thomas was riding into an area where enemy agents outnumbered friendly ones, where every conversation might be monitored and every action analyzed for intelligence value. Thomas reached Westbrook just as the market day activities were beginning. The familiar sounds of merchants calling their wares and customers haggling over prices, providing cover for more dangerous transactions. He found William Ashworth easily enough. The trade coordinator was a tall, distinguished man with graying hair, who moved through the market with the confident authority of someone accustomed to managing complex commercial relationships. But approaching Ashworth directly would be dangerous for both of them. If French agents were indeed planning an assassination, they would be watching their target carefully, noting everyone who spoke with him, and analyzing every interaction for signs of unusual activity. Thomas needed to deliver his warning in a way that would appear completely natural while actually conveying information that could save Ashworth's life. The solution came from his training as a town crier. He would use his official role to create a legitimate reason for approaching the trade coordinator. "Master Ashworth," Thomas called out as he approached the man's position near the grain merchant's stalls. Thomas Bellwether, town crier of Millbrook. "I have a message from our village council regarding the regional trade agreements." Ashworth turned with a polite smile, but Thomas caught the flicker of wariness in his eyes. The trade coordinator was clearly aware that his position made him a target for various forms of unwanted attention. "Of course, young crier. How can I assist Millbrook's interests?" Thomas launched into a prepared speech about grain quotas and transport schedules, using the technical language of trade agreements to conceal a very different message. To any observer, he was simply a village official conducting routine business. But embedded within his words were warnings that Ashworth, if he was indeed part of the intelligence network, would understand. "Our council is particularly concerned about security for today's transactions," Thomas said, emphasizing the word security. in a way that suggested broader implications. We've heard reports of unusual activity in the region and want to ensure that all our representatives are taking appropriate precautions. Ashworth's expression didn't change, but Thomas saw his hand move almost imperceptibly toward the knife concealed beneath his coat. The trade coordinator had received the warning and was preparing to act on it. "I appreciate Millbrook's concern for security," Ashworth replied, his voice carrying subtle emphasis on the same key word. "Perhaps we should discuss these matters in a more private setting. My office is just across the square." It was exactly the response Thomas had hoped for. By suggesting a move to a more secure location, Ashworth was demonstrating that he understood the nature of the threat and was taking steps to protect himself. But as they began walking toward Ashworth's office, Thomas noticed movement in his peripheral vision that made his blood run cold. 3 men were converging on their position from different directions, their movements coordinated with the precision of a military operation. The assassination attempt was beginning. Thomas had seconds to decide how to respond. He could shout a warning, but that would expose his role in the intelligence network and likely get both of them killed. He could try to physically intervene, but he was outnumbered and outgunned. Or he could trust that his warning had been sufficient, and that Ashworth was prepared to defend himself. The decision was made for him when Ashworth suddenly stumbled, apparently tripping over an uneven cobblestone, but actually dropping into a defensive crouch that saved his life as a crossbow bolt whistled through the space where his head had been a moment before. "Assassins!" Ashworth shouted, drawing his knife and rolling behind a merchant's cart as 2 more crossbow bolts splintered the wood where he had been standing. The market square erupted into chaos as people screamed and fled in all directions. But Thomas noticed that some of the merchants and customers were moving with purpose rather than panic, positioning themselves to either support the assassins or protect their target. Thomas found himself caught in the middle of a battle between French and English agents that was playing out in full view of dozens of innocent civilians. He had to choose whether to reveal his own involvement by joining the fight or to maintain his cover by acting like a terrified bystander. The choice was made for him when one of the assassins, seeing Thomas's proximity to Ashworth, apparently decided that the young crier was also a target. A knife flew through the air toward Thomas's chest, and he had to draw his own blade to deflect it. The moment Thomas revealed that he was armed and trained in combat, his cover as an innocent village crier was blown. But it also meant that he could now openly assist in Ashworth's defense without compromising his position further. The battle was brief but vicious. The French assassins were skilled professionals, but they had been expecting to face a single target, not a coordinated defense by multiple English agents. When the fighting ended, 2 of the assassins were dead, and the 3rd was wounded and captured. Ashworth had survived with only minor injuries, but the cost of the victory was higher than Thomas had anticipated. Several innocent bystanders had been hurt in the crossfire, and the public nature of the battle meant that the shadow war was no longer entirely hidden from civilian view. "Well," Ashworth said as they surveyed the aftermath, "that was more excitement than I typically experience on market day. I assume I have you to thank for the warning that saved my life?" Thomas nodded, still breathing hard from the adrenaline of combat. "I received intelligence about the attempt last night. I wasn't sure if it was reliable, but I couldn't take the chance of letting you walk into an ambush. And where did this intelligence come from?" It was the question Thomas had been dreading. How could he explain about Henri without revealing the complex web of deception and counter-deception that surrounded the French agent's offer to defect? A source that may prove valuable for future operations, but which needs to be handled very carefully. I'll need to report to London before I can provide more details. Ashworth studied Thomas's face with the calculating gaze of an experienced intelligence officer. You're the young crier Magnus has been training, aren't you? The one who's been showing such promise in network operations. Thomas was surprised that his reputation had reached the trade coordinator level of the intelligence hierarchy. I'm still learning, sir. This was my first real test under fire. And you passed it admirably. But I suspect this incident is connected to larger developments that go beyond a simple assassination attempt. Ashworth gestured toward the captured assassin, who was being held by two men Thomas now recognized as English agents. Professional killers of this caliber aren't deployed for routine operations. Someone wanted me dead badly enough to risk exposing their entire network in this region. Thomas realized that Ashworth was right. The assassination attempt was part of something much larger than Henry had revealed. The French weren't just trying to eliminate a trade coordinator, they were making a major move that required the removal of key English intelligence assets. Sir, I believe we need to evacuate you to London immediately. My source indicated that this was just the beginning of a broader French operation. Your source? Ashworth's eyes sharpened. The same source that warned you about the assassination. Thomas nodded, knowing that he was about to cross a line that would change everything. A French agent who claims he wants to defect. He provided the intelligence about today's attack as proof of his sincerity. Ashworth went very still. A French agent approached you directly? When? Where? And why haven't you reported this through proper channels? Because it only happened last night, and because the situation is too complex for normal reporting procedures. The agent claims to have intelligence about a major French military operation planned for spring, but he's also asking for protection and extraction in return for his cooperation. And you believed him? Thomas gestured toward the bodies of the assassins. He was right about this. That suggests he might be right about other things as well. Ashworth was quiet for a moment, studying the scene around them. The market square was slowly returning to normal as the wounded were tended to, and the evidence of the battle was cleared away. But Thomas could see that the trade coordinator's mind was racing through the implications of what he had learned. This changes everything, Ashworth said finally. If the French are willing to risk exposing their agents for assassination operations, it suggests they're preparing for a major escalation. And if one of their agents is genuinely willing to defect with intelligence about spring military operations, we need to handle this at the highest levels. What do you recommend? I recommend that you and I travel to London immediately, along with your French contact if he can be safely extracted. This situation is beyond the scope of regional operations. It needs to be handled by people with the authority to make decisions about national security. Thomas felt a mixture of excitement and terror at the prospect of traveling to London and meeting with senior intelligence officials. Just months ago, he had been a simple blacksmith's son mourning his father's death. Now he was about to brief the kingdom's spy master on intelligence that could affect the outcome of a war. How do we contact Henri, the French agent, without compromising his position or ours? Very carefully. But first, we need to secure this scene and make sure that today's events don't trigger a broader conflict between French and English agents in the region. Ashworth looked around the square, where normal market activities were resuming with the determined normalcy of people who had learned to live with danger. The last thing we need is an open intelligence war, that exposes all our operations to enemy observation. Over the next hour, Thomas watched Ashworth coordinate a complex cleanup operation that removed all traces of the assassination attempt, while ensuring that the captured French agent was secretly transported to a secure location for interrogation. The efficiency and sophistication of the operation gave Thomas a new appreciation for the scope and capabilities of the English intelligence network. But it also made him realize how much he still had to learn. The skills Magnus had taught him about being a town crier, and even the techniques Wylam had shown him for basic intelligence work, were just the beginning of an education that could take years to complete. "Are you ready for this?" Ashworth asked as they prepared to leave Westbrook. "Once we involve London, there's no going back to your simple life as a village crier. You'll be part of operations that could determine the fate of the kingdom." Thomas thought about his father, who had served his community with quiet dedication and hidden courage. He thought about Millbrook, where people trusted him to bring them truth in a world increasingly full of lies. He thought about the medallion around his neck and the voices of all the criers who had faced similar choices before him. "I'm ready," he said. But as they rode away from Westbrook toward whatever awaited them in London, Thomas knew that his real education was just beginning. The assassination attempt had proven Henry's value as a source, but it had also revealed the scope of the threats facing England. The Shadow War was escalating into something that could no longer be contained within the boundaries of intelligence operations. The spring military campaign Henry had warned about was approaching, and Thomas was about to become part of the preparations for a conflict that would test everything he had learned about truth, deception, loyalty, and the terrible choices that came with serving something larger than oneself. The medallion pulsed warm against his chest as they rode through the winter countryside, and Thomas understood that he was no longer just carrying the voice of his community. He was carrying intelligence that could save his kingdom. The weight of that responsibility was almost crushing, but it was also strangely liberating. He had found his true calling at last, not just as a town crier, but as a guardian of the information that held civilization together in the face of forces that would tear it apart. The game of shadows was becoming a war of light against darkness, and Thomas Bellwether was no longer just a player. He was becoming one of the champions of the light itself. Nature Reflection. Blood on Winter Ground. As Thomas and Ashworth rode away from Westbrook, Thomas found himself thinking about the dark stains that marked the cobblestones where the assassins had fallen, and what they meant in the larger pattern of violence that was spreading across the land. Blood on winter ground had a particular quality. It steamed in the cold air for a moment before freezing into dark patches that would remain until the spring thaw. Thomas had seen such stains before, when hunting accidents or village disputes turned violent, but this was different. This blood had been spilled in service of causes that went far beyond personal grievance or local conflict. The assassins who had died in Westbrook's Market Square were professionals who had traveled hundreds of miles to kill a man they had never met, in service of a war that most people didn't even know was being fought. Their blood would freeze and thaw, and eventually be washed away by spring rains. But the conflict they represented would continue long after their names were forgotten. Thomas realized that he was witnessing the beginning of a new kind of warfare, one where battles were fought not just on designated fields between uniformed armies, but in market squares and village streets, where the weapons were lies and deceptions as much as knives and crossbows, where the casualties included not just soldiers, but the very fabric of trust that held communities together. The blood on the winter ground was a sign that the Shadow War was becoming something more visible and more deadly. But it was also a reminder that real people were paying real prices for the abstract concepts of loyalty and national interest that drove the conflict. As they rode toward London, Thomas carried with him the image of those dark stains on the cobblestones, and the knowledge that his choices in the days ahead would determine whether more such stains would appear in other market squares, other village streets, other places where innocent people went about their daily lives unaware of the deadly games being played around them. The weight of that responsibility was heavy, but it was also clarifying. Thomas understood now that his role as a guardian of truth was not just about preserving accurate information. It was about protecting the kind of world where truth could exist, where communities could function, where people could trust each other enough to live together in peace. The blood on winter ground would freeze and thaw, and eventually disappear. But the choices that had spilled it would echo through history. Thomas was determined to ensure that those echoes served the cause of light rather than darkness, of building up rather than tearing down, of protecting the precious and fragile thing called civilization that made all their struggles meaningful. The moment I understood the true stakes. Years later, when Thomas had become a master of the intelligence arts and had seen the full scope of the conflict he had stumbled into, he would remember the exact moment when he understood that this was not just about England and France, but about the future of human civilization itself. It came during the ride to London, when Ashworth began explaining the broader context of the intelligence war they were fighting. Thomas had assumed that the conflict was simply about territorial disputes and trade advantages, the usual causes of wars between kingdoms. But Ashworth revealed something far more profound and terrifying. The French operations you've encountered are part of a larger experiment in what they call social warfare, Ashworth explained as they rode through the winter countryside. They're not just trying to defeat English armies or capture English territory. They're trying to prove that human communities can be systematically destroyed through the manipulation of information and the corruption of trust. Thomas felt a chill that had nothing to do with the winter air. You mean they're using England as a testing ground? Exactly. If they can demonstrate that sophisticated information warfare can tear apart the social bonds that hold English communities together, they'll have developed a weapon that could be used against any kingdom, any people, any civilization they choose to target. The implications were staggering. The Shadow War wasn't just about England versus France. It was about whether human beings could maintain the capacity for cooperation and mutual trust in the face of systematic attempts to destroy those qualities. And if they succeed, then they'll have proven that civilization itself is more fragile than anyone imagined, that the bonds between people can be severed by anyone with sufficient skill in manipulation and deception, that trust, once broken, cannot be restored. Thomas understood then that his work as a town crier and intelligence agent was part of something far larger than national defense. He was helping to defend the very possibility of human community against forces that would reduce people to isolated, fearful individuals who could be controlled by anyone willing to exploit their isolation and fear. The stakes were not just political or military. They were existential. The outcome of the conflict would determine whether future generations would live in communities bound together by trust and mutual support, or in societies held together only by fear and manipulation. That understanding would guide every choice Thomas made for the rest of his life, because he had learned that some things were worth any sacrifice to preserve, and the human capacity for genuine community was the most precious of all. Part 4. The London Gambit. The Spymaster's Web. London struck Thomas like a physical blow. The noise, the smells, the sheer overwhelming presence of more people than he had ever imagined could exist in one place. The city sprawled along the Thames in a maze of narrow streets and towering buildings, with smoke from countless chimneys creating a perpetual haze that seemed to muffle sound and blur the edges of everything. But it was the Tower of London that truly captured his attention. Its massive stone walls rising from the river like a monument to power and permanence. Thomas had heard stories of the tower all his life, but seeing it in person made him understand for the first time the true scope of the forces he had become involved with. Impressive, isn't it? Ashworth said, noting Thomas's odd expression. But we're not going to the tower. Our destination is somewhat more discreet. They made their way through the crowded streets to a nondescript building near the docks, its weathered facade giving no hint of the importance of the activities conducted within. Only when they were challenged by guards who seemed to appear from nowhere did Thomas realize that this unremarkable structure was actually one of the most secure locations in England. The man who greeted them in the building's inner chambers was unlike anyone Thomas had expected to meet, Sir Geoffrey Whitmore. The same Geoffrey who had appeared in Millbrook to test Thomas's abilities was tall and lean, with graying hair and the kind of penetrating gaze that seemed to see through whatever facade a person might try to present. But what struck Thomas most was the man's obvious intelligence and the sense of controlled power that radiated from him like heat from a forge. Thomas Bellwether, Geoffrey said, extending his hand in greeting. We meet again under rather more serious circumstances. I trust your journey from Westbrook was uneventful. Yes, sir, though I suspect we were observed for most of the way. Geoffrey smiled approvingly. Good. You're learning to think like an intelligence officer. Yes, you were observed by our people to ensure your safety and probably by French agents to track your movements. The question is whether you noticed the difference. Thomas thought back to the journey, remembering the various travelers they had encountered on the road. There were 3 men who seemed to be following us, but they stayed too far back to be effective surveillance. I assumed they were either very bad at their job or deliberately obvious. Deliberately obvious. French agents trying to make us think we were being watched by amateurs while their real surveillance remained hidden. First, Geoffrey gestured toward chairs arranged around a large table covered with maps and documents. Please, sit. We have much to discuss and very little time to discuss it. As they settled themselves, Thomas noticed that the room contained several other people he hadn't initially seen. Men and women who seemed to blend into the shadows until they chose to reveal themselves. The level of security and the obvious importance of the meeting made Thomas acutely aware of how far he had traveled from his simple life as a village blacksmith's son. Before we discuss your French contact, Geoffrey began, I need to understand exactly how you became involved in this situation. Your transformation from village crier to intelligence asset has been remarkably rapid and, frankly, somewhat suspicious. Thomas felt a chill of alarm. Suspicious how? Suspicious in that it's exactly the kind of rapid advancement that might indicate either exceptional natural talent or careful enemy manipulation. The French are quite capable of running long-term operations designed to place their agents in positions where they can access our most sensitive intelligence. The accusation hung in the air like a sword, and Thomas realized that his loyalty was being questioned at the highest levels of English intelligence. Everything he had done, every choice he had made, Every skill he had demonstrated was being analyzed for signs that he might be an enemy agent. "I understand your concern, sir," Thomas said carefully, "but I can provide verification of my background and motivations from multiple sources. Magnus has known my family for years. Rosalind can attest to my activities in Millbrook, and the intelligence I've provided has already proven accurate, all of which could be part of an elaborate deception designed to establish your credibility before you're asked to perform more sensitive tasks." Geoffrey's expression was not unkind, but it was implacably thorough. The French are quite sophisticated in their approach to long-term agent placement. One of the shadowy figures stepped forward, a woman with steel-gray hair and the bearing of someone accustomed to command. "Sir Geoffrey, if I may, I've reviewed the young man's file, and while his advancement has indeed been rapid, the pattern suggests genuine talent rather than enemy manipulation. His responses to various tests have been consistently innovative, rather than following any recognizable training pattern." Geoffrey nodded thoughtfully. "Lady Margaret has considerable experience in identifying enemy agents, Thomas. Her assessment carries significant weight, but I still need to understand how you came to be in contact with this French defector." Thomas told the story of his encounter with Henri Dubois, from the initial suspicious behavior in the Gilded Swan through the midnight meeting at the abandoned mill to the successful warning about the assassination attempt. He held nothing back, knowing that any deception would be detected and would destroy his credibility completely. When he finished, Geoffrey was quiet for a long moment, studying the maps and documents spread across the table. "The intelligence you've provided is indeed valuable, and the successful prevention of Ashworth's assassination proves that your source has access to high-level French operational planning. But it also raises questions about why this Henri Dubois chose to approach you specifically. He said it was because I had demonstrated effective responses to false information, and because he needed to establish contact with someone who wasn't already known to French intelligence. Possible. But it's also possible that you were chosen because the French believed you could be manipulated, or because they wanted to test our response to an apparent defection offer." Geoffrey stood and began pacing around the room, his mind clearly working through multiple possibilities. The question is how to proceed without walking into a trap that could compromise our entire network. Lady Margaret spoke again. "What's your assessment of this Henry's motivations? Do you believe his desire to defect is genuine?" Thomas thought carefully before answering. "I believe his emotional responses were genuine. The grief I saw when he paused at that child's grave. The desperation in his voice when he spoke about his family's safety. But I also believe he's more complex and potentially more dangerous than he's admitted. He's a man caught between competing loyalties, and that makes him unpredictable." "An honest assessment," Geoffrey said approvingly. "And it suggests that you understand the complexities of this business better than many agents with years of experience. The question now is whether we can use Henri's offer to our advantage without being destroyed by it." Over the next hour, Geoffrey and his team outlined a plan that was breathtaking in its complexity and terrifying in its risks. They would arrange for Henri's extraction from French service, but in a way that would appear to the French to be a kidnapping rather than a voluntary defection. This would protect Henri's family, while also allowing the English to test his sincerity without fully committing to trusting him. Thomas would play a crucial role in the operation, using his established contact with Henri to arrange the extraction while simultaneously feeding false information to French intelligence about English capabilities and intentions. The beauty of this approach, Jeffrey explained, is that it serves multiple purposes simultaneously. We extract a potentially valuable asset, we test his reliability, we feed disinformation to the enemy, and we use the entire operation as a way to identify and map French intelligence networks in northern England. And if something goes wrong, Thomas asked, then Henri dies. You're probably compromised, and we lose whatever intelligence he might have provided about French spring operations. Jeffrey's expression was matter of fact, but we also gain valuable information about French methods and capabilities, and we demonstrate that English intelligence operations are more sophisticated than our enemies have assumed. Thomas realized that he was being asked to participate in an operation where success and failure were both valuable outcomes, where his own survival was secondary to the larger intelligence objectives, and where the stakes included not just his own life, but potentially the outcome of the war itself. I accept the assignment, he said. Jeffrey smiled for the first time since the meeting had begun. I hoped you would. But before we proceed, there's something else you need to understand about the scope of what we're facing. He led Thomas to a large map of Europe that covered one entire wall of the room. Red pins marked locations across France, Scotland, and even some areas of England itself, connected by lines that showed the flow of intelligence and resources between different French operations. What you've encountered in Millbrook and the surrounding area is just one small part of a much larger French intelligence campaign, Jeffrey explained. They're running similar operations across England, Scotland, Ireland, and even in some of our continental allies. The goal is not just to gather intelligence or disrupt our operations, it's to fundamentally alter the balance of power in Europe. Thomas stared at the map, overwhelmed by the scope of what he was seeing. How many agents are involved? Hundreds, possibly thousands. And they're not just French. They've recruited disaffected English nobles, Scottish separatists, Irish rebels, and mercenaries from across Europe. They've created a network that transcends national boundaries and traditional loyalties. Lady Margaret joined them at the map. The spring military campaign Henry warned you about is just the conventional warfare component of a much larger strategy. The real goal is to create a new form of empire, one based not on territorial conquest, but on the systematic control of information and the manipulation of human communities. Thomas felt the same chill he had experienced when Ashworth had explained the true nature of the French social warfare experiments. They're trying to prove that civilization itself can be controlled through information manipulation. Exactly. And if they succeed, they'll have developed a form of power that could be used to dominate not just England, but any society they choose to target. Jeffrey turned away from the map to face Thomas directly. That's why your work is so important, and why we're willing to take such risks to develop assets like Henri. We're not just fighting for English independence. We're fighting for the survival of human freedom itself. The weight of that responsibility was almost crushing, but Thomas also felt a strange sense of clarity. Everything he had learned about being a town crier, about serving his community, about protecting truth in a world full of lies, had been preparation for this moment. He was no longer just Thomas Bellwether, village crier of Millbrook. He was becoming an agent in a war that would determine whether future generations would live in freedom or under the systematic manipulation of those who had learned to weaponize information itself. The medallion around his neck pulsed with warmth, and Thomas understood that it connected him not just to other criers, but to all those throughout history who had stood between truth and lies, between freedom and tyranny, between the forces that built up human communities and those that sought to tear them down. The London Gambit was about to begin, and Thomas was no longer just a player in the game. He was becoming one of its architects, with all the power and responsibility that such a role entailed. Character deepening. Lady Margaret's secret history. Later that evening, as Thomas was given quarters in the safe house and prepared for the dangerous mission ahead, Lady Margaret would reveal why she had defended his loyalty so strongly, and what personal stakes she had in the outcome of the intelligence war. They met in the building's small library, where shelves of books provided cover for conversations that needed to remain private, even within the secure facility. Lady Margaret moved with the careful precision of someone whose body had been shaped by years of physical training. But her eyes held depths of experience that spoke of battles fought with minds rather than swords. "You're wondering why I spoke up for you in there," she said, settling into a chair across from Thomas. "Whether it was professional judgment or something more personal." Thomas nodded. The thought had occurred to me. "Both, actually. My professional assessment is that you show genuine talent for this work, and that your rapid advancement reflects natural ability rather than enemy manipulation. But my personal investment comes from the fact that I've seen what happens when the French social warfare techniques are applied systematically to destroy communities." She told him about her own village, a prosperous farming community in Kent that had been selected as a test site for French information warfare 3 years earlier. The operation had been subtle and sophisticated. False rumors about crop diseases, manufactured conflicts between neighbors, carefully planted suggestions that local leaders were corrupt or incompetent. Within 6 months, a community that had existed peacefully for centuries was torn apart by suspicion and fear. Neighbors who had trusted each other for generations became enemies. Families were divided by manufactured grievances. The social bonds that held the village together were systematically destroyed. What happened to the people? Some fled to other communities, carrying their suspicions and fears with them like a contagion. Others remained, but became isolated and paranoid, unable to trust anyone or cooperate for mutual benefit. The village still exists, but it's not really a community anymore. It's just a collection of frightened individuals who happen to live in the same place. Lady Margaret's voice carried a weight of personal loss that made Thomas understand why she had dedicated her life to fighting the forces that had destroyed her home. That's when I understood that this war isn't just about territory or trade or even national independence. It's about whether human beings can maintain the capacity for genuine community in the face of systematic attempts to destroy that capacity. And you think I can help prevent that from happening to other communities? I think you understand something that many intelligence officers never learn. That the real battle isn't between different nations or ideologies, but between the forces that build up human connections and those that tear them down. Your work as a town crier taught you to strengthen community bonds, and that makes you uniquely valuable in a war where community bonds are the primary target. Thomas felt a deep sense of connection with Lady Margaret's mission, understanding that his own journey from village crier to intelligence agent had been guided by the same fundamental commitment to protecting the things that made human life worth living. What can you tell me about the operation we're planning? What are the real risks? Lady Margaret was quiet for a moment, studying Thomas's face in the lamplight. The real risk is not that you'll be killed or captured, though both are certainly possible. The real risk is that you'll succeed so well that you become addicted to the power that comes with manipulating information and controlling events. This work can corrupt even the most well-intentioned people if they lose sight of why they're doing it. It was a warning that would stay with Thomas for the rest of his life, because he would discover that the greatest enemy of those who fought for truth was not external opposition, but the internal temptation to use the weapons of deception for personal advantage rather than the greater good. How do I guard against that? Remember why you started this work. Remember the people you're trying to protect. And never forget that the moment you begin to enjoy the power more than you value the purpose, you become the very thing you're fighting against. Thomas understood that Lady Margaret was offering him not just tactical advice, but a moral compass that could guide him through the ethical complexities of intelligence work. The conversation would prove to be one of the most important of his life, because it gave him the framework he needed to remain true to his principles, even when those principles were tested by impossible choices. The extraction protocol. The plan Geoffrey's team had devised for Henri's extraction was a masterpiece of misdirection that would have impressed even the most sophisticated French intelligence officers. On the surface, it would appear to be a simple kidnapping. English agents would intercept Henri while he was traveling between villages, overpower him, and carry him off to London for interrogation. The French would assume that their agent had been compromised through routine surveillance rather than voluntary contact. But beneath that surface narrative lay multiple layers of deception designed to serve English intelligence objectives, while protecting Henri's family and testing his reliability as a potential double agent. Thomas's role was to make contact with Henri and provide him with the details of when and where the kidnapping would take place, while simultaneously feeding false information to French intelligence about English capabilities and methods. It was a delicate balance that required him to appear convincingly compromised while actually maintaining complete control over what information was revealed. The operation would begin in 3 days, when Henri was scheduled to travel from his current location near Ashford to a meeting with his French handlers in Canterbury. English agents would intercept him at a predetermined point along the road, stage a convincing abduction, and transport him to London for what would appear to be forced interrogation but would actually be voluntary debriefing. The key, Geoffrey explained during Thomas's final briefing, is to make the French believe that we've captured Henri through routine intelligence work rather than because he contacted us voluntarily. This protects his family from retaliation while also allowing us to test his sincerity without fully committing to trusting him. Thomas studied the detailed maps and timetables that would govern the operation. What if the French have changed his travel plans? What if they're suspicious of his loyalty and have him under surveillance? Then we adapt. Intelligence work is rarely about executing perfect plans. It's about responding effectively to unexpected developments while maintaining sight of your primary objectives. Geoffrey's expression was serious but confident. You've already proven that you can think on your feet and make good decisions under pressure. This operation will test those abilities more severely than anything you've faced so far. Lady Margaret added her own perspective. Remember that Henri is also under tremendous pressure. He's betraying everything he's been trained to serve, risking his life and his family's safety, and trusting people he barely knows to protect him from the consequences of his choices. He may be more frightened and unpredictable than he appeared during your first meeting. Thomas spent the next 2 days in intensive preparation, learning new codes and communication methods, studying French intelligence procedures, and practicing the kind of subtle misdirection that would be necessary to feed false information to enemy agents without arousing their suspicions. But the most important part of his preparation was psychological. He had to learn to think like someone who had been compromised by enemy action, rather than someone who was voluntarily cooperating with his own intelligence service. The mindset was crucial. If he appeared too willing or too knowledgeable, the French would suspect that the entire operation was a deception. On the morning of the operation, Thomas rode out from London with a small team of agents disguised as traveling merchants. Their destination was a crossroads inn, halfway between Ashford and Canterbury, where Henry would be spending the night before continuing his journey to meet his French handlers. The inn was exactly the kind of establishment that served as a natural meeting place for travelers and merchants, busy enough to provide cover for clandestine activities, but not so crowded that every conversation would be overheard. Thomas and his team took rooms and settled in to wait for Henry's arrival. When Henri appeared that evening, Thomas was struck by how much the French agent had changed since their first meeting. The confident merchant's persona was gone, replaced by someone who moved with the careful wariness of a man who knew he was walking into mortal danger. Henri's eyes constantly scanned the common room, noting every face and analyzing every conversation for signs of threat. Thomas made contact using the prearranged signal, ordering a specific combination of ale and food that would identify him to Henri without alerting any French agents who might be watching. Henri's response was subtle but clear. He understood that the extraction was proceeding as planned. But as the evening progressed, Thomas began to notice signs that the situation was more complex than anyone had anticipated. Henri was not alone. At least 2 other men in the inn were clearly associated with him, positioned to provide security or surveillance. The French were taking Henri's safety more seriously than expected, which suggested either that they valued him highly or that they suspected his loyalty. Thomas had to make a rapid decision about how to proceed. The original plan called for a simple approach to Henri's room after midnight, but the presence of additional French agents made that approach potentially suicidal. He needed to find a way to communicate with Henri and adjust the extraction plan without alerting the French surveillance. The solution came from his training as a town crier. Thomas began telling stories to the other guests in the common room, tales of his travels and the interesting people he had met along the way. Embedded within these seemingly innocent stories were coded messages that Henri, if he was as skilled as he claimed, would be able to decode. The story Thomas told about a merchant who had been robbed by bandits on the Canterbury Road contained specific details about time and location that would tell Henri where and when the extraction would take place. The tale of a trader who had escaped from French pirates included information about signals and recognition codes, and the account of a crier who had helped reunite a lost traveler with his family conveyed reassurances about Henri's safety and his family's protection. Henri's response was equally subtle. Questions about the stories that seemed like casual curiosity, but actually confirmed his understanding of the new plan and his willingness to proceed with the modified extraction. But as Thomas prepared to retire to his room and wait for the predetermined time, he noticed something that made his blood run cold. One of the French agents watching Henri was the same man who had posed as a cloth merchant in Millbrook weeks earlier. The one whose whispers about the king's health had been so dangerous that Rosalind's network had moved quickly to counter them. The presence of such a high-level French operative suggested that Henri's mission was far more important than anyone had realized, and that his offer to defect represented either an unprecedented intelligence opportunity or an elaborate trap designed to destroy the English intelligence networks from within. Thomas had minutes to decide whether to proceed with the extraction or abort the operation and retreat to London with the intelligence that Henri was under much heavier protection than expected. Either choice carried enormous risks. Proceeding might walk into a trap that could destroy the entire operation, but aborting might lose the most valuable intelligence asset England had ever had the opportunity to acquire. The decision was made for him when Henri suddenly stood and announced loudly that he was feeling unwell and needed to retire early. It was a clear signal that something had gone wrong, and that the extraction needed to happen immediately or not at all. Thomas made his choice. He signaled to his team and began moving toward the stairs, knowing that the next few minutes would determine whether Henri Dubois became England's most valuable double agent, or whether they all died in a French trap that had been months in the making. The medallion around his neck seemed to pulse with urgency as Thomas climbed the stairs toward Henri's room, carrying with him the weight of decisions that could affect the outcome of the war itself. He was no longer just a town crier or even a junior intelligence agent. He was a key player in an operation that would test everything he had learned about courage, deception, and the terrible choices that came with serving something larger than oneself. The extraction was about to begin, and Thomas could only hope that his judgment about Henri's sincerity was correct, because if it wasn't, the next few hours would be his last. The sound of betrayal. Years later, when Thomas had learned to recognize the subtle signs that preceded violence, he would remember the exact sound that told him Henri's extraction was about to become a battle for survival. It was the scrape of steel against leather, the sound of multiple weapons being drawn simultaneously in the rooms around Henri's chamber. Thomas heard it through the thin walls of the inn just as he reached the top of the stairs, and he knew immediately that they had walked into a trap. The French hadn't just been protecting Henri. They had been using him as bait to draw English intelligence operatives into a carefully prepared ambush. The extraction that was supposed to look like a kidnapping was about to become a genuine battle between French and English agents. But even as Thomas realized the scope of the trap, he also heard something else. Henri's voice, raised in what sounded like genuine surprise and anger, speaking rapid French that Thomas's limited knowledge of the language couldn't fully follow. Whatever was happening, Henri seemed to be as surprised by it as the English agents were. The sound of betrayal, Thomas would later understand, was not always the obvious crash of swords or the shouts of enemies revealing themselves. Sometimes it was the subtle whisper of plans changing, of loyalties shifting, of situations spiraling beyond anyone's control. In that moment, at the top of the inn's stairs, Thomas learned that the most dangerous betrayals were often the ones that surprised everyone involved, including the betrayers themselves. The extraction was about to become something none of them had planned for, and survival would depend on adapting faster than their enemies could react. The sound of steel against leather was followed by the sound of Thomas drawing his own blade, and then by the sounds of a battle that would determine whether Henri Dubois lived to become England's most valuable asset or died as the centerpiece of France's most successful intelligence trap. The Inn of Broken Trust. The battle erupted with the sudden violence of a summer thunderstorm. Thomas heard Henri's door splinter as French agents burst in from the adjacent room, followed immediately by shouts in both English and French as the carefully planned extraction dissolved into chaos. Thomas drew his blade and rushed toward Henri's room, but found his path blocked by one of the French agents he had observed earlier. A lean man with the quick movements of a professional killer. Steel rang against steel in the narrow corridor as they fought, their blades sparking in the dim light of the oil lamps that flickered along the walls. "Where is the Frenchman?" the agent demanded in accented English, pressing his attack with methodical precision. "What Frenchman?" Thomas replied, parrying a thrust aimed at his heart. I'm just a traveling crier looking for a room." Of course, it was a desperate attempt to maintain his cover, but the French agent's knowing smile told Thomas that his identity was no secret. The trap had been more comprehensive than anyone had realized. The French knew exactly who he was and why he was there. The sound of fighting from Henri's room grew more intense, punctuated by crashes and shouts that suggested furniture was being used as weapons. Thomas needed to reach Henri quickly, but his opponent was skilled enough to keep him pinned in the corridor. The breakthrough came when Thomas remembered a technique Magnus had taught him about using his voice as a weapon. Instead of trying to overpower his opponent with superior swordplay, Thomas suddenly bellowed in his trained crier's voice. A sound so loud and unexpected in the confined space that the French agent instinctively flinched and raised his hands to protect his ears. In that moment of distraction, Thomas struck, his blade finding the gap between his opponent's ribs. The man dropped with a gurgle, and Thomas leaped over his body toward Henri's room. What he found there defied all his expectations. Henri was indeed fighting for his life, but not against English agents trying to kidnap him. He was fighting against French agents who were apparently trying to kill him. The room was a wreck of broken furniture and scattered belongings, and Henri was backed into a corner, bleeding from multiple wounds but still wielding a knife with deadly effectiveness. "Thomas," Henri called out when he saw the English agent appear in the doorway. "They know. They've known all along." One of the French agents turned toward Thomas, giving Henri the opening he needed to drive his blade into the man's back. But there were still two more enemies in the room, and Thomas could hear more footsteps on the stairs, reinforcements arriving from other parts of the inn. "How many?" Thomas asked as he engaged one of the remaining French agents. "Too many," Henri replied, dispatching his opponent with a vicious slash across the throat. "They've been watching me for weeks, waiting to see who I would contact." This whole thing was a trap to identify English intelligence assets. Thomas felt a chill of understanding. The French hadn't just been protecting Henri. They had been using him as unwitting bait to draw out English agents. Henri's offer to defect had been genuine, but his French handlers had discovered his intentions and turned the situation to their advantage. "Can you travel?" Thomas asked as they heard more men climbing the stairs. "Do I have a choice?" Henri grimaced as he tested his wounded leg. "But we'll never make it out the front. Too many of them." Thomas remembered the inn's layout from his earlier reconnaissance. "The back stairs lead to the kitchen. From there we can reach the stables." They fought their way out of Henri's room and down the narrow back staircase, leaving a trail of French bodies behind them. But Thomas could hear pursuit following closely, and he knew that even if they reached the stables, they would be outnumbered and outgunned in any running battle across the countryside. The kitchen was empty. The inn's staff had apparently fled when the fighting began, but Thomas could see torches moving in the courtyard beyond the windows. The French had surrounded the building, cutting off all obvious escape routes. "There," Henri pointed toward a root cellar entrance half hidden behind sacks of grain. "It connects to the old smugglers' tunnels. This inn has been used for contraband operations for decades." Thomas had heard stories of the tunnel networks that honeycombed the countryside around Canterbury, built by generations of smugglers to move goods without paying royal taxes. If Henri was right, the tunnels might provide an escape route that the French wouldn't know about. They descended into the cellar just as French agents burst through the kitchen door above them. The tunnels were narrow and damp, lit only by the single torch Thomas had grabbed from the kitchen, but they stretched away into darkness in multiple directions. Which way? Thomas asked. I don't know, Henry admitted. I've heard about these tunnels, but I've never used them. We'll have to guess and hope we choose correctly. They picked a tunnel that seemed to head generally north toward London and began making their way through the underground maze. Behind them, they could hear French voices and see the flicker of torches as their pursuers discovered the cellar entrance. The tunnel was a nightmare of low ceilings, standing water, and passages that branched off in directions that might lead to freedom or to dead ends where they would be trapped like rats. Thomas's torch was burning low, and he knew that once it died, they would be stumbling through absolute darkness with armed enemies behind them. Tell me about the trap, Thomas said as they hurried through the tunnels. How long have they known about your contact with us? Since the beginning, I think, Henri replied. His breathing labored from his wounds and the exertion of their flight. They let me make the approach because they wanted to see how English intelligence would respond. Every meeting we had, every piece of information I provided, was being observed and analyzed. Thomas felt sick as he realized the implications. Then they know about our entire network. Magnus, Rosalind, everyone who was involved in the operation. Not necessarily. They know about the people who were directly involved with me, but they may not understand the full scope of your networks. Intelligence operations are compartmentalized. Knowing about one part doesn't automatically reveal everything else. It was small comfort, but Thomas clung to the hope that the damage could be contained. If the French only knew about the specific agents who had been involved in Henry's case, the broader network might still be secure. They reached a junction where 3 tunnels branched off in different directions. Thomas was about to choose the middle path when Henri grabbed his arm. Listen, Henri whispered. Thomas strained his ears and heard what Henri had detected. The sound of running water somewhere ahead. An underground stream. Or a connection to the river. Either way, it might lead to the surface. Henri pointed toward the tunnel where the sound was strongest. And, if we're very lucky, it might lead to a place where we can find transportation. They followed the sound of water through increasingly damp passages until they emerged into a natural cave where an underground stream flowed toward what appeared to be daylight in the distance. The torch was almost dead, but Thomas could see that the stream led to an opening that might connect to the river system. Can you swim? Thomas asked. Well enough, Henry replied. But in this water, in winter, we won't last long if we don't find shelter quickly. They had no choice. Behind them, the sounds of pursuit were growing closer, and ahead lay their only chance of escape. Thomas extinguished the dying torch, and they slipped into the ice-cold water, letting the current carry them toward whatever lay beyond the cave opening. The shock of the cold water was like being struck by lightning, but Thomas forced himself to keep moving, following the stream as it flowed through a series of natural channels that eventually opened onto the river proper. They emerged into gray dawn light, gasping and shivering, but alive and temporarily free of pursuit. There, Henri pointed toward a small fishing boat moored at a crude dock downstream. If we can reach it before the French realize where we've gone. They swam toward the boat with the desperate strength of men who knew that capture meant death. Thomas's limbs were numb with cold, and Henri was clearly weakening from his wounds, but they managed to reach the vessel and haul themselves aboard. The boat was equipped with oars and a small sail, and Thomas quickly got them moving downstream while Henri collapsed in the bottom of the boat, breathing heavily and bleeding from his reopened wounds. Will you live? Thomas asked. Long enough to reach London, I hope, Henri replied. long enough to provide the intelligence that might make this disaster worthwhile. As they sailed down the river toward London, Thomas reflected on how completely the operation had failed in its original objectives, while potentially succeeding in ways no one had anticipated. Henri's extraction had been blown, their cover was compromised, and French agents now knew far more about English intelligence methods than anyone had intended to reveal. But they had also learned that the French intelligence networks were more sophisticated and more deeply embedded than anyone had realized. Henri was still alive, and apparently still willing to provide information about French operations. And, most importantly, they had discovered that the French were planning something so significant that they were willing to sacrifice a major intelligence operation to protect it. The medallion around Thomas's neck had somehow survived their ordeal, and as they sailed toward London through the gray winter morning, he felt it pulse with the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. He was no longer the uncertain young man who had first put on his father's medallion months ago. The events of the past night had transformed him into something else. A veteran intelligence agent who had survived his first major operation and learned lessons that would serve him for the rest of his career. But he had also learned that the war they were fighting was more complex and more dangerous than anyone had imagined. The French weren't just gathering intelligence or planning military campaigns. They were conducting experiments in the systematic destruction of human trust and community bonds. The inn of broken trust lay behind them, but the lessons it had taught would guide Thomas through all the challenges that lay ahead. He had learned that in the world of intelligence work, success and failure were often indistinguishable, that the most valuable victories sometimes looked like defeats, and that survival often depended on adapting faster than your enemies could react. As London's skyline appeared in the distance, Thomas knew that his real education was just beginning. The extraction had failed, but it had also opened doors to intelligence opportunities that could change the course of the war. Henri Dubois was no longer a potential double agent. He was a proven asset whose information could save English lives and protect English communities from the sophisticated attacks being planned against them. The game of shadows was entering a new phase, and Thomas Bellwether was no longer just a player. He was becoming a master of the game itself, with all the knowledge, responsibility, and terrible burden that such mastery entailed. Nature reflection. The river's memory. As Thomas and Henry sailed down the river toward London, Thomas found himself thinking about the ancient waterway that had carried them to safety, and what it had witnessed over the centuries of human conflict. The river had seen everything. Roman legions marching along its banks, Saxon raiders sailing up from the sea, Norman conquerors establishing their dominance over the landscape. It had carried merchants and pilgrims, soldiers and spies, refugees and conquerors, all pursuing their various purposes while the water flowed eternally toward the sea. But the river remembered nothing and everything. Each drop of water that passed beneath their boat had been part of countless other journeys, had fallen as rain on distant mountains, had flowed through other streams and other lands before joining this particular current at this particular moment. Thomas realized that he and Henri were just the latest in an endless procession of people who had used the river to escape from danger, to carry important messages, to reach destinations that would determine the course of their lives. The water that bore them had carried Saxon messengers fleeing Viking raids, Norman spies gathering intelligence about English defenses, and countless others whose names were forgotten, but whose purposes had shaped the history of the land. The river's memory was both infinite and instantaneous. It carried the weight of all the history that had flowed along its course, but it also existed only in the present moment. responding to the immediate needs of wind and tide, and the shape of the land through which it moved. As they sailed toward London, Thomas understood that he was part of that same eternal flow, carrying forward the accumulated wisdom of all who had served truth and community before him, while also responding to the immediate challenges of his own particular moment in history. The river would continue to flow long after Thomas and Henry and all their contemporaries were forgotten, carrying new refugees and new messengers toward new destinations that would shape new chapters in the endless story of human struggle and survival. But for now, in this moment, the river was carrying them toward London and toward whatever role they would play in determining whether the forces of truth and community would prevail over those who sought to tear apart the bonds that held civilization together. The water was cold and indifferent, but it was also reliable. It would carry them where they needed to go, just as it had carried countless others before them, and just as it would carry countless others after them in the eternal flow of human purpose and human hope. Chapter 16. Debriefing in the Shadows. The safe house where Geoffrey's team conducted Henri's debriefing was different from the one where Thomas had first met the spymaster. Smaller, more secure, and equipped with the kind of facilities that suggested it was designed for interrogating prisoners rather than briefing allies. The distinction was not lost on either Thomas or Henri as they were escorted into the windowless room where their ordeal would continue in a different form. Geoffrey was waiting for them, along with Lady Margaret and several other officials Thomas didn't recognize. But what struck Thomas most was the change in Geoffrey's demeanor. The polite courtesy of their earlier meetings had been replaced by the cold professionalism of someone conducting a hostile interrogation. "Gentlemen," Geoffrey said without preamble, "we need to understand exactly what happened at the inn, and we need to understand it quickly. The French operation you stumbled into has implications that go far beyond your personal survival." Henri, despite his wounds and exhaustion, maintained the dignity of a professional intelligence officer. "I assume you want to know whether I'm a genuine defector or an elaborate French deception. Among other things, yes, but we also need to understand the scope of French knowledge about our operations, the extent of their penetration into our networks, and the nature of the larger operation they're conducting." Geoffrey gestured toward chairs arranged around a table that was conspicuously bare of maps or documents. "Please, sit. This may take some time." Over the next several hours, Henri provided a detailed account of his recruitment by French intelligence, his training in social warfare techniques, and his gradual disillusionment with the methods he was being asked to employ. The story was consistent with what he had told Thomas earlier, but the level of detail he now provided was staggering. The French approach to intelligence warfare is fundamentally different from traditional methods, Henri explained. Instead of simply gathering information about enemy capabilities and intentions, they're trying to reshape the social and psychological foundations that make organized resistance possible. Lady Margaret leaned forward with obvious interest. "Can you be more specific about their techniques?" "They call it social dissolution, the systematic destruction of trust relationships that hold communities together. The goal is not to defeat enemy armies in battle, but to prevent enemy communities from being able to organize effective resistance in the first place." Henri described operations that went far beyond simple propaganda or disinformation campaigns. French agents were working to identify and exploit existing tensions within English communities, to amplify natural conflicts between different social groups, and to create artificial crises that would force people to choose between competing loyalties. The beauty of the approach, from their perspective, is that it's largely self-sustaining, Henry continued. Once you introduce sufficient suspicion and fear into a community, people begin to police each other more effectively than any external force could manage. They become so focused on internal threats that they lose the ability to recognize and respond to external ones. Thomas felt a chill of recognition as he thought about what he had observed in Millbrook and the surrounding villages, the false information campaigns, the manufactured crises, the careful exploitation of existing tensions. All of it fit the pattern Henri was describing. "How extensive is this program?" Geoffrey asked. "More extensive than you've realized. The operations you've detected are just the visible portion of a much larger campaign. French agents are active in dozens of English communities, running coordinated operations designed to test and refine their social dissolution techniques." Henri produced a small leather journal from inside his coat. Somehow it had survived their escape through the tunnels and the river. This contains detailed information about French operations across northern England, including agent identities, operational objectives, and communication methods. Geoffrey examined the journal with obvious skepticism. "How do we know this information is accurate? How do we know you're not providing us with carefully crafted disinformation designed to misdirect our counterintelligence efforts?" It was the question Thomas had been dreading, because he realized that there was no definitive way to verify Henri's sincerity. The French were sophisticated enough to create false defectors whose information would be accurate enough to be believable while actually serving French objectives. "You don't know," Henri said simply. "You can't know, not with absolute certainty. Intelligence work always involves making decisions based on incomplete information and calculated risks. But I can tell you this. The information in that journal will allow you to prevent at least 3 major operations that are scheduled to begin within the next month." "What operations?" Lady Margaret asked. Henri described a coordinated campaign designed to create artificial food shortages in several English cities, manufactured through the manipulation of trade relationships and the spread of false information about crop failures. The goal was to create panic and social unrest that would undermine confidence in royal authority and make English communities more vulnerable to French military intervention. "The operations are scheduled to begin next week," Henri said. "If you act on the information I've provided, you can prevent them and capture the French agents involved. If the operations proceed as planned, you'll know that I was lying and that everything I've told you is disinformation." Geoffrey studied the journal for several minutes, his expression unreadable. Thomas could see that the spymaster was weighing the potential benefits of acting on Henri's information against the risks of walking into an elaborate trap. "There's another consideration," Thomas said. "Even if Henri is providing accurate information, the French know that he's been compromised. They'll assume that we have access to whatever intelligence he possessed, and they'll adjust their operations accordingly." "Exactly," Geoffrey replied. "Which means that the information in this journal has a very short shelf life. If we're going to act on it, we need to move immediately." Lady Margaret raised another concern. What about Henri's family? If we begin rolling up French operations based on his intelligence, they'll know he's the source. His relatives in Calais will be killed as a matter of course. Henri's expression grew grim. "My family knew the risks when I began this work. They also know that some things are more important than individual survival. If my information can prevent the systematic destruction of English communities, then their sacrifice will have meaning." Thomas was struck by the terrible calculus of intelligence work. Lives weighed against lives, personal loyalties balanced against larger purposes, individual sacrifices measured against collective benefits. Henry was asking them to use information that would almost certainly result in his family's death, because the alternative might be the destruction of entire communities. Geoffrey made his decision. We'll act on the intelligence, but we'll also attempt to extract Henri's family from Calais before the French realize what's happening. It's a long shot, but we have assets in place who might be able to manage it. Over the next hour, Geoffrey's team began planning a complex series of operations based on Henry's intelligence. French agents would be arrested, their operations disrupted, and their communication networks compromised. It was exactly the kind of intelligence breakthrough that could shift the balance of the Shadow War in England's favor. But Thomas also understood that they were crossing a threshold from which there would be no return. By acting on Henry's information, they were committing themselves to a level of conflict that would make the previous intelligence operations look like children's games. "What happens to Henri now?" Thomas asked. "He becomes our most valuable asset," Geoffrey replied. "His knowledge of French methods and operations makes him uniquely qualified to help us develop counter-strategies. But he also becomes our most vulnerable asset. The French will spare no effort to recapture or eliminate him." Henri nodded with the resignation of someone who had accepted the consequences of his choices. "I knew when I made contact with Thomas that I was crossing a line I could never uncross. My old life is over, regardless of what happens next. The question is whether my new life will be long enough to make a difference." As the meeting concluded, and plans were finalized for the operations that would begin the next day, Thomas reflected on how much his understanding of the conflict had evolved. What had begun as a simple mission to extract a potential defector had become the opening move in a new phase of the intelligence war. One that would test everything the English networks had learned about fighting enemies who used information as their primary weapon. The medallion around his neck pulsed with warmth as Thomas prepared to leave the safe house, and he understood that it connected him not just to other criers, but to all those throughout history who had made difficult choices in service of larger purposes. Henri's decision to defect, Geoffrey's decision to act on his intelligence, Thomas's own decision to become involved in intelligence work, all were part of the same eternal struggle between the forces that built up human communities and those that sought to tear them down. The debriefing was over, but the real work was just beginning. The intelligence Henri had provided would save English lives and protect English communities, but it would also escalate the conflict to a level where the stakes included not just individual survival, but the survival of the social bonds that made civilization possible. Thomas was no longer just a town crier or even a junior intelligence agent. He was becoming a key player in a war that would determine whether future generations would live in communities bound together by trust and mutual support, or in societies held together only by fear and manipulation. The shadows were deepening, but Thomas was learning to see in the dark, and what he saw there would guide him through all the challenges that lay ahead in the deadly game of truth and deception that had become his life's work. The moment I understood the price. Years later, when Thomas had learned to live with the weight of choices that affected the lives of people he would never meet, he would remember the exact moment when he understood that intelligence work was not about gathering secrets, but about deciding which secrets were worth the cost of learning them. It came during Henri's debriefing, when the French defector described the family he was sacrificing for the sake of the intelligence he was providing. Henri spoke of his sister's children in Calais. two young girls who would almost certainly be killed when the French discovered their uncle's betrayal. "Marie is 7, Henri said, his voice steady but his hands trembling slightly. "She wants to be a seamstress like her mother. Isabel is 5, and she believes that flowers can talk if you listen carefully enough. They will die because of what I'm telling you today, and they will never understand why." Thomas felt something break inside him as he realized that the intelligence they were gaining, valuable as it was, came at the cost of 2 innocent lives. The information Henri provided might save hundreds of English lives, but it would definitely cost the lives of 2 French children who had never harmed anyone. That was the moment Thomas understood that intelligence work was not a game or an adventure, but a series of impossible choices where every victory came at a price that could never be fully calculated or justified. The weight of those choices would stay with him for the rest of his life, because he had learned that some knowledge could only be purchased with blood, and that the blood was often that of the innocent. But he had also learned that refusing to make such choices was itself a choice, one that might preserve his own moral purity while allowing even greater evils to flourish unchecked. The French social warfare techniques Henri described would destroy far more than 2 lives if they were allowed to succeed. The price of knowledge was terrible, but the price of ignorance might be even worse. Thomas would carry that understanding with him through all the difficult decisions that lay ahead, because he had learned that sometimes the most moral choice was the one that required accepting the weight of immoral consequences. The moment passed, the debriefing continued, and plans were made that would save English lives at the cost of French ones. But Thomas never forgot the image of 2 little girls who would die because their uncle had chosen to serve a truth larger than family loyalty, and because Thomas had chosen to help him do it. Part B. The Spring Campaign. The network strikes back. The operations that followed Henri's debriefing unfolded with the precision of a master clockmaker's finest creation. Across northern England, French agents found themselves arrested at dawn, their safe houses raided, their communication networks compromised. The artificial food shortage campaign that was supposed to create chaos in English cities never materialized, as the merchants who had been recruited to manipulate grain supplies were quietly detained, and their French handlers disappeared into English prisons. Thomas watched the results unfold from Jeffrey's operations center in London, where maps covered with colored pins showed the systematic roll-up of French intelligence networks. Each pin that changed from red to blue represented a French agent captured, a safe house secured, or an operation disrupted. The scope of the success was breathtaking. In less than a week, years of French intelligence work had been undone. But Thomas also understood that this victory came at a terrible cost that was not reflected on any map. Henri's family in Calais had indeed been killed, just as he had predicted. The English extraction team had arrived too late, finding only bodies and a message written in blood on the wall. This is what happens to the families of traitors. Henri received the news with the stoic resignation of someone who had accepted the consequences of his choices, but Thomas could see the grief eating away at him like acid. The French defector had saved English lives and protected English communities, but he had paid for that service with the lives of the people he loved most. Was it worth it? Thomas asked Henri during one of their private conversations. "Ask me again in a year," Henri replied, "when we see whether the intelligence I provided was enough to prevent the larger catastrophe the French are planning. If English communities remain strong and free, then yes, it was worth it. If they fall to French social warfare techniques, then my family died for nothing." The question haunted Thomas because he realized that the same calculus applied to his own choices. Every decision he made as an intelligence agent carried the potential for unintended consequences that might not become apparent for months or years. The information he gathered, the operations he participated in, the lies he told in service of larger truths, all of it created ripples that spread far beyond his ability to predict or control. But there was no time for extended philosophical reflection. The success of the operations based on Henri's intelligence had revealed the scope of French activities in England. But it had also alerted the French to the fact that their networks had been compromised. They were already adapting, changing their methods, and preparing new operations designed to counter English intelligence capabilities. "We've won a battle," Geoffrey explained during a briefing for his senior agents. "But we haven't won the war. The French will respond to these setbacks by escalating their operations and employing more sophisticated techniques. They'll also be more careful about security, which means our future intelligence gathering will be more difficult and more dangerous." Lady Margaret added her own assessment. "The spring military campaign Henri warned us about is still coming. The intelligence operations we've disrupted were preparation for that campaign, not a substitute for it. We may have made the French task more difficult, but we haven't eliminated the threat." Thomas raised a concern that had been troubling him. What about the communities where French agents were operating? Have we done enough to repair the damage they caused to social trust and community bonds? It was a crucial question, because Thomas had learned that the French social warfare techniques were designed to be self-sustaining. Even after the agents who had introduced suspicion and fear into communities were removed, the psychological damage they had caused might continue to spread like a contagion. Geoffrey's expression grew troubled. "That's the most challenging aspect of this conflict. We can arrest French agents and disrupt their operations, but we can't simply order communities to trust each other again. Repairing the social bonds that have been damaged will take time, patience, and very careful work." "What kind of work?" Thomas asked. "The kind of work you were trained for as a town crier," Lady Margaret replied. "Strengthening community connections, providing reliable information, and serving as a trusted voice that people can rely on for truth. The intelligence war has taught us that the most effective weapons against social warfare are the same tools that build strong communities in the first place." Thomas felt a sense of coming full circle. His journey from village crier to intelligence agent had taught him skills and given him experiences that seemed far removed from his original calling. But now he was being told that his most important contribution to the war effort might be a return to the basic work of strengthening community bonds and protecting the flow of accurate information. "Are you suggesting that I return to Millbrook?" Thomas asked. "I'm suggesting that you return to Millbrook with a much deeper understanding of why that work is important," Geoffrey replied. "The French social warfare campaign has revealed that strong communities are England's best defense against sophisticated information attacks. Your role as a town crier, informed by your experience as an intelligence agent, could be more valuable than any traditional military position." The proposal was both appealing and terrifying. Thomas had grown to appreciate the complexity and importance of intelligence work, but he also missed the direct connection to community life that had made his work as a town crier so meaningful. The idea of returning to Millbrook with the knowledge and skills he had gained was attractive, but it also meant accepting responsibility for protecting his community against threats he now understood far better than he wished he did. "What about Henry?" Thomas asked. "What happens to him?" "Henri becomes part of a new initiative we're developing," Geoffrey explained. a program to train English agents in French social warfare techniques, not so we can use them against our own people, but so we can recognize and counter them when they're used against us. Henry's knowledge of these methods makes him uniquely qualified to help develop our defenses. It was a logical assignment, but Thomas could see the irony in it. Henri would spend the rest of his life teaching English agents how to recognize and counter the very techniques he had once used in service of France. His expertise in social warfare would be turned against his former masters, but it would also serve as a constant reminder of the family he had sacrificed to acquire that expertise. Over the following days, Thomas prepared for his return to Millbrook with a mixture of anticipation and apprehension. He would be going back to his community as both the familiar town crier they had always known and as a trained intelligence agent with knowledge of threats they couldn't imagine. The challenge would be protecting them without alarming them, strengthening their community bonds without revealing why such strengthening was necessary. Magnus met him at the edge of Millbrook on a gray spring morning, the old crier's weathered face showing relief and concern in equal measure. "So," Magnus said, "you've seen the wider world and learned its secrets. The question is whether you can still be content with the smaller world of a single village." Thomas considered the question as they walked together toward the village square, where he had first learned to use his voice in service of his community. "I think the smaller world and the wider world are more connected than I used to realize. Protecting Millbrook means understanding the threats that come from beyond its borders. Serving the community means being part of networks that extend far beyond what any individual community can manage alone." Magnus nodded with satisfaction. "Then you've learned the most important lesson of all. A town crier's voice carries only as far as it can be heard, but the truth it carries can travel to the ends of the earth." As they reached the square, Thomas saw that little had changed in the months since he had left for London. The same merchants were setting up their stalls, the same neighbors were going about their daily business. The same rhythms of community life continued as they had for generations, but Thomas now saw details he had missed before. The subtle signs of social stress that French agents had introduced. The small fractures in community trust that would need careful attention to heal. The vulnerabilities that made Millbrook susceptible to the kind of sophisticated attacks he had learned to recognize. The medallion around his neck pulsed with warmth as Thomas took his position beneath the oak tree where his journey as a town crier had begun. He was no longer the uncertain young man who had first put on his father's medallion, but he was still committed to the same fundamental purpose, serving his community by protecting the flow of truth and strengthening the bonds that held people together. "Oh yes, Thomas called out, his voice carrying clearly across the square. "Good people of Millbrook, gather round for news of interest to our community." The familiar words felt both comfortable and strange, weighted now with knowledge of how much depended on the simple act of bringing reliable information to people who trusted their crier to tell them the truth. Thomas was home, but he was also carrying with him the responsibility of protecting his community from threats they didn't know existed. The spring campaign was beginning, and Thomas Bellwether was no longer just a town crier or just an intelligence agent. He was becoming something new, a guardian of community bonds who understood that the most important battles were often fought not with swords and arrows, but with words and the trust they could build or destroy. The network was striking back against those who would tear apart the fabric of human community. And Thomas was proud to be part of that network, but he was even prouder to be home, where his voice could serve the people he cared about most in the world. Nature reflection. Spring's deceptive promise. As Thomas settled back into his role as Millbrook's town crier, he found himself paying new attention to the signs of spring that were appearing throughout the countryside, and what they revealed about the nature of renewal and the persistence of hidden threats. The first green shoots were pushing through the soil in gardens and fields, carrying the promise of new growth and abundant harvests. But Thomas's trained eye now noticed things he had missed in previous springs. The subtle signs that some plants were diseased, that certain fields had been damaged by winter flooding, that the apparent health of the landscape concealed vulnerabilities that could become serious problems if not addressed. The French social warfare techniques he had learned about worked much the same way. They introduced subtle infections into the social fabric of communities. Small doubts, minor suspicions, barely noticeable tensions that seemed insignificant at first, but could grow into community-destroying conflicts if left untreated. Thomas realized that his role as a town crier was like that of a gardener tending the social landscape of his community. He needed to identify and address small problems before they became large ones, to nurture the healthy growth of trust and cooperation, while carefully removing the weeds of suspicion and fear that could choke out community bonds. Spring was indeed a time of renewal, but it was also a time when careful attention was needed to ensure that what grew was beneficial rather than harmful. The same soil that could produce abundant harvests could also nurture poisonous weeds, and the same social conditions that allowed communities to flourish could be exploited by those who sought to destroy them. As Thomas walked through Millbrook's streets and observed the daily interactions between neighbors, he saw both the resilience and the fragility of community life. The bonds between people were strong enough to have survived the subtle attacks French agents had mounted against them, but they were also delicate enough to require constant care and attention. The spring air carried the scent of new growth and the promise of warmer days ahead. But it also carried the memory of winter's hardships and the knowledge that another winter would inevitably come. Thomas understood that his work as a guardian of community bonds would follow the same seasonal pattern. Periods of growth and renewal alternating with times of testing and challenge, requiring different skills and different approaches as circumstances changed. The deceptive promise of spring was that renewal was automatic, that growth was inevitable, that the simple passage of time would heal all wounds and solve all problems. But Thomas had learned that renewal required work, that healthy growth needed cultivation, and that some wounds could only heal with careful attention and deliberate effort. As he prepared to begin his renewed service to Millbrook, Thomas carried with him the knowledge that spring's promise was real but not guaranteed. The community could flourish and grow stronger, but only if its members understood the value of what they shared and were willing to work together to protect it. The medallion around his neck caught the morning sunlight as Thomas stood beneath the oak tree, and he understood that he was part of an eternal cycle of growth and renewal, challenge and response, that had shaped human communities since the beginning of time. Spring would come again, as it always had, but its promise would only be fulfilled by those who understood that the most important harvests required the most careful cultivation. Echoes of war. The first sign that the French spring campaign had begun came not through official intelligence channels, but through the gossip of traveling merchants who brought news of strange happenings in distant towns. Ships had been seen massing in French ports, but not the kind of invasion fleet that might be expected for a direct assault on English shores. Instead, the vessels were smaller, more maneuverable craft that suggested a different kind of warfare entirely. Thomas received this intelligence through the network of criers and traders that Magnus had helped him understand months earlier. The information came in fragments. A comment about unusual activity in Dover, a rumor about French gold being spent in Scottish markets, a report of mysterious strangers asking questions in Irish ports. Individually, each piece of information seemed insignificant. Together, they painted a picture of coordinated activity that stretched across the entire region. "They're not planning a conventional invasion," Thomas told Magnus as they reviewed the accumulated intelligence in the back room of the Gilded Swan. "They're planning something more subtle and potentially more dangerous." Magnus studied the map where Thomas had marked the locations mentioned in various reports. "What do you see?" "A pattern designed to stretch our defenses thin while creating maximum confusion about their actual objectives. If we respond to every reported threat, we'll exhaust our resources chasing shadows. If we ignore the reports, we might miss the real attack when it comes." It was exactly the kind of strategic dilemma that French social warfare techniques were designed to create, forcing English commanders to make impossible choices between competing priorities while never providing enough clear information to make confident decisions. Rosalind joined their discussion, bringing with her the perspective of someone who managed information networks across multiple communities. "The reports I'm receiving suggest that the French are trying to create the impression of imminent invasion while actually focusing on something else entirely. The question is what that something else might be." Thomas had been thinking about the same question, and he had developed a theory that both excited and terrified him. What if the real target isn't military at all? What if they're planning to use the threat of invasion as cover for a massive social warfare campaign designed to tear apart English communities from within? The idea made terrible sense. While English military forces were focused on defending against invasion fleets that might never materialize, French agents could be working systematically to destroy the social bonds that made organized resistance possible. By the time the deception was discovered, English communities might be so weakened by internal conflict that they would be unable to mount effective opposition to whatever the French actually planned to do. "How do we counter something like that?" Magnus asked. "By doing what we've always done," Thomas replied, "but doing it better and more systematically than ever before. We strengthen community bonds. We provide reliable information, and we help people understand that their neighbors are their allies, not their enemies." It sounded simple, but Thomas knew that implementing such a strategy would require resources and coordination on a scale that had never been attempted. Every town crier, every merchant, every village leader would need to understand their role in defending against attacks that most people couldn't even imagine. Over the following weeks, Thomas worked with Magnus and Rosalind to develop what they called the Community Defense Initiative, a program designed to strengthen social bonds and improve information flow throughout the region. The initiative used the existing networks of criers and traders, but added new elements designed specifically to counter French social warfare techniques. Town criers were trained to recognize and counter false information more effectively. Merchants were taught to identify and report suspicious activities without creating panic. Village leaders were given tools for resolving conflicts before they could be exploited by outside agitators. And, perhaps most importantly, ordinary citizens were educated about the importance of community bonds and the threats that could be mounted against them. The work was exhausting and often frustrating, because it required changing deeply ingrained habits and assumptions about how communities functioned. Many people found it difficult to believe that their social relationships could be systematically attacked by foreign enemies, and some resented the implication that they needed to be more careful about whom they trusted and what information they accepted as true. But the program also revealed the fundamental strength of English communities, their capacity for cooperation when they understood the stakes involved. Once people grasped that their way of life was under attack, they proved remarkably willing to work together to defend it. The test of their preparations came in late spring, when a coordinated series of incidents began occurring across the region. Grain supplies were contaminated in one village, forcing residents to depend on emergency assistance from neighbors. A fire of suspicious origin destroyed a church in another community, creating tensions between different religious groups. Rumors spread about corrupt officials, dishonest merchants, and foreign spies, each story carefully crafted to exploit existing tensions and create new conflicts. But this time, the communities were ready. The contaminated grain was quickly identified and replaced through the mutual aid networks that had been strengthened as part of the Community Defense Initiative. The church fire was investigated by local officials who had been trained to look for signs of outside manipulation, and the evidence they found pointed clearly to arson by foreign agents. The rumors were countered by reliable information provided through the enhanced crier networks, and the people spreading the most damaging stories were identified and quietly detained. Most importantly, the communities responded to these challenges by coming together rather than falling apart. Instead of creating the social dissolution that French agents had intended, the attacks actually strengthened community bonds by giving people a common threat to face together. Thomas watched these developments with a mixture of pride and apprehension. The Community Defense Initiative was working better than he had dared to hope, but he also knew that the French would adapt their methods in response to English countermeasures. The spring campaign was far from over, and the most dangerous attacks might still be coming. The confirmation of his fears came through Henry, who had been working with Geoffrey's team to analyze French operational patterns. A coded message arrived in Millbrook through the intelligence network, requesting an urgent meeting to discuss developments that could affect the entire region. Thomas met Henry and Willem at the abandoned shepherd's hut that had become their regular meeting place, finding both men more troubled than he had ever seen them. The French have escalated beyond anything we anticipated, Henry said without preamble. They're not just trying to create social dissolution in individual communities. They're planning to trigger a coordinated collapse across multiple regions simultaneously. Willem spread out a map marked with symbols that showed the scope of what Henri had discovered. Based on intercepted communications and agent reports, we believe they're planning to create artificial crises in dozens of communities at the same time, overwhelming English response capabilities and creating cascading failures that could affect the entire kingdom. Thomas studied the map with growing alarm. What kind of crises? Food shortages, disease outbreaks, financial panics, religious conflicts, anything that can create fear and desperation quickly enough to prevent organized responses, Henry replied. The goal is to create so many simultaneous emergencies that English authorities can't respond effectively to any of them. When? Thomas asked. Soon, within days, possibly within hours. The French agents are already in position, and they're just waiting for the signal to begin coordinated operations across the entire target area. Thomas felt the weight of impossible responsibility settling on his shoulders once again. The Community Defense Initiative had prepared individual communities to resist social warfare attacks, but it hadn't been designed to handle coordinated assaults on this scale. The scope of the French operation was beyond anything the English networks had prepared for. What can we do? Thomas asked. We can try to disrupt their coordination by targeting their communication networks, Willem replied. If we can prevent them from synchronizing their attacks, we might be able to deal with individual incidents as they arise, rather than facing a coordinated campaign. Henry added his own perspective. We can also try to warn as many communities as possible, giving them time to prepare for whatever attacks might be coming. It won't prevent all the damage, but it might limit the scope of the disaster. Thomas realized that they were facing the ultimate test of everything they had learned about community defense and intelligence warfare. The French were about to launch an attack that could determine the fate of English civilization, and the only defense was the network of relationships and communication systems that people like Thomas had spent months building and strengthening. How do we coordinate a response across so many communities? Thomas asked. The same way we've been doing everything else, Willem replied. Through the networks of criers and traders and village leaders who understand that their individual communities are part of something larger. The French are counting on English communities being isolated and unable to help each other. We're going to prove them wrong. As they prepared to leave the meeting and begin what might be the most important mission of their lives, Thomas felt the medallion around his neck pulse with warmth. He understood that he was about to participate in a battle that would determine whether the networks of trust and cooperation that held English society together were strong enough to survive the most sophisticated attack ever mounted against them. The echoes of war were growing louder, but they were not just the echoes of armies marching or ships sailing. They were the echoes of a conflict between two fundamentally different visions of how human communities should function. One based on trust and mutual support, the other based on fear and manipulation. Thomas was no longer just a town crier, or even an intelligence agent. He was becoming a defender of the very possibility of human community against forces that would reduce people to isolated, frightened individuals who could be controlled by anyone willing to exploit their isolation and fear. The spring campaign was entering its most critical phase, and Thomas Bellwether was ready to play his part in determining whether the forces of light or darkness would prevail in the battle for the soul of English civilization. The moment I understood we were winning. Years later, when Thomas had seen the full scope of what communities could accomplish when they worked together, he would remember the exact moment when he realized that the French social warfare campaign had already failed, even though the fighting was far from over. It came during the coordinated response to the French attacks, when Thomas was riding between villages to help coordinate their defenses. He stopped at a crossroads to rest his horse and found himself observing a scene that captured everything he had learned about the power of community bonds. A merchant's wagon had broken down, blocking the road and threatening to delay the movement of supplies to communities that were under attack. But instead of creating conflict and frustration, the situation had become an opportunity for cooperation. Travelers from multiple villages were working together to repair the wagon, sharing tools and expertise without regard for which community they came from. More importantly, they were sharing information, warning each other about French agents they had encountered, coordinating their responses to various attacks, and making sure that every community had access to the intelligence it needed to protect itself. Thomas realized that the French social warfare techniques had failed not because they were poorly executed, but because they had fundamentally misunderstood the nature of English communities. The attacks had been designed to exploit weaknesses that didn't actually exist, to create divisions between people who were actually united by bonds stronger than the French had imagined possible. The moment of understanding came when an elderly woman from one village offered food to a young man from another, saying simply, "We're all English here. and English people take care of each other. It was such a basic statement, but it revealed the fundamental truth that the French had missed, that community bonds were not fragile constructions that could be easily destroyed, but deep-rooted relationships that grew stronger under pressure. The French had spent months trying to tear apart something that was actually becoming stronger with every attack they mounted. Their sophisticated techniques for creating social dissolution had instead created social solidarity, bringing communities together in ways that might never have happened without the external threat. Thomas understood then that they were not just surviving the French attacks. They were winning the war for the soul of English civilization. The victory was not measured in battles won or territories captured, but in the simple fact that people continued to trust each other, help each other, and work together for mutual benefit despite everything their enemies had done to prevent it. The spring campaign would continue, and there would be more battles to fight and more challenges to overcome. But the outcome was no longer in doubt, because the French had revealed the fundamental weakness of their approach. They had tried to destroy something that was actually indestructible, and in the process had made it stronger than ever before. The hour of greatest peril. The French coordinated assault began at dawn on a Tuesday in late May, with reports of simultaneous crises flooding in from across northern England. Thomas received the first intelligence through the enhanced communication network he had helped establish, but the scope of what was happening quickly overwhelmed even their improved systems. Grain stores had been poisoned in 3 different villages, forcing evacuations and creating panic about food safety. A bridge had collapsed near York, cutting off trade routes and stranding travelers. Rumors of plague had sparked riots in 2 market towns, while reports of French invasion fleets had caused mass evacuations from coastal communities. And in the midst of all this chaos, mysterious fires were breaking out in churches, mills, and other community gathering places. Thomas stood in Millbrook's Square, reading report after report of disasters that seemed too numerous and too perfectly timed to be coincidental. The French had indeed launched the coordinated campaign Henry had warned about, and its scope was even more devastating than anyone had anticipated. How many communities are affected? Magnus asked as he reviewed the messages that continued to arrive. At least 30, possibly more, Thomas replied, and the attacks are designed to reinforce each other. The food poisoning creates demand for grain from other areas, which strains supply lines that are already disrupted by the bridge collapse. The plague rumors make people reluctant to help neighbors, while the invasion reports draw military resources away from dealing with internal problems. Rosalind emerged from the Gilded Swan with her own collection of intelligence reports. It's worse than that. The attacks are also designed to overwhelm our communication systems. Every community that's affected is sending out calls for help, which creates so much message traffic that it's difficult to coordinate effective responses. Thomas felt the familiar weight of impossible choices settling on his shoulders. The Community Defense Initiative had prepared individual communities to resist social warfare attacks, but it hadn't anticipated anything on this scale. The French had found a way to turn English organizational strengths into weaknesses by creating more crises than the networks could handle simultaneously. But as Thomas studied the pattern of attacks, he began to see something that gave him hope. The French operation was indeed massive and well coordinated, but it was also rigid and dependent on precise timing. If the English response could disrupt that timing, the entire campaign might collapse under its own complexity. "We need to change our approach," Thomas announced. "Instead of trying to respond to every crisis individually, we need to focus on the few key points that are coordinating the entire operation. Magnus looked up from the reports he was studying. What kind of key points? Communication nodes. The French agents conducting this operation need to coordinate their activities somehow, which means they're using communication systems that we might be able to identify and disrupt. Thomas pulled out a map and began marking the locations where attacks had occurred. Look at the pattern. The timing is too precise to be managed without central coordination. Rosalind studied the map with growing understanding. You're right. And if they're using communication systems to coordinate the attacks, they're probably using the same systems to monitor our responses, which means they know how we're trying to counter their operations. Thomas felt a chill of realization, which means they can adjust their tactics in real time based on what we do. No wonder our responses seem to be one step behind. They're watching us and adapting faster than we can react. The implications were staggering. The French weren't just conducting a coordinated attack, they were conducting an adaptive attack that learned from English responses and modified itself accordingly. It was a level of operational sophistication that went beyond anything Thomas had encountered in his intelligence training. But it also suggested a vulnerability. If the French operation was dependent on real-time intelligence about English responses, disrupting their intelligence gathering might be more effective than trying to counter their individual attacks. We need to feed them false information about our responses, Thomas said. Make them think we're doing one thing while actually doing something else entirely. Magnus nodded with understanding. A deception operation designed to disrupt their coordination rather than counter their individual attacks. Exactly. And we need to do it quickly before they realize what we're attempting. Over the next several hours, Thomas worked with Magnus and Rosalind to develop what they called the False Response Protocol, a coordinated campaign of misinformation designed to confuse French intelligence gathering while concealing the true English response to the ongoing attacks. The protocol involved sending false reports through channels the French were known to monitor, creating the impression that English communities were responding to the attacks in predictable and ineffective ways. Meanwhile, the real response would be coordinated through secure channels that the French hadn't identified, allowing English communities to help each other without revealing their actual capabilities. It was a dangerous gambit that required precise timing and flawless execution. If the French discovered the deception too quickly, they could adapt their operations to counter it. If the English communities couldn't coordinate their real responses effectively while maintaining the false ones, the entire effort would collapse into chaos. But Thomas had learned to trust the networks of relationships and communication systems that people like him had spent months building and strengthening. The Community Defense Initiative had created bonds between communities that were strong enough to support complex operations, and the enhanced communication systems were sophisticated enough to handle multiple layers of information simultaneously. The test of their preparations came that afternoon, when reports began arriving of a new wave of French attacks designed to exploit the apparent chaos created by the morning's operations. But this time, the English response was ready. Communities that appeared to be isolated and overwhelmed were actually receiving coordinated support through secure channels. Military resources that seemed to be scattered and ineffective were actually being positioned according to a carefully planned strategy. And intelligence that appeared to be fragmentary and contradictory was actually part of a comprehensive picture that revealed the true scope and objectives of the French operation. Most importantly, the false response protocol was working. French agents were making tactical decisions based on false intelligence about English capabilities and intentions, which disrupted their coordination and created opportunities for English counterattacks. Thomas watched the results unfold from Millbrook Square, where he had established a coordination center for the regional response. Reports continued to arrive, but now they told a different story. French attacks being repelled, French agents being captured, and French communication networks being disrupted. The turning point came when Henry arrived with intelligence that the French operational commanders were beginning to panic. Their carefully planned campaign was falling apart faster than they could adapt to changing circumstances, and they were starting to make desperate decisions that exposed their remaining assets to English counteraction. "They're pulling back," Henry reported. "The coordinated assault has failed, and they're trying to extract their agents before we can capture them all." Thomas felt a surge of triumph, but also a deep sense of exhaustion. The Community Defense Initiative had worked, but at enormous cost in time, resources, and human energy. The French attack had been repelled, but the effort required to do so had pushed English communities to their limits. "Is it over?" Magnus asked. "This phase is over," Henry replied. "But the French will learn from this failure and develop new approaches. The social warfare campaign will continue, but it will take different forms." Thomas understood that they had won a crucial battle, but the war was far from over. The French had demonstrated that they could mount coordinated attacks on a scale that threatened the entire kingdom. And while this particular attack had failed, future attacks might be more sophisticated and more difficult to counter. But Thomas also understood that something fundamental had changed during the crisis. English communities had proven that they could work together effectively when faced with existential threats, and the networks of trust and cooperation that held English society together had been tested and found strong enough to survive even the most sophisticated attacks mounted against them. The medallion around his neck pulsed with warmth as Thomas stood in Millbrook Square, surrounded by the evidence of what communities could accomplish when they understood the stakes involved and were willing to work together for mutual protection. The hour of greatest peril had passed, but it had also revealed the greatest strength of English civilization. Not its armies or its wealth, but its capacity for ordinary people to trust each other, help each other, and work together for the common good, even in the face of enemies who sought to destroy those very qualities. Thomas was no longer just a town crier or an intelligence agent. He had become something new, a guardian of the social bonds that made civilization possible, and a voice for the truth that communities were stronger than the forces that sought to tear them apart. The spring campaign was ending, but Thomas knew that his real work was just beginning. The networks he had helped build and strengthen would need constant attention and care, because the enemies of human community would never stop looking for new ways to exploit the vulnerabilities that came with trusting other people. But Thomas was ready for that challenge, because he had learned that the most important battles were not fought with swords and arrows, but with words and the trust they could build or destroy. And he had discovered that his voice, trained in the ancient arts of the town crier and tempered by the modern challenges of intelligence work, could be a powerful weapon in the eternal struggle between the forces of light and darkness. Nature Reflection. After the storm. As the immediate crisis passed, and Thomas began to assess the damage and the victories of the spring campaign, he found himself thinking about the way the natural world recovered from storms, and what it revealed about the resilience of communities under attack. The countryside around Millbrook showed the scars of the recent turmoil. Fields trampled by messengers' horses, roads rutted by supply wagons, and here and there, the blackened remains of buildings that had been destroyed in the French attacks. But already, new growth was appearing in the damaged areas, as if the land itself was determined to heal the wounds that had been inflicted upon it. Thomas realized that human communities followed similar patterns of recovery. The social bonds that had been strained by the French social warfare campaign were already beginning to strengthen again, as people who had worked together to survive the crisis discovered that they trusted each other more than they had before the attacks began. The storm of coordinated assault had indeed caused damage, but it had also revealed the fundamental resilience of English communities. Like trees that grew stronger after surviving severe weather, the social networks that held communities together had been tested by extreme conditions and had proven capable of not just surviving, but actually growing stronger under pressure. But Thomas also understood that recovery was not automatic, just as damaged land needed careful cultivation to heal properly. Damaged communities needed deliberate attention to ensure that the lessons of crisis were preserved and that the bonds forged under pressure continued to strengthen during peacetime. The work of rebuilding would be different from the work of crisis response, requiring patience rather than urgency, careful attention to detail rather than rapid adaptation to changing circumstances. But it was no less important, because the strength communities developed during recovery would determine how well they could face whatever challenges might come in the future. As Thomas walked through Millbrook's streets and observed the daily interactions between neighbors who had worked together to survive the recent crisis, he saw both the damage that had been done and the healing that was already beginning. The French attacks had indeed left scars, but they had also revealed reserves of strength and cooperation that might never have been discovered under normal circumstances. The storm had passed, but its lessons would endure. Thomas understood that his role as a guardian of community bonds would now shift from crisis response to long-term cultivation, helping to ensure that the strength his community had discovered during its hour of greatest peril would continue to serve it well in the years of peace and prosperity that he hoped lay ahead. 5 years later, Thomas stood beneath the oak tree in Millbrook Square, the same spot where his journey had begun on that cold morning when he had first put on his father's medallion and accepted the calling of a town crier. But the man who stood there now was vastly different from the uncertain young blacksmith's son who had struggled through his first announcements years before. The medallion around his neck had been joined by others, tokens of recognition from communities across northern England whose bonds he had helped strengthen, whose crises he had helped resolve, whose voices he had helped find when they needed to speak truth in the face of lies. But more important than any external recognition was the quiet confidence that came from knowing his place in the world and understanding the value of the work he had chosen to do. "Oh yes, Thomas called out, his voice carrying clearly across the square to the assembled crowd. "Good people of Millbrook, gather round for news of interest to our community." The crowd that gathered was larger than it had been in the early days of his service, drawn not just by curiosity about local news, but by trust in the voice that delivered it. Thomas had learned to be more than just a conveyor of information. He had become a guardian of truth in a world where lies continued to masquerade as authority, a strengthener of community bonds in an age when forces still worked to tear them apart. The news he brought that morning was good. Reports of successful harvests, announcements of upcoming celebrations, and updates on the continuing prosperity that had followed the defeat of the French social warfare campaign. But Thomas also brought something more subtle and more important: the ongoing reinforcement of the social bonds that made such prosperity possible. After the formal announcements were complete, Thomas remained in the square to answer questions and engage in the kind of informal conversation that was often more valuable than any official news. It was during these conversations that he could identify emerging problems before they became serious, counter false information before it could spread, and strengthen relationships between community members who might otherwise drift apart. "Master Bellwether," called out Mrs. Aldrich, now graying but still energetic in her management of household affairs. "What news from the regional council about the new trade agreements?" Thomas smiled, remembering when such questions had seemed impossibly complex and important. Now he understood that the specific details of trade agreements mattered less than the trust and cooperation that made any agreements possible. "The negotiations continue to progress well," Thomas replied, "largely because the communities involved have learned to work together effectively. The bonds we've built over the past few years serve us well in all our dealings with our neighbors." It was a diplomatic answer that conveyed the essential information while also reinforcing the larger message about the importance of community cooperation. Thomas had learned that every public statement was an opportunity to strengthen the social fabric that held communities together. As the crowd began to disperse, Thomas noticed a familiar figure approaching from the edge of the square. Henri Dubois, now established as one of Geoffrey's most valuable intelligence analysts, had come to Millbrook for one of his periodic visits to assess the continuing health of community bonds in the region. "How do they seem to you?" Henri asked, gesturing toward the departing villagers. "Strong," Thomas replied. "Stronger than they were before the crisis, actually. The French attacks taught them the value of what they had, and they've worked hard to preserve and strengthen it." Henri nodded with satisfaction. "That's what we're seeing across the region. The social warfare campaign failed not just tactically, but strategically. Instead of weakening English communities, it made them more resilient and more capable of resisting future attacks." Thomas felt a deep sense of satisfaction at Henri's assessment, but also a continuing awareness of the challenges that lay ahead. The French had indeed abandoned their social warfare approach, but other enemies would inevitably emerge with new methods and new objectives. The work of protecting community bonds was never finished, because the forces that sought to tear them apart were never completely defeated. "What news from London?" Thomas asked. "Geoffrey sends his compliments and his continuing appreciation for the work you're doing here. The Community Defense Initiative has become a model for similar programs across the kingdom, and requests for trained community guardians far exceed our ability to supply them." Thomas felt a mixture of pride and concern at the news. The success of their approach was gratifying, but the demand for it suggested that threats to community bonds were becoming more widespread rather than less so. "Are we training enough people to meet the need?" Thomas asked. "We're training as many as we can, but the real limitation isn't numbers. It's finding people with the right combination of skills and commitment. The work requires individuals who understand both the technical aspects of information warfare and the human aspects of community building. That's a rare combination." Thomas understood the challenge Henri was describing. The work of protecting communities required people who could think like intelligence agents while acting like trusted neighbors, who could recognize sophisticated deception while maintaining genuine relationships, who could prepare for the worst while helping others hope for the best. "What about you?" Thomas asked. "Are you content with your new role?" Henri was quiet for a moment, his expression thoughtful. "Content is perhaps too strong a word. I'm useful, and the work I'm doing helps protect communities like this one from the kinds of attacks I once helped plan. But I'll never be able to forget the cost of the knowledge I possess, or the family I sacrificed to acquire it. Thomas felt a familiar pang of sympathy for Henri's situation. The French defector had found a new purpose and a new loyalty, but he would always carry the weight of his past choices and their consequences. It was a burden that Thomas understood, because his own journey had taught him that serving larger purposes often required accepting personal costs that could never be fully justified or completely forgotten. "Do you regret it?" Thomas asked. "I regret the necessity of it," Henry replied, echoing words he had spoken years before. "I regret living in a world where such choices are necessary, but I don't regret making the choice, because I've seen what happens when communities are strong enough to resist those who would destroy them." As Henry prepared to continue his journey to other communities in the region, Thomas reflected on how much his understanding of his own role had evolved since those early days of uncertainty and confusion. He was no longer just a town crier who happened to be involved in intelligence work, or an intelligence agent who happened to serve a community. He had become something new, a guardian of the social bonds that made civilization possible, a voice for the truth that communities were stronger than the forces that sought to tear them apart. The medallion around his neck pulsed with warmth as Thomas walked home through Millbrook's familiar streets, and he understood that it connected him not just to other criers, but to all those throughout history who had chosen to serve something larger than themselves. The work was never finished, the challenges were never completely overcome, but the purpose was eternal, and the rewards were measured not in personal recognition, but in the quiet satisfaction of communities that remained strong and free. That evening, as Thomas sat by his fireplace reading reports from other communities and preparing for the next day's announcements, he thought about his father and the legacy of service that had shaped his own choices. Edmund Bellwether had served his community with quiet dedication, using his skills as a blacksmith to strengthen not just iron, but the bonds between neighbors who depended on each other for survival and prosperity. Thomas had followed a different path, but he had arrived at the same destination, a life dedicated to serving others, to protecting what was valuable and fragile, to standing between the forces of light and darkness in the eternal struggle that defined human existence. The voice that echoed across Millbrook's Square each morning carried more than just news and information. It carried the accumulated wisdom of generations of people who had learned that communities were worth protecting, that truth was worth defending, and that the bonds between people were stronger than any force that sought to break them. Thomas Bellwether had found his voice, learned to use it wisely, and discovered that sometimes the most important battles were fought not with swords and arrows, but with words, and the trust they could build or destroy. The echo of that voice would continue to strengthen his community long after he was gone, because he had learned that the most powerful legacy anyone could leave was the example of a life dedicated to serving something larger and more enduring than oneself. The medallion pulsed one final time as Thomas prepared for sleep, and he understood that tomorrow would bring new challenges and new opportunities to serve the community he loved. The work was never finished, but it was always worthwhile, because every day that communities remained strong and free was a victory against the forces that would reduce human beings to isolated, frightened individuals who could be controlled by anyone willing to exploit their isolation and fear. The voice that echoed would continue to echo, carrying truth across great distances and through long years, strengthening the bonds that held civilization together, and protecting the precious and fragile thing called community that made all their struggles meaningful. And in the quiet satisfaction of work well done and purpose clearly understood, Thomas Bellwether slept the sleep of those who know that they have found their place in the world and are using their gifts in service of something larger and more important than themselves. Final memory, the voice that never dies. In the years that followed, long after Thomas had trained successors and seen the Community Defense Initiative spread across the kingdom, he would understand that the most important legacy of his work was not any particular victory or any specific community saved, but the simple demonstration that ordinary people could rise to extraordinary challenges when they understood what was at stake. The realization came during a regional gathering of town criers, where Thomas was asked to speak about the lessons he had learned during the French social warfare campaign. As he looked out at the assembled voices, young and old, experienced and novice, all united by their commitment to serving their communities, Thomas understood that he was seeing the future of English civilization. These were not professional soldiers or trained intelligence agents, but ordinary people who had chosen to take responsibility for protecting the social bonds that held their communities together. They were bakers and farmers, merchants and craftsmen, mothers and fathers who understood that the most important battles were often fought not on distant battlefields, but in village squares and market streets, where people gathered to share news and strengthen relationships. The voice of a town crier carries only as far as it can be heard, Thomas told the assembled group. But the truth it carries can travel to the ends of the earth. Each of you is part of a network that stretches across the kingdom and back through centuries of service to the common good. When you speak not just for your own community, but for all communities that have ever depended on trusted voices to bring them truth in times of uncertainty. He paused, looking at the faces before him, faces that reflected the same mixture of determination and uncertainty he had felt when he first put on his father's medallion years before. The enemies of human community will never stop looking for new ways to tear apart the bonds that hold us together, Thomas continued. They will use new technologies, new deceptions, new fears to try to make us distrust each other and forget that we are stronger together than we could ever be alone. But as long as there are voices willing to speak truth, as long as there are people willing to trust those voices, as long as there are communities willing to work together for the common good, civilization will endure. The applause that followed was not just recognition of his words, but affirmation of the commitment they all shared. Thomas understood that he was witnessing the birth of something that would outlast any individual, a tradition of service that would be passed down from generation to generation, adapting to new challenges while maintaining its essential purpose. After the formal gathering ended, Thomas found himself in conversation with a young woman who reminded him of himself in those early days of uncertainty and confusion. She was newly appointed as crier for a small village in the borderlands, and she was struggling with the weight of responsibility that came with being her community's primary source of reliable information. "How do you know when you're making the right choices?" she asked. "How do you know when to trust someone, when to share information, when to keep secrets for the greater good?" Thomas smiled, remembering asking Magnus the same questions years before. "You don't know, not with certainty, but you learn to trust your judgment, to rely on the wisdom of those who have faced similar challenges before you, and to remember that the purpose of all your choices is to serve something larger than yourself." "What if I make mistakes? What if I cause harm by accident?" "You will make mistakes," Thomas replied gently. "We all do. But the measure of a person is not whether they make mistakes, but how they learn from them, and how they use that learning to serve others better. The voice of a town crier is not perfect, but it is honest, and honesty is more valuable than perfection. As Thomas prepared to leave the gathering and return to Millbrook, he reflected on how much his understanding of his role had evolved since those early days of uncertainty and confusion. He had learned that being a town crier was not just about conveying information, but about strengthening the bonds that held the communities together. He had discovered that intelligence work was not just about gathering secrets, but about protecting the social foundations that made organized resistance possible. And he had come to understand that the most important battles were often fought not with weapons, but with words and the trust they could build or destroy. The medallion around his neck had been joined by others over the years, but it remained the most important, a symbol not of personal achievement, but of connection to something larger and more enduring than any individual life. It connected him to his father's legacy of service, to the network of criers who shared his commitment to truth, and to all those throughout history who had chosen to stand between light and darkness in the eternal struggle that defined human existence. As Thomas rode back to Millbrook through the countryside he had learned to see with new eyes, he understood that his voice would indeed echo long after he was gone. Not because of any particular words he had spoken, but because of the example he had set, and the tradition he had helped to strengthen. The young criers he had trained would train others in their turn, passing on not just techniques and procedures, but the fundamental understanding that communities were worth protecting, that truth was worth defending, and that ordinary people could accomplish extraordinary things when they understood what was at stake. The voice that never dies was not any individual voice, but the collective voice of all those who chose to serve something larger than themselves. It was the voice of communities speaking through their chosen representatives, the voice of truth speaking through those brave enough to carry it, the voice of hope speaking through those who refused to surrender to despair. Thomas Bellwether had found that voice, learned to use it wisely, and helped to ensure that it would continue to echo through the generations. The work was never finished, the challenges were never completely overcome, but the purpose was eternal and the legacy was secure. In the quiet satisfaction of a life well lived and a duty faithfully performed, Thomas understood that he had become part of something immortal, the endless chain of service that connected past and future, individual and community, the human and the divine. His voice would echo in the voices of all those who came after him, carrying forward the truth that civilization was worth preserving, and that the bonds between people were stronger than any force that sought to break them. The sun was setting as Thomas reached Millbrook's familiar boundaries, painting the sky in shades of gold and crimson that spoke of endings and beginnings, of cycles completed and new cycles beginning. Tomorrow would bring new challenges and new opportunities to serve. But tonight there was peace and the deep satisfaction that came from knowing that the work was good and the purpose was true. The medallion pulsed one final time against his chest, and Thomas understood that it was not just a symbol of his individual service, but a link in an unbreakable chain that connected all those who had ever chosen to serve the common good. The voice that echoed would continue to echo, carrying truth and hope, and the promise that communities could endure whatever challenges they faced, as long as there were people willing to stand up and speak for what was right. And in that understanding, Thomas Bellwether found the peace that comes to those who know they have lived well and served faithfully, and who trust that their legacy will continue in the voices of all those who come after them, in the eternal work of building and protecting the precious thing called human community. The end. Thus concludes the tale of Thomas Bellwether, who began as a simple blacksmith's son and became a guardian of the bonds that hold civilization together. His voice echoed across the villages of northern England and down through the generations, proving that ordinary people can accomplish extraordinary things when they understand what is truly at stake in the eternal struggle between the forces that build up human communities and those that seek to tear them apart. The medallion he wore was passed down to others who followed in his footsteps, each adding their own chapter to the ongoing story of service to the common good. And in village squares across the land, the ancient cry of "Oyez, Oyez" continues to ring out, carrying with it the promise that truth will be spoken, communities will be served, and the voice of the people will never be silenced. For in the end, Thomas learned the most important lesson of all, that the voice of a town crier carries only as far as it can be heard, but the truth it carries can travel to the ends of the earth and echo through eternity.